Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 471 to 490. How did this little girl's brain develop into someone so smart? She had many great money-making ideas. It was impossible for him to not admire her. She was such a capable and gifted young lady. He needed to label her as his quickly, otherwise, someone was going to steal her away from him once they realized what an amazing girl she was. It seemed like he had to do something to cheer the little lass up and put her in a good mood. He needed to see if he could shorten the so-called probation period. Didn't the little lass want to buy a residence? He had many readily available houses in his hands, but she was not willing to accept his offers. As a result, he could only accompany her to help her find a suitable residence. Most of the good houses in the capital had already been bought, so there were only a few suitable houses left. However, who would be willing to sell their home 2 months before the new year? This problem was causing him quite a headache. Oh, that was right. Zhu Junyang wondered if the hidden guards he had sent out had any luck finding evidence. If he was able to find some evidence and information that could be used to blackmail official Li family, then. Not long after Yu Xiaoxiao was bestowed a reward, news came out that the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments had taken many bribes. In return for those bribes, he helped them find jobs. In addition to that, his wife's younger brother had relied on the minister's backing to commit many crimes in the local areas. For example, he kidnapped women from ordinary families, killed people, and suppressed the people who tried to report him. He was not afraid of the consequences. Once, he even disguised himself as a thief and robbed another family. Furthermore, he burned their house after robbing them. A pile of well-documented evidence of all the deeds the minister's wife's younger brother had done was all gathered together. Along with the evidence, there seemed to be an invisible hand that was pushing the evidence forward, exposing all his evil deeds to the world. Although official Li had borrowed other people's powers to further his own interests, he had never killed anyone. Even so, his wife's younger brother's crimes had implicated him negatively. He was stripped of his position as an assistant minister and became a regular citizen. His family gloomily packed their things and entrusted a middleman to help them sell off their house quickly. He planned on using the money he earned from selling the house to buy some acres of land to live the remainder of his life as a wealthy man in his hometown. His house was only 1 alley away from Count Zongshan's estate. It would be very convenient to communicate and commute between the two places. Furthermore, official Li was known to be a culture snob, so his inner courtyards were decorated elegantly. After Zhu Junyang saw the inside of this residence, he was certain that this house should satisfy all the little lass's requirements. There were many wealthy people living in the capital that wished to have an estate with a beautiful interior. However, Royal Prince Yang had already spread the news. He had already set his eyes on the courtyard. Those who were willing to compete with him for the house should prepare to bid with him for the house. There were many in the capital who had the wealth and power to buy the house. However, they all fell short when they were compared to Royal Prince Yang, who owned shops that gave birth to golden eggs. The wealthy merchants who had their eyes on the house also gave up the idea of competing against him when they heard the news that Zhu Junyang was also interested in the house. Even though the merchants were wealthy, they were afraid of his identity and power. Since Royal Prince Yang had no competitors, he was able to buy the house at a very low price. The strange thing was that the deed of the house after the sale had Yu Hai's name written on it. Who was Yu Hai? How was he able to make Royal Prince Yang personally buy a house for him? Since his surname was Yu, then could he be related to the newly appointed official Yu? Didn't official Yu have some kind of relationship to the royal prince? It seemed like the rumors were not groundless gossip. Royal Prince Yang had really fallen in love with little official Yu, who was still not an adult yet. Soon, all kinds of gossip seemed to arise. Some envied Yu Xiaoxiao's luck because she was able to hold on to Royal Prince Yang's thick thighs. Others sympathized with her because she was still a young and ignorant girl, yet she had already caught the eye of a cold and indifferent devil. It was such a pity. Among the rumors, there was a rumor that official Yu had a prescription that could recover a person's youth. The rumor was spread around by official Li's wife and daughter. It had alarmed many people, and many high-ranking people were moved by this news. There were even public figures from Zhonghu that came knocking at official Yu's door after hearing about the rumors. Those people were all pushed away by the people Royal Prince Yong and official Yu had left behind. Royal Prince Yong was angry at the injustice that official Yu had faced, so he had dug out all the bad deeds that official Li had done and caused him to lose his officialdom. As if it was not enough, he forcefully suppressed the price of official Li's estate and managed to buy the house for less than half of its original value. It didn't matter how far the rumors had spread because a month before the new year, official Li's original house was renovated and its plaque was replaced with the plaque titled, Yu's Estate. It was rumored that the words on the plaque were written by the Emperor Emeritus himself. The people who were envious of this began to speculate, what was the Yu family's origin? How were they able to form a relationship with the Emperor Emeritus? Who was it that had said that the Yu family was a mere peasant household that had no backings? Perhaps the Yu family's ancestors had once fought with the Emperor Emeritus to form this country. Then, they retired after the war was over and settled down in a small fishing village. All right. After the Emperor Emeritus came to the estate to freeload some food from them and ate his fill, he heard that Yu Xiaoxiao's family had purchased an estate. He had a sudden impulse to write and wrote these two characters for her on a whim. However, the Emperor Emeritus's sudden impulse caused people to believe that the Yu family came from a strong background. The people in the capital, who had originally looked down on the Yu family because of their poor background, suddenly all shut their mouths. After all, a loose tongue may cause them a lot of trouble. They didn't dare to insult the Yu family anymore after they saw how official Li was stripped of his title. As soon as the 12th month came, the Ministry of Revenue, who was in charge of the agricultural department, went on a leisurely holiday. The people working in the other departments were red with envy. Every time winter came, they would go on holiday. While people worked busily in the cold weather, the people in charge of the farming tasks would have their sleeves tucked up while they drank tea and chatted over a warm fire. In the previous years, while many of the other departments were busily working, they simply took a long vacation. Now, nobody made fun of people who chatted with or came into contact with the peasant farmers. Some people even began to think that it was actually more comfortable to work in the agricultural department. This was because official Yu had achieved a large feat and the people working in the agricultural department were able to appear before the emperor because of that. They even registered themselves and were bestowed a considerable amount of rewards. The people working the Qingshui Yamen farming task would sigh as they walked. They kept wondering if it was too late to transfer themselves to work under official Yu. After she bought an estate and was on vacation, Yu Xiaoxiao decided to take advantage of the good weather to return to Dongshan village. She planned on taking her family to the capital to celebrate the New Year's. After Zhu Junyan returned from the border, he handed his military power over and returned to being an idle royal prince. He didn't take up an important official position, so unless the emperor summoned him specifically, he did not need to attend the royal court every morning. As soon as he heard that Yu Xiaoxiao was returning to Dongshan village, he immediately sent up an account to the emperor asking the emperor for permission to take a short leave so he could inspect his fiefs. Zhu Junyang followed Yu Xiaoxiao's carriage as soon as she exited the capital. He only brought along a few close guards and servants. Ah, what a coincidence. Are you returning to Dongshan village? I'm on my way to my fiefdom in Tanggu town. Since we happen to be going the same way, let's stay together. What do you think? He pretended to be surprised that they were going the same way, but his acting skills weren't good enough to pull it off. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. She was too lazy to pay attention to this fool. It was nice to have someone to accompany her along the way. They would be able to chat and joke around so she wouldn't feel lonely. Zhu Junyang never had the intention of entering Tanggu town. When they reached the crossroad where they were supposed to go on separate paths, Zhu Junyang directly followed after Xiaoxiao's carriage to Dongshan village. Aren't you going to inspect your fiefs? Why did you head on this path instead? Yu Xiaoxiao tried to embarrass him. Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes twitched slightly as he smiled and said, "Isn't Dongshan village a part of my fiefdom? Besides, my estate is located in the West Mountains. I'm planning on resting there for a few days and then take a tour of my fiefdom. After all, my land won't suddenly grow legs and run away from me." You're always so reasonable. Yu Xiaoxiao ignored him and lifted the curtain of the carriage. She looked attentively at the passing scenery. She calculated the time and she realized that it had been half a year since she returned to Dongshan village. During that half a year, she had returned to Tangu Town once. However, during that visit, she had poured all her time on cultivating the profitable vegetables in the greenhouse pavilions. Even though she had seen her father, mother, brothers, and sister, she didn't have time to return to the village. It had been 5 years since she transmigrated here. She gradually felt a sense of belonging among the honest and kind-hearted villagers in the mountains and seas in the small village. When she entered Dongshan village, it was during the time that the elders had finished breakfast and had come out for a walk. Although Dongshan village had just recently been invaded by Woku pirates, it was doing quite well thanks to their savings and the financial support given to them by Royal Prince Yong. Dongshan village was relatively wealthy compared to the nearby villages. However, peasant families were still relatively frugal. This was especially true during the winter when the farm was idle. This was true for most peasant families except for the Yu family, who had a stable income year-round. The peasant families ate 2 meals a day. They ate their breakfast at 9 o'clock in the morning and their dinner was around 4 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather was great today, it was bright and sunny. The old people liked to sit in sunny areas to play chess and gossip after they finished eating. Old Yu. A few horse carriages arrived outside the village. Could those carriages be headed for your house? An old man asked with a smile on his face as he raised his chin in the direction of the carriages. The old man who was playing chess with old Yu was around 60 years old. He squatted in the direction where the horse carriages were heading. He squinted his eyes to see the vehicles better. Only the Yu family could afford to use a horse carriage in the village. Old Yu was really blessed. His children and grandchildren were all hardworking. His son's farming skill earned him the title of a 7-ranked official. Therefore, his son was on an equal footing with the county magistrate. Old Yu's grandson was talented at studying and was able to pass the county-level exams and become a county official despite his young age. What was even more unexpected was the fact that his youngest granddaughter had become the first female official of the Great Ming dynasty. She managed the imperial plantation for the emperor. A few days ago, the emperor had bestowed an imperial edict that praised Yu Xiaosao for her hard work. The emperor even gave her the title of a feudal princess. Did you know what a feudal princess was? According to the operas he had listened to, the title of a feudal princess was only conferred to a marquise's daughter. Xiaosao sure received a great blessing after her near-death experience. Now, she was on equal footings with a marquise's daughter. Tisk tisk. The Yu family was amazing. Green smoke was coming from their ancestral graves. How much virtue did old Yu accumulate in his previous life for him to have such amazing grandchildren that brought honor to their ancestors? Old Yu looked back and squinted at the oncoming carriages for a while. He was uncertain as he said, "Who knows? Madame Lu and Shaolian are at home right now. Dahai and his son are at the farmstead. If nothing unexpected happened, then they wouldn't have returned so early. Plus, the carriage doesn't look like it belongs to my family. Could it be that Xiaosao has returned? Didn't you receive a letter from her 2 days ago stating that she had set up an estate in the capital? She said that it's not good for the estate to be vacant for the first year, so she is planning to bring you guys to the capital to celebrate the New Year's." Xiaoshao's granduncle, Yu Lichun, felt that the carriage was headed in the direction of his third brother's house. It couldn't be anyone else from the Yu family, so it had to be Xiaosao. "Grandfather." Xiaosao stuck her head outside the window of the carriage. Even though she was still far away, Xiaosao couldn't help but wave her hands and shout at her grandfather when she saw his familiar figure. "Hey, elder brother, you actually guessed correctly. Sure enough, Xiaosao has returned." How could old Yu still continue to play chess? He took large strides towards the carriage and waved back at her to welcome her. The 60-year-old man who was playing chess with old Yu hesitantly asked, "Lichun, since Yu Xiaosao is now a feudal princess, do we have to greet her on our knees?" Yu Lichun chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Xiaosao is the most benevolent and righteous girl I've ever met. She won't put on a front. She is a feudal princess, but she is also from our Dongshan village, and she is also a descendant of our Yu family." He hadn't even finished speaking yet when the carriage stopped under the old elm tree at the entrance of the village. Xiaosao was clothed in pink paired with a silver mink fur cloak. She looked like a lovable and small girl as she jumped down from the carriage. The old villagers widened their eyes in surprise at the adorable little girl. Was she still Yu Xiaoxiao, old Yu's granddaughter? When they saw her in the past, she was as skinny as a cat. People thought that she would probably be unable to survive much longer, but she proved them all wrong. She had only gone to the capital for half a year, and they were barely able to recognize her because of how much she changed. The thin satin clothing that she was wearing shimmered in the sunlight, making the villagers unable to open their eyes. She was pretty and had a confident aura around her. There was no one in Tanggu town who could even compare to her beauty. If old Yu hadn't introduced her as his granddaughter, they would have thought that she was the daughter of a high-ranking official. The two girls standing behind her were her maids, right? Even the maids were dressed more exquisitely than the daughters of the wealthy families in town. Grandfather, eldest granduncle, grandfather Li. Daughter, you guys basking in the sun. Yu Xiaoxiao greeted everyone intimately. There was no arrogance in her manner or tone even after her identity changed. Old Li, the 60-year-old who was just mentioned, had a slightly reserved smile on his tanned red face. He rubbed his hands and said, "That's right. The weather is great today. Xiaoxiao, did you just return from the capital?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and was just about to respond when Yangfan's wife interrupted her. "Xiaoxiao, are you here to take your grandfather, father, and mother to the capital to celebrate the new year?" "Sure enough, you've received blessings from the gods after all the calamity you faced. Ever since your head injury was cured 5 years ago, your luck has been getting better and better. You saved someone's life and even gave away your secret recipe. Then, you showed so much talent in the field of farming. Now, you're the first female official in our country. Tisk tisk. You've also been conferred the title of a feudal princess and an estate. Xiaoxiao is a really blessed girl. Auntie, I should thank you. If you hadn't found me in time, then I probably wouldn't be alive right now. Auntie, I brought you some pastries from the famous Daohua village's pastry shop in the capital. Please have some." Yu Xiaoxiao had just finished speaking, when Wadeng, who was standing behind her, took out a small exquisitely wrapped wooden box that contained some pastries from the carriage. The box was decorated with a delicate pattern and looked quite expensive. Yangfan's wife had never seen such a beautiful box. The pastries inside must be quite expensive. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "We're all one family in this village. No matter who it was that encountered an accident, we will also help out. Quickly take the pastries back, Auntie cannot accept it. Auntie, please take it. Even if we ignore the fact that you saved my life, you are like a sister to my mother. Consider this as a snack from your niece and accept it." Yu Xiaoxiao turned around and took the pastry box from Wadeng. Then she stuffed the box in Yangfan's wife's hands. Old Yu looked at them and chuckled. "Yangfan's wife, you should just take it since Xiaoxiao gave it to you. It's just a box of pastries, it's not that expensive." The villagers enviously looked at the box of pastries. Their hearts sighed sorrowfully. 3 years ago, old Yu was closely controlled by Madame Zhang. He wasn't even given 1 copper coin by Madame Zhang. After he was brought in by his second son, old Yu didn't lack any food or clothes. Old Yu's son also gave him a lot of pocket money to spend every month. In the past, he didn't even have the power to give away 1 piece of a steamed bun. Yet right now, he was able to say that the box of pastries was not expensive even though it probably was. Old Yu finally received his blessings and nothing could stop it. "Eldest granduncle, how is your health? I have prepared a New Year's gift for you. It might be difficult for you to carry it, so I will send someone to send the gift over to your house later." Yu Xiaoxiao said affectionately as she looked at him with a kind smile on her face. Yu Lichun smiled and said, "I don't lack anything at home, so there's no need for you to spend money on me." Third younger brother, it must have been hard for Xiaoxiao to come all the way here. She probably didn't even have time to eat lunch yet. Hurry up and take her home. Xiaoxiao hasn't seen your new house after it was repaired. Take her to go see it. Even though Yu Lichun had said that, he was still very happy. Xiaoxiao was a girl who knew how to repay other people's kindness. When she was sick, his family had given her family some money so they could afford to see a doctor. It was just a simple matter, yet she still remembered it deeply. After they split households, her family's livelihoods got better and better. Xiaoxiao never forgot to send his family some things during New Year's and other holidays. When she started her business, she didn't forget to bring Yu Zhong and Yu Shi over to earn money together. Now, his family was not only in charge of purchasing seafood from other people, but his family also planted watermelons. He was able to sell the watermelons to a few nearby wealthy estates. Now, his family had become the second wealthiest family in the village. This was all thanks to the care that Xiaoxiao's family had shown them. Yu Xiaoxiao had always treated her eldest granduncle as her own grandfather. She took his hand and exchanged some words with him. It wasn't until her stomach started growling that Yu Lichun urged her to go home and eat. She finally said, "Eldest granduncle, I will go to your house to bow and greet you for the new year after I finish eating." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't ride the horse carriage to her house. Instead, she walked the familiar paths in the village. Not far behind her was the carriage that she was originally riding on. Behind that were 5 carriages that were carrying specialty items from the capital. The villagers quietly began to gossip after seeing those carriages. Old Yu's house is certainly flourishing. Based on the items on these 5 carriages, she probably spent several hundred taels of silver. Xiao Xiao sure has a loose hand when it comes to spending. I bet the 6-month salary she received as an official has all been spent on these 5 carriages. What are you saying? Did you think Xiao Xiao lives only on her salary as an official? I heard that she had set up a braised food shop in the capital. She opened the shop as a partnership with a very distinguished noble from the capital. Based on the dividends, she could probably afford more than just 5 horse carriages. The person riding on a horse next to the carriage must be Royal Prince Yang, right? How thick is Xiao Xiao's skin to actually make the Royal Prince Yang to personally escort her? I heard that the Emperor values her farming skills. Just by looking at them, I can tell that the rumors are true. Xuanju's wife, did you know that Xiao Xiao is back? She also brought a lot of goods back from the capital. The girl is quite generous. She gave Yang Fan's wife a box of pastries from the capital. Just the box alone is probably worth several taels of silver. The pastries inside the box probably cost even more than the box. Your family has strong ties with the Yu family, and your daughter is close to Xiao Xiao. I bet you will receive a lot of goods from the capital. I really envy you guys for having close ties with the Yu family. You guys are too far-sighted. Even if we had money, we still probably won't be able to buy those goods from the capital for sure. I don't even know if I will have the chance in this lifetime to go to the capital and experience the atmosphere of the imperial capital. Xiao Xiao didn't know what was happening. Her return had created more topics for the villagers in Dongshan village to talk about after their meal and tea. Xiao Xiao currently felt that Dongshan village felt familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Dongshan village had changed a lot in the past 6 months. Some of the houses that were destroyed by the Woku pirates were rebuilt on their original land. However, some villagers selected some other land to rebuild their houses. When the Woku pirates attacked, due to Xiao Xiao warning them in advance, the villagers at Dongshan village did not sustain as many losses as the people in neighboring villages. Combined with the financial support given by Royal Prince Yang, the villagers were faring much better than other people. The villagers had discussed amongst themselves and decided that even if things were difficult at home, they should grit their teeth and rebuild their houses using tile and brick. The newly built green brick buildings, the large stone courtyards, and the brand new wooden doors. The whole village looked familiar and strange. Old Yu began explaining as he walked next to Xiao Xiao. Dongshan village has become a wealthy village that is envied by the nearby villages. Not to mention, none of the other villages had all their houses built using green bricks and tiles. Because the Yu family's braised food shop in the prefectural city had flourished, they had opened 3 other branches. The number of chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs that were needed in the braised food shops were immense. As a result, it was impossible to supply all the stores with the pigs from the Yu family's pig farm. Now, every family in Dongshan village would raise a few pigs, chickens, and ducks. Lu Xuanju's family raised hundreds of chickens and ducks at the foot of the mountain, and some families copied what they did. Anyway, it didn't matter how many livestock they raised because they didn't have to worry about not being able to sell them. The Yu family wasn't the only family that needed livestock. The Zhou family also needed a considerable amount of livestock to sell their roast ducks and chickens. The 2 family businesses gave priority to the businesses in Dongshan village. Compared to the previous years where they depended on the sky and sea for their livelihood, the villagers' current income was 10 times higher than it was previously. As long as they work hard, then there will always be money to be earned. The boys in the village didn't have to worry about not being able to marry anymore because there were many girls from other villages that hoped to marry into one of the families in Dongshan village. This was because the daughters from Dongshan village all had a rich dowry. The doors of their soon-to-be husband's house would probably break down from the amount of dowry there was. In short, the people in Dongshan village also didn't have to worry about marrying off their daughters anymore. Dongshan village's sudden wealth was naturally all thanks to the Yu family. When Yu Xiaosao arrived in front of her family's newly built house, she couldn't help but become speechless. This was their family's courtyard. There were golden-colored nails on top of the vermilion gate. There were 2 tall and mighty guardian lion statues in front of the entrance to the house. The tile roof was glazed red and yellow and the roof was supported by tall eaves on both sides. The wall of the courtyard was tall and was made from cyan-colored bricks. The wall was also decorated with glazed tiles just like the roof. From the outside, the house looked like the estates owned by high-ranking officials in the capital. Inside the gates was a residence with 3 separate courtyards in it. If Yu Hai hadn't prevented it, then the people royal Prince Yong sent to build the estate would have likely built a 5-courtyard residence for them. Most of the houses in the village only had 1 courtyard once they entered the gates. There would be 3 to 5 main rooms and east and west side rooms. They wouldn't have such a complicated residence like this. The large courtyard covered the smaller courtyard and the smaller courtyard was connected to the other courtyards. When the house was first built, the married women in the village would exaggeratedly joke around, because they have such a large residence, I almost got lost when I went in. The only distinguishing feature that made the Yu family's house different from the wealthy estates in the capital was that the wealthy estates in the capital were decorated with plants and elegant flowers. In contrast, the Yu family's courtyards were all used to plant vegetables. Since it was currently winter, most of the vegetable fields in the courtyard were empty. Only the greenhouse located in the back garden was planted with vegetables that the Yu family frequently ate. This is a bit too much, right? Yu Xiaosao didn't expect that her own family's newly built residence would be so nouveau riche in style. This type of building was considered quite luxurious for the standards of Tenggu town, let alone a tiny fishing village. Zhu Junyang, who had followed her in from behind, didn't have the same thoughts. Although it can't compare with the residences one can buy in the capital, it's still considered quite decent. Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you know what's written all over this house? What? A residence? How come I don't see anything written on it?" Zhu Junyang had a perplexed expression on his face. Did he miss something earlier? The words, "We have lots of money," are written all over the residence in large, shiny characters. You didn't see that? We don't have that many people in the family yet we built such a large residence. Let's not even talk about keeping it clean, but isn't this clearly telling everyone else? We have lots of money, quickly come steal it. The next time the Woku pirates come to raid the coastline, they will definitely head straight for our home first. Yu Xiaosao had nothing more to say. Zhu Junyang thought that she was worried about her family's safety and stated in a confident manner, "No worries, this prince will send a few guards over to patrol the area. As for the cleaning, it's not like your family lacks the money to buy a few servants, right? If you don't feel like spending the money, then I'll buy them for you. This is not a question of money. I'm afraid that the villagers might get other thoughts after seeing this." In the past, her family didn't have much. When they originally split from the main Yu family, their circumstances were worse than most of the others in the village. Now they were at a point where they could be considered a local wealthy despot, so wouldn't that bring resentment towards them? Zhu Junyang used a finger to tap on her head and said, "Do you believe that if you guys built your home like everyone else's that no one would talk behind your back? Let's not talk about other things, but your family has 1,000 mu farmstead and the greenhouse. Vegetable business in town. That's more than enough to make others feel jealous. If you want to prevent other people from acting maliciously from jealousy, then you need to increase the gap between yourself and those people. That way, you become something that everyone else can only look up to, a mark that they can only hope for." His reasoning was very clear. If you wanted to reach a point where other people couldn't pull you down, then you needed to climb to a height, like the clouds, where other people couldn't touch. That way, those who envied you and were jealous wouldn't dare to have those feelings. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't a slow-witted person. After hearing his words, she immediately understood his reasoning. The current Yu family wasn't like before. Her father was now a 7th-ranked official and the emperor placed great importance on herself and had even given her the title of a feudal princess. Even if their residence was even more grand and large, other people would think that it was right and proper. In fact, if they tried to be more discreet, it was likely that there would be people gossiping behind their backs stating that they were pretending to be poor. What was the point then? The scenes that occurred at the mouth of the village flashed through her mind. The villagers who used to have amiable or indifferent expressions now all had fawning fake smiles on their faces. Even Auntie Yangfan, who was relatively close to them, had a bit of cautiousness added to her friendly manner. Before she had noticed it, she and the Yu family had suddenly become an entity that was high above the other villagers at Dongshan village. The times had changed and there was no way to go back. Dahai's wife, Xiaolian, quickly come out and see who has come. Old Yu loudly announced as he stepped inside. From his steady gait and clear voice, it could be seen that old Yu had been very healthy these past 2 years. His old body was still sturdy and strong. Madame Lu and Xiaolian were in the back courtyard taking care of the greenhouse harvest. They could vaguely hear the noise in front and impatiently rushed out without even taking the time to wash the mud off of their hands. When she saw Xiaoxiao, Madame Lu couldn't restrain her emotions and ran forward to hug her daughter as her eyes filled with tears. "You're finally back. You've gotten thinner. Mother, you've smeared younger sister's clothing with mud." Xiaolian also felt tears well up. Her once tiny and skinny little sister, who previously resembled a starved kitten, was now an elegant and pretty young maiden. Although she was only a few minutes older than Xiaoxiao, she had acted as a protector of her younger sister since they were very young. The fact that her younger sister, who the doctors had proclaimed wouldn't live long enough to reach adulthood, was able to live until today was heavily related to her care. "No worries, isn't it just a set of clothing? If it gets dirty, then we can just wash it. Mother, I missed you." Yu Xiaoxiao could sense that Madame Lu had hesitated for a moment and hurriedly hugged her mother back. She made herself whine a little as if she was a little kitten begging for attention. Who was behind Xiaoxiao, sneered inwardly, "Young miss, this will cause other people to hate you, okay? There are so many young maidens in the capital who lust after a custom-designed set of clothing that is personally made by Modiste Zhang. You on the other hand, merely say, it's only a set of clothing. If those proud and arrogant young ladies could hear you now, what would they do?" Just earlier, seeing her youngest daughter attired in expensive satin and silk damask gave Madame Lu a sense of strangeness. However, when her daughter started to act spoiled in her arms, it allowed her to find that her cower was still the same. She wiped the mud off onto her own clothes and then patted her youngest daughter's back and smiled. "You must be tired, right? Quickly go into the room and rest on the Kong bed. Mother will make you some mutton stewed with noodles. It's the perfect dish for the cool weather." As she talked, she pulled her daughter into the room and had her sit down. Then she left the room to start making lunch for her daughter. From start to finish, Madame Lu only had eyes for her daughter. Despite being tall, Royal Prince Yang had been neglected this entire time. Royal Prince Yang, however, in front of his future mother-in-law, he couldn't put on the airs of a royal prince. The road to chasing a wife was long, so he still needed to work hard. "Xiaolian, did you not eat enough this past year? I'm already taller than you are." Yu Xiaoxiao sat across from Xiaolian and grinned mischievously at her. It was only after the two sisters had a good chat that Xiaolian noticed Royal Prince Yang, who had been ignored this entire time. She asked in a somewhat reserved manner, "Royal Prince, you're also visiting. What kind of tea do you want to drink? This commoner will go make some." This prince only drinks the tea that Xiaoxiao personally makes. Although Xiaoxiao's twin sister, Xiaolian, looked very similar to her, Zhu Junyang could faintly tell the difference between the two. Besides looks, Xiaoxiao's demeanor seemed to be a bit more clean and pure compared to her older sister. In front of other people, this fellow resumed his usual cool and lofty attitude. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't even give him a look as she pulled Xiaolian down to sit again. "Don't bother with him. The tea leaves and hot water are all on the table. It's up to him if he wants to drink any or not. As that? Really all right he is a royal prince after all. Xiaolian was still a bit apprehensive whenever she was around the expressionless royal Prince Yang. Yu Xiaoxiao reclined comfortably on the warm and toasty Kong bed and pinched up a few roasted pumpkin seeds from the table on the Kong bed. She cracked them with pleasure. No worries. No one is an outsider here, so there's no need to be so restricted. That being said, he may be a royal prince but I'm a feudal princess now. HMPH. Zhu Junyang looked somewhat helplessly at this arrogant person relying on favor. He shook his head and chuckled lightly. After refusing head steward Lu's suggestion to have him brew tea, the prince personally picked up the hot water and steeped a cup of hot tea for both him and Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao gleefully received the hot tea and cheerfully took a small sip. One shouldn't spoil a man too much. Oh ho Tiny, what were you doing to cause you look in such dire straits? Yu Xiaoxiao spotted a murky little creature coming in from the door. After a closer look, it was unexpectedly the little roe deer who was muddy from head to toe. When it heard the sound of Xiaoxiao's voice, the little roe deer excitedly plunged in and raised its forelegs in an attempt to climb onto the Kong bed. Before it could jump up, Arya grabbed it from behind. Young miss, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. This time, are you going to abandon me here again when you go back to the capital? The silly and honest Arya held the little roe deer as she impetuously inquired. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her and grinned. Looks like Arya has gotten taller and fatter. Don't worry when I go back to the capital again, I'll be bringing the whole family along to celebrate the New Year's there. That's fantastic. In this life, I never thought I'd have the chance to go to the capital. Is this servant dreaming right now? Before Arya had entered the room, she was likely in the greenhouse pavilion in the back courtyard, helping with the planting. She was covered in mud too and wasn't much cleaner than the little roe deer. In addition, she had an ordinary appearance and her skin was on the tanner side. Her whole body was covered in dirt and she really resembled a wild girl in the countryside. Wudong sneered and remarked in a voice that was neither loud or soft, young miss said that she was here to bring her family to the capital to celebrate the New Year's. What status do you have to dare to consider yourself one of young Miss's family? Arya glanced at Wudong and Yingchun, who were wearing clothes that were more beautiful than the young girls in town, and then picked at her own clothes in embarrassment. She scuttled to Xiaoxiao's side and quietly asked, Young miss, are these two older sisters like older sister Yingtao? Are they also maid servants you brought from the capital? They are. What's wrong? Yu Xiaoxiao shot a faint look at Wudong and grinned at the straightforward maid in front of her. Are all of the maid servants from the capital this fierce? Older sister Yingtao scolded me as soon as she met me and this older sister is doing the same. Arya felt a bit aggrieved. They were all maid servants, so why did the other have to bully her? Wudong was also a bit upset after being stared at by the young miss. She stammered an explanation. Young miss, this maidservant hasn't been instructed properly, so how could she serve you right now? She's not even trained enough to do the work of a third-ranked maidservant. No one is born knowing how to do everything. As her senior, shouldn't you know how to teach her? Arya is a maidservant that I personally bought. She may not have anything else but I can definitely vouch for her loyalty. Yu Xiaoxiao had other thoughts about this matter. Wudong felt even more wronged now. It was clear that making a mistake once could steer the trajectory of one's life. She might not be able to make up for her error even if she tried hard for the rest of her life. However, she was going to do her best to let the young miss see that she had changed. Wudong vowed not to act like before and harbor other motives within her heart. Throughout this, Zhu Junyang peacefully sipped on the wild tea that Xiaoxiao had personally roasted herself. At this moment, he raised his eyes to look at Wudong for a second and then looked down again. That last Xiaoxiao had a group of pretty good servants around her. At least, none of them had impure thoughts. This maid called Wudong perhaps had other motives in the past but now had been infected by the lass's personal charm, and had promised to mend her ways. He would just let her be for now. If she wasn't suitable in the future, then he would find some excuse to let her go. When Madame Lu went to serve the piping hot mutton stewed with noodles, she finally noticed that there was a large man in the room. She stared blankly for a second and then hurriedly said, Your Highness, thank you very much for escorting that last Xiaoxiao back home. Please eat the mutton stewed with noodles too while I go sauté a few dishes for you. Zhu Junyang wanted to look at the sky in exasperation and howl. This prince is over 180 centimeters in height, but why is my treatment so poor here? Everyone is ignoring me for some reason. However, he didn't have the guts to question his future mother-in-law at the moment, so he quietly replied, Auntie Yu, there's no need to trouble yourself. Mutton stewed with noodles is perfectly fine. I dare not accept this honor, dare not. What did the royal prince just call her? Auntie Yu, goodness gracious, how could she, a mere village wife, possibly allow this? After he finished the evening meal, Zhu Junyang went back to the mountain villa. Xiaoxiao and her mother and sister congregated on the Kong bed to talk. Xiaoxiao told Madame Lu some things that were happening in the capital and her thoughts about them. As they talked, she suddenly remembered the residence that was halfway up the mountain that used to be the Zhao family's. She asked, Mother, I once saw Auntie Zhao when I was in the capital. She said that we can do as we see fit with their old residence. If the place stays empty for too long, it'll likely start falling apart from disrepair. Madame Lu looked as if she had thought of something and said, the Zhao family's residence hasn't stayed empty for long periods of time. Before our family's residence was done, we spent over 3 months living there. Your father also goes there from time to take a look. He often repairs any damage and fixes the roof too. I and Shaolian also often go up to clean up the place. Ah, right, your older brother Zhao Han also enlisted in the military last year. However, he didn't go to the northwest area of the country like his grandfather and father and instead entered the navy for training. The neighboring village recently established a company of soldiers and he was transferred there. It's said that he did well and got promoted to a small ringleader. Shaolian giggled and interjected, Mother, his rank is called a platoon leader and he has around 50 soldiers under his command. A small ringleader makes it sound like he's a bandit. Go, go, go. You know the most, okay. You even dare to make fun of your mother. Are you itching for a beating? Madame Lu glared at her older daughter. This lass's guts seemed to be growing bigger with time and she seemed to want to tease everyone. Shaolian was afraid that her mother might fly into a rage due to humiliation and hurriedly placated her. All right, all right, all right. Whatever you say goes. A small ringleader is a small ringleader. Younger sister, while you've been in the capital, older brother Zhao Han has come by a few times and even ate with us. When he saw that you weren't around, he even especially asked about you. What do you mean he especially asked about her? He was only inquiring out of politeness. Young maidens should know when to hold their tongues. Don't speak so much nonsense. Madame Lu had long known what Royal Prince Yang felt towards her youngest daughter and was afraid this might be transmitted to him and cause problems. She hurriedly interrupted her older daughter's words and then continued, that child Zhao Han is compassionate. Every time he has a break, he always comes over to help us out. After we moved into our new home, he started to reside in the residence halfway up the mountain since it wasn't too good for him to stay with us. Thus, that home isn't completely empty all the time. When I visited Auntie Zhao, she complained that older brother Zhao refused to go to the army in the northwest and instead insisted on entering the navy. When the Woku pirates came and attacked last time, he had been sent over with the other troops. I didn't expect that he would be assigned to a post that is so close to us. In Yu Xiaoxiao's heart, Zhao Han was the one other person besides her close family members who treated her kindness and warmth when she first transmigrated over. He was like an older brother to her. Not only did he do his best to take care of her and little Shido, but he also accepted her odd and weird quirks without question. After thinking about it, she realized that older brother Zhao Han had just reached 18 years of age. He had been born in a military family and had been trained in his family's arts. It wasn't surprising that he had been recognized for his talents and been promoted to a platoon leader. If she had the opportunity, she was planning on making some pastries for him and find out how he was doing. That way, when she went back to the capital, she would be able to report on his well-being to Auntie Zhao. The next morning, Royal Prince Yang sat boldly in the middle of the Yu family's reception hall. In the capital, whenever he visited Xiaoxiao, there was always someone there with them. Whether it was Lady Fang herself or some maids and senior servants, they never had the chance to be alone. The little lass very rarely had the chance to go into the kitchen there, so he had started to miss the taste of her food. Yu Xiaosao thought that she had gotten up quite early, but when she finished washing up, she realized that Royal Prince Yang had already drank through several cups of tea. She looked at Zhu Junyang's pitiful, begging expression on his face and became resigned to her fate of cooking in the kitchen. Inside the kitchen was a basin full of water and giant tiger prawns. She immediately ordered him in. If you want to eat earlier, then help me peel these shrimp. Zhu Junyang had a dumbfounded expression on his face as he stared at the basin full of wriggling and jumping prawns. He had eaten shrimp before, but, as for peeling their shells and getting them ready, he had never even had the chance to see it being done, let alone doing it himself. Yu Xiaosao sighed and picked up a prawn. To demonstrate, she pinched the head off and removed its shell and tail before deveining it. Then, she had Zhu Junyang attempt to follow what she did. Zhu Junyang's brows furrowed so tight that he could kill an insect when she stuffed a slippery shrimp into his hands. However, when he saw the little lass busily working in the kitchen, mixing up and kneading dough, he squatted down helplessly and started to clumsily clean the basin of prawns. He was very well aware that his lass had a crafty and odd mindset. If he summoned someone else in to take over his task, it was very unlikely that he would be able to eat some crystal shrimp dumplings for breakfast. On this trip to Dongshan village, Zhu Junyang had brought along head steward Lu and a personal bodyguard who doubled as a personal servant, Dong Dali, with him. The two of them entered the residence energetically with some prey they had hunted earlier. When Dong Dali got to the entrance of the kitchen, he suddenly stopped to a standstill and blinked his eyes in surprise. He had a flabbergasted look on his face. His valiant and godly master was actually squatting inelegantly on the floor, peeling shrimp. Head steward Lu had long gotten used to seeing odd happenings between his master and Miss Yu. He patted Dong Dali, who was frozen in astonishment, and reminded the other man, "Go clean up the game so we can add it to the noon meal later. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't look at what you're not supposed to look at and absolutely do not say anything that you're not supposed to say." By the time the crystal shrimp dumplings had finished steaming, Yu Hai and his son had already rushed here from the farmstead. On their way back, they had also caught up with little Shito and Qian Wen, who were on their break from school. Wow, second sister personally made these crystal shrimp dumplings. Older brother Xiao Wen, you're lucky in food today. An invitation is not as fortuitous as a chance encounter. Stay with us and eat some dumplings, okay? Little Shito had grown considerably taller in the past half year and had almost caught up with Xiaosao. Although he still had somewhat of a childish air around him when he spoke, he had also added a bit of elegance to his demeanor. Qian Wen looked at the familiar figure bustling about in the kitchen. She was no longer the painfully skinny, short little girl in his memories. She was still slender, but now she seemed to have the figure of a pretty young maiden. Xiaosao seemed to have sensed his gaze and turned around to smile brilliantly at him. She seemed to have grown more beautiful again. The features on her face had matured and her eyes were large and deep. She had pale and exquisite skin and the dimples on her cheeks were faintly discernible when she smiled at someone. He heard that she had successfully established greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits in the capital. Her accomplishments drew lots of praise from the people there. He also heard that she was planning on building a new pharmaceutical workshop in the capital. Furthermore, she had been given the title of a feudal princess and been bestowed a fine residence in the capital. In addition, she had used the money she made in half a year to buy an estate in the capital that was recorded under Uncle Yu Hai's name. He had originally thought that, as long as he worked hard, he'd be able to pass the imperial examinations and shorten the gap that had grown between them. However, why did it seem like the distance between them kept growing larger and larger? The memories of that little girl, who had a starving belly and was digging up wild herbs in the bitter cold, had gradually faded away from his mind. In front of him was a young lady he was familiar with, but why did it seem like they had become more distant, like strangers? He inhaled deeply, and before he could say the words of refusal on his lips, the young girl had already spoken. "Qian Wen, I made some crystal shrimp dumplings, shumai, and soup dumplings. Stay with us and eat a bit." "No need." Despite being dazzled for a split second by that incandescent smile of hers, he still refused her good intentions. I was off traveling with a few classmates before and hadn't gone home in a while. I should go home first and see my family. When are you all going to leave for the capital? He had encountered the Yu family on his way back and had already found out that they were going to travel to the capital to celebrate the New Year's soon. We'll still be here for a few more days. My mother said that she still has a few things to pack. Yu Xiaoxiao paused and then took out a few steamer baskets from the kitchen and placed them in his hands. Since it's like that, I won't insist that you stay and eat with us. Take these with you when you go back and have Uncle Qian and Auntie Qian try them. Also, tell Xiaowu and Yifang to come by and play when they have time. Qian Wen didn't refuse this offer and silently left the courtyard with the steamer baskets in hand. Little Shido stuffed a piping hot steamed dumpling into his mouth and grimaced when he got scalded. Second sister, I've missed your cooking so much. Your steamed dumplings are too delicious and they look very appetizing too. If you open up a breakfast stand, I'm sure the business would be booming. Yu Hai lightly slapped the back of his son's head and rebuked, do you think your older sister is the same as you? Idle with nothing to do. She's in charge of the imperial plantation, with several thousand mu of fields to manage and harvest. How could she do other things when the emperor gave her such an important task? Little Shido hadn't swallowed the food in his mouth, so he almost choked when his father hit him. He covered the back of his head with a hand and made a sullen face. He then complained to Xiaoxiao, second sister, just look how biased father is. You're the only biological child in his eyes. The rest of us were just picked up from the side of the road. Father, if you hit me until I become stupid, who will become the top scorer in the imperial examinations in the future and bring honor to our ancestors? Are you that certain that you'll be able to become top scorer in the imperial examinations in the future? Don't get too large for your pants and make a promise that you can't keep. Otherwise, you'll end up losing the entire Yu family's dignity. Yu Hai felt like he needed to knock this youngster's confidence down a notch so that he wouldn't end up with a conceited sense of self. Father, are you sure you're my real father? My self-confidence has just been trampled into the ground. Second sister, I need to eat delicious food to soothe my ego. Little Shido acted like an elegant little scholar when he was at the academy, and all of the teachers there praised him for being accomplished despite his young age. However, whenever he was in front of Xiaoxiao, he would momentarily revert to his original personality, a young and childish little monkey who liked to act spoiled. Yu Xiaoxiao advised her father, Father, in the future, please don't hit Shido when he's eating food. What if he ends up choking on it and loses his life? Yu Hai watched as little Shido coughed until his face turned bright red and felt somewhat regretful. Luckily, his son rapidly recovered and was back to normal. After hearing his younger daughter's advice, he also thought that it was quite dangerous earlier. Thus, he deeply engraved his younger daughter's words within his mind. Xiaoxiao, go look in the pot and see if the corn porridge is done yet. Yu Hai and little Shido heard a familiar voice and turned to look towards it. They almost burst out into laughter. Royal Prince Yong, who was dressed quite grandly, had just stood up from behind the stove with his entire face and body covered in grime. He looked quite messy and out of sorts. It was quite a hilarious sight. Yu Hai let out a few fake coughs to disguise the smile on his face and pretended to scold his daughter. Cower, how could you have Royal Prince Yong manage the cooking fire? Where's your mother and older sister? Why can't he manage the cooking fire? He ordered a bunch of hard-to-make breakfast foods, so he shouldn't think he'd get out of this for free. Don't spoil him just because he's a royal prince. After all, I'm a feudal princess now, but didn't I also make food as soon as I got back home? Yu Xiaoxiao had also spotted the streaks of soot of Zhu Junyang's forehead. The fact that the devilishly handsome royal Prince Yong had fallen into dirt added a bit of adorableness to his image. This side of royal Prince Yong had a breath of liveliness to him and was quite to her taste. Royal Prince Yong cleared his throat and earnestly said, Xiaoxiao is right. This prince is also experiencing how the common people live. The emperor himself has said that only by knowing the pain and difficulties of the commoners can we truly rule them. Auntie Yu, I heard Xiaoxiao is back from the capital. A familiar voice could be heard at the gate. Little Shitu's eyes lit up and he didn't care that his mouth was still full of xiaomai as he cheerfully exclaimed, Older brother Han, I heard that you've been assigned at the local company near our village. That's too good. In the future, It'll be more convenient to see you. Tomorrow I'm on my break. If you have free time, then you, my second sister, and I can go to that secret place to catch small fish. Second sister hasn't been home for half a year, so whenever I went there alone I wasn't able to catch fish. I miss those days when we were able to catch fish in a half-broken pottery jar to make fish soup. Even food can't make you be quiet. Have we ever stinted you on food or drink? You miss the days of before, when we had to eat coarse grain flatbread, drink bean porridge and couldn't eat our fill. What's to miss about that? Madame Lu heard the sound of Zhao Han's voice, and walked out of the back courtyard. She leveled a glare at her youngest son and then smiled in welcome at Zhao Han and invited him into rest. Little Shito nodded on a xiaomai as he walked next to Zhao Han. He made a funny face at Madame Lu and said, I'm trying to express the good memories I had with older brother Han in the past. Mother, you misunderstood me. Madame Lu laughingly glared at him and then turned to speak to Zhao Han, cowers in the kitchen taking care of breakfast. Does eating here work for you today? Have you eaten breakfast yet? Today, you should eat all 3 meals at Auntie's place and don't take yourself to be an outsider. Ever since Zhao Han enlisted in the Navy, his figure had become more tall and sturdy. His height was about the same as Royal Prince Yong, so he was at least 180 centimeters tall. Perhaps it was because he was constantly on patrol in the ocean, but his skin was now a healthy bronze tan color. The added color contrasted with his handsome face, making him seem much more masculine. He was truly suitable for the title of the walking hormone. Auntie, to refuse your generous offer would be impolite of me. Don't busy around too much for my sake as I'm not an outsider here. This nephew will go into the kitchen to look to see if there's anything I can help with. As he spoke, his steps became somewhat more eager as he headed out of the drawing room. He walked over in large strides towards the kitchen. Before he could get to the entrance of the kitchen, a slender and elegant young maiden came out. She was holding a ceramic pot that puffed out hot steam. The young girl was wearing a plum red outer small jacket that was embroidered with gold thread and cinched in at the waist. The light corset on top of it was covered in fluffy white fox fur. The whole ensemble contrasted adorably with that flushed little face and made the owner seem incredibly cute. It was her, Yu Xiaoxiao. She was the odd and clever little girl with a boundless source of ideas. She had grown taller and into her features. She had gotten more beautiful. Older brother Han, you're already this tall, and you've become more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head to look at that tall and soldierly figure. She was stunned for a second before she finally recognized the other person. Zhao Han couldn't help from stepping forward 2 steps to take the ceramic dish from her hands. His voice had a deep magnetic quality to it as he said, "Isn't that hot? How about I carry it instead? What did you make? It smells so good. Ah, how could it not smell good?" This was the work of this prince, making sure to keep the fire going. My efforts cannot be missed. Zhu Junyang's voice was full of displeasure. What was going on today? There were people one after another who were eyeing his little lass with a covetous interest. When he saw Zhao Han's outstanding appearance, Zhu Junyang suddenly felt a sense of crisis hit him. Yu Xiaoxiao grinned and placated the prince. That's right. Ah, you did half of the work needed to make breakfast today, is that okay now? Zhao Han's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked towards the peerlessly handsome man. Royal Prince Yang. He had long heard that this prince had taken good care of the Yu family. Originally, he had thought that the prince appreciated the Yu family's talents and culinary skills. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as that. His male intuition told him that Royal Prince Yang was interested in Xiaoxiao in another way. This subject, Zhao Han, greets Royal Prince Yang. Although Zhao Han was currently holding a piping hot ceramic pot, he still greeted the other man with utmost courtesy. All right. Ah, no one is an outsider here. No need to be so polite. The tone of Yu Xiaoxiao's voice hinted that she was quite close to Royal Prince Yang. This made the slight frown on Zhao Han's face even more perceptible. Older brother Han, this is the chicken soup I simmered in the ceramic pot. It's been on the stove on low heat for the whole morning, and I also added some ginseng and Angelica sinensis. It's very good for nourishing the body. Let's try it together. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxiao was also quite intimate and close when she spoke to him. This made Zhao Han feel slightly better. However, from the tone of her voice, there was still a slight difference. Perhaps he lost out on his opportunity with her. Although Zhu Junyang was very jealous, he knew he needed to show his magnanimous side as the future husband of Xiaoxiao. Thus, he spoke in a manner that insinuated he was the host here. Xiaoxiao is right. No one is an outsider here, so there's no need to be a stickler to these convoluted and over-elaborate ceremonies. You're a guest here, so spend some time here and try the lass's food. Zhao Han tried to endure this but was not successful. He looked Zhu Junyang straight in the eye and sternly said, Royal Prince Yang, although you have helped Uncle Yu, Auntie Yu, and Xiaoxiao a lot, you're still an outside man. Xiaoxiao has grown up and needs to think of her reputation. You should stick to the conventions. The expression on Zhu Junyang's face immediately chilled and the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to have dropped several degrees. Only Yu Xiaoxiao was thick-skinned enough to not sense that anything had changed. Perhaps, in her mind, Zhu Junyang was the same as Little White, arrogant and cold while pretending to be cruel. In reality, he didn't have vicious tendencies. His cold expressions no longer had any impact on her anymore. Zhu Junyang could tell that the little lass had no clue about the surging turbulence that was rising between the two men. She had such an innocent and carefree expression on her face. His gaze towards her held a bit of helplessness and a deep desire to pamper her. Love rivals couldn't be conquered through the usage of force. Instead, a true victory only came after you prevailed over them for your sweetheart's love. A smile returned to Zhu Junyang's face as he went down that thought. Zhao Han noticed the rapid change in the prince's expressions and felt alarmed inside. Was it possible that something had happened between Xiaoxiao and Royal Prince Yang in the years he had been gone? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaoxiao wasn't even 13 yet and hadn't started noticing men in that fashion. How could she possibly fancy Royal Prince Yang, who was temperamental to the extreme? Platoon Leader Zhao, it's not surprising you haven't heard yet, and this prince doesn't blame you for your ignorance. This prince and Yu Xiaoxiao have already come to an agreement that we will be together in 5 years. In other words, when she turns 18, this prince will marry her. Therefore, to the Yu family, this prince is not considered an outside man. Royal Prince Yang revealed a bit of satisfaction when he saw the utter shock in Zhao Han's eyes. Young fellow, if you want to take what belongs to me, you first have to decide if you have the ability. Oh right, because of my sincerity towards her, the lass finally took pity on me. Xiaoxiao already promised that she'll get engaged with me when she turns 16. Thus, in actuality, based off of our verbal agreement alone, this prince is already Xiaoxiao's fiancé. Therefore, there's no need for Platoon Leader Zhao to worry about Xiaoxiao's affairs. It was very clear what the prince was hinting at now. Xiaoxiao's already taken by someone else, so quickly shove away those shameful thoughts of yours. At the same time, Zhu Junyang rejoiced at his brilliant decision. Fortunately, he had struck first and gained the upper hand to make sure that his relationship with the little lass was very clear. Otherwise, by the time the little lass became romantically interested in men, perhaps he would be in the same boat as Zhao Han right now and be at a loss. What are you two talking about, huh? Why are you both standing in the courtyard? Aren't you both cold? Older brother Han, if you keep standing there, the soup in the ceramic pot will get cold. Yu Xiaoxiao walked out of the kitchen with a stack of small steamer baskets in her hands that rocked precariously. Hey you, come help me now, they're about to fall down. Zhu Junyang had already advanced towards her before she could speak. He took over the steamer baskets from her and stated in a voice that was filled with tenderness and complaint, how can you possibly transport this much stuff with your skinny arms and legs? Let this prince take over. Little Shito, go help your second sister to bring out the bowls and chopsticks. She was busy the entire morning in order to make us breakfast, so she should rest now. Not bad, at least he knew how to take care of his girlfriend and took over the work of his own volition. Her man was quite warm and considerate now. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a smile that seemed to glow with light, and the dimples on the side of her face appeared, which enchanted the people around her. Zhao Han lowered his eyes to conceal the sense of loss in them. Perhaps, this time, he had truly come back too late. The breakfast spread was extremely sumptuous and everyone in the Yu family ate to their heart's content and praised the food constantly. The only exception was Zhao Han, who seemed to eat without tasting any of the food. After they finished breakfast, fellow villagers came one after another to visit the Yu residence. On one hand, they were expressing their happiness to Yu Hai and the others that they had the good fortune to celebrate the New Year's in the capital. On the other hand, they also wanted to show their reverence to the newly appointed feudal princess. Everyone thought that the ancestral graves of the Yu family were now sprouting smoke. Not only did they produce an official in this generation, but they also unexpectedly produced a feudal princess. Along with old Yu, Yu Hai and his wife bustled around receiving their fellow villagers and close neighbors. Zhao Han sat for a bit but soon used the excuse of having duties to do to leave. When he left, little Shido and Xiao Cao escorted him to the gate. Zhao Han had hesitated for a moment but could no longer hold back. He asked, "Xiao Cao, just what is your relationship with Royal Prince Yang?" "What's the matter? Royal Prince Yang is second sister's benefactor and superior. What else could there be?" Little Shido supported his round little belly and unhurriedly followed behind the two of them to allow the food he ate to digest. When he heard Zhao Han's question, he looked at the two of them with a puzzled look and had to inquire further. Zhao Han didn't follow up with little Shido and instead gazed deeply into Xiao Cao's eyes as he stated in a very solemn manner, "Xiao Cao, forgive me for being forthright. Royal Prince Yang, he's too wealthy and powerful to be a good match for you. He's not an ideal husband candidate." Ideal husband candidate, second sister, you and Royal Prince Yang. The 100,000-watt light bulb in little Shitu's head suddenly lit up completely. If Royal Prince Yang was at this scene, he would definitely praise the boy with, "Youngster, you did a good job." Yu Xiao Cao was silent for a short period of time. She wasn't the least bit shy when she had to talk about the relationship between her and Zhu Junyang. She only discussed what was necessary. "I am also not certain at this point whether I like him that way or not. Although he seems cold-hearted and cruel in other people's eyes, he is never like that with me. He's always gentle and considerate around me and is very magnanimous. He treats me incredibly well and I can tell it is very sincere and comes from his heart. Currently, I can't think of any other man who can be better than him. Therefore, I have decided to give him a chance. If he still treats me well in the years before I turn 18 and even treats me better than before, then why shouldn't I marry this kind of man?" Zhao Han felt like his heart was currently in the middle of winter as it felt icy cold. He tried to backtrack and softly said, "Xiao Cao, you're still young. Perhaps you don't understand the type of feelings we're talking about right now. So, don't make a hasty decision right now. I believe you should discuss this with Uncle Yu and Auntie Yu first. Having an adult's perspective on all of this might be able to help you see the whole picture." "Thank you, older brother Han. I will be careful. We're going to stay in Dongshan village for a few more days. If you're not busy during that time, come over and visit us." Yu Xiaocao had an innocent expression on her face as if she hadn't detected that his eyes held more than friendship in them. Zhao Han let out a deep sigh inwardly and turned around. "Recently, the battalion has been patrolling the nearby waters and I may not have an opportunity to visit. Let me first congratulate you guys and wish you all a pleasant journey to the capital." After he finished talking, he took one more deep look at Xiao Cao and then turned around to resolutely leave. However, that tall and sturdy figure seemed a bit distracted. The news that Royal Prince Yang had escorted the newly titled feudal princess back to Dongshan village to visit her family traveled quickly to Tanggu town. County Magistrate Zhao and many of the important people in town came over on the second day to greet these two large personas. Although the feudal princess was born in a farmer's family, Royal Prince Yang was a true bred and born royal. That being said, the whole area of Tanggu and its surrounding areas were Royal Prince Yang's feudal lands. It wasn't wrong for them to consider him as their master. After County Magistrate Zhao greeted Royal Prince Yang and feudal Princess Jinan, he exchanged a few courteous words with Yu Hai, who had the same ranking as him. He knew that Royal Prince Yang looked highly upon the Yu family. In addition, their family had also produced a fifth-ranked feudal princess, so he naturally wouldn't dare to slight them. He reported on the affairs of Tanggu and its surrounding areas to Royal Prince Yang and also produced the annual tax records for the prince to look over. The harbor had finished construction in the autumn and was now open for business. There was a lot of commerce now in the area and it had become quite busy. Even the nearby Tanggu town had also become more lively and many shops had been added in that time period. Thus, the amount of taxes that they collect had also increased compared to the previous year. After Royal Prince Yong verified County Magistrate Zhao's work, he awarded the man with a few valuable trinkets and complimented him a few times. County Magistrate Zhao left the Yu family's residence in a happy manner. Being able to show his face to Royal Prince Yong was a good thing. If he could enter the prince's eyes, wouldn't that mean his future was guaranteed? Although many of the important people in town couldn't be like County Magistrate Zhao and have a legitimate reason to see Royal Prince Yong, that still didn't stop most of them from stopping by the Yu residence. The stream of visitors seemed to be never-ending. At the very least, the Yu family was able to speak to the royal prince personally. Furthermore, this time, the prince didn't even reside in the mountain villa and instead took residence in one of the Yu family's separate courtyards. Therefore, making a connection with the Yu family could only give them benefits. Ever since Yu Xiaoxiao went back home, the Yu family's threshold seemed to have been stomped flat by the number of visitors who came to see them. After a while, Yu Hai couldn't take it anymore and went back to the farmstead in town to hide. They were going to head out to the capital soon, so didn't he have to make sure that everything was fine at the farmstead before he left? Yu Heng, as the eldest son of the family, endured another 2 days at home but then also fled to the farmstead in town. He saw no point in enduring these social visits as he found more value in managing the vegetables and fields in town. Thus, the Yu family only had females and the old left at home, so they could only apologize and not receive visitors. The eager social climbers were helpless now and could only leave behind their cards and presents before returning back without hitting their goals. The residents had finally quieted down, so Yu Xiaoxiao started to organize and send the year-end gifts to her relatives. Her eldest granduncle's family was given 6 boxes of the best pastries from the capital as well as a large chunk of venison. They were also given several bolts of fine cotton cloth that were dyed in bright colors. Furthermore, she sent some fine pastries and local delicacies to the families they had good relationships with in the village. Xiaoxiao's maternal grandparents in Qishan village were also given a lot of year-end gifts and Xiaoxiao especially added a few valuable items as well. Currently, her eldest maternal aunt was entirely in charge of the piggery that supplied their pigs for their braised food shop. She had hired a few of the village matrons over there and the piggery was managed perfectly in her hands. After they finished sending out their year-end gifts, it was about time to travel to the capital. The Yu family packed their clothes and necessities and entered the carriages. Under the envious gazes of their fellow villages, they left the village and started their journey. Other than the Yu family, there was no one else in Dongshan village who was able to buy a residence in the capital as well as have the opportunity to celebrate the New Year's there. Younger brother's break only starts 10 days later. Should we send someone over to escort him over? Little Shido would only turn 10 this upcoming year. Xiaoxiao wasn't completely okay with leaving him alone in Tanggu town. Royal Prince Yong was currently wrapped up in a giant, thick coat and spoke to his little lass, who was a bit anxious, through the carriage's window. Didn't you ask Headmaster Yuan to take care of him all? That being said, as soon as his break starts, Headmaster Yuan will also need to travel to the capital. Your younger brother is the disciple he is the most proud of. Even without you mentioning anything, he would make sure to take good care of Shido. Oh right, your family's dumb little roe deer has caught up with us. Yu Xiaoxiao stuck her head through the window to take a look. Sure enough, there was a little black dot behind the carriage that was headed towards the carriage at top speed. The Yu family weren't the only people headed to the capital as they had even brought Arya, a simple maidservant, along. They had asked Lu Xuanju's family to help them keep an eye on their house. In actuality, there wasn't much that needed to be watched. Other than the few rabbits and hens in the back courtyard, there was only Tiny, the dumb little roe deer, that needed to be fed. When they left, they had locked up all of the courtyards securely and given the spare key to Xuanju's wife. So how did this dumb roe deer escape from the back? Tiny had started living with the Yu family not long after they split from the main branch. Since it was small of stature, there wasn't much meat on its bones, so the family just raised it as a pet for the children. It had been 4 years since the roe deer started living with them, but the animal was still the same size as it was when it first came to them. Although they called it the dumb roe deer, The little creature was quite clever and lively. Perhaps it could tell that everyone in the family was leaving and it had been abandoned behind. Thus, it had somehow escaped from the back courtyard to chase after them. Since she was afraid this little deer might be caught and eaten by someone, Yu Xiaoxiao instructed the driver to stop the carriage and wait for the little roe deer. Once it caught up, she brought it into the carriage. It wasn't much larger than a small hunting hound, so the little creature sniffed around excitedly at first, licked Xiaoxiao's hand, and then obediently laid down next to her feet. It was obvious that it thought that as long as it kept close to its master, it wouldn't be abandoned. The little divine stone was currently in its golden kitten form and jumped in through the window. Although the divine stone was now able to take the form of a human, doing so used up quite a lot of spiritual energy to maintain it. Thus, it still liked to use its kitten form to roam about the world. While they were in the capital, the little divine stone often couldn't go out due to circumstances and could only hole up in the multicolored stone to cultivate its energy until it was about to die of boredom. It seized the opportunity when they went to Dongshan village to jump out of the stone and enjoy some fresh air. "Young miss, your family's pets are all so small and adorable. Especially this kitten with the shiny golden fur. This servant has never seen such a beautiful cat before." Yingchun was still quite young and at the age where one liked tiny animals. As she talked, she stretched out a hand to try to pet the little kitten that was currently sleeping on its master's knees. Little glutinous dumpling doesn't have a good temper and doesn't like other people. Usually, it likes to roam around in the wild and I often don't know where it is. Yingchun, if you like small animals, you can help me take care of this little roe deer. It's the apple of my younger brother's eye. Yingchun joyfully pulled Tiny onto her lap. Perhaps it was because she had the scent of Yu Xiaoxiao on her body, but the little dumb roe deer didn't reject her and obediently stayed on Yingchun's lap and acted as a hand warmer. "There are wolves. Protect our master." One of the bodyguards from the new residence had spotted one black and one white figure swiftly running around. At first he thought that they were large dogs, but when they got closer, he suddenly realized they were too large and sturdy to be dogs. The expression on his face immediately changed and the hand on his weapon tightened. He ordered the other bodyguards to surround the Yu family's carriages in a defensive circle. Wudong was scared silly by the bodyguard announcing that there were wolves in their vicinity. She crouched down in a corner of the carriage as she frantically thought, as expected, being loyal comes with a price. Isn't this an official road that most people use? How can wolves suddenly appear? I heard the older servants at the residence tell stories before and they said that wolves only usually appear in large packs. How many wolves are there? I hope these bodyguards will be able to keep us safe. From the calm and collected manner of the little roe deer, Yu Xiaoxiao knew without sticking her head out to look that the wolves that the bodyguards hollered about were little black and little white. These two usually didn't stay at the Yu residence when she was gone and instead spent all of their time in the mountains. Little White had fought against the alpha wolf in the wolf pack and won, yet he disdained becoming the leader. After spending a short period of time with them, it leisurely traveled back and forth between Dongshan and Xishan villages, doing as it pleased. It still remembered that before its master left for the capital, she had asked it to keep an eye on her family. Little Black constantly caused trouble in the mountains. She once heard that it had somehow provoked a giant bear once and was in dire straits. Luckily, this fellow was clever and led the bear to a pit trap that Yu Hai had set before. Afterwards, he scrambled back to the Yu residence to bring the male master to the trap to reap the rewards. Yu Hai kept the bear paws, gallbladder and skin and sold the rest of the meat to Junsho restaurant. They made a tidy fortune from that windfall. Yu Xiaoxiao could hear the ruckus outside as the bodyguards prepared for a fight. She clearly exclaimed, "Stop," which scared the two nervous maid-servants, Wudong and Yingchun. When she saw that her young miss was about to lift the curtain and leave the carriage, Wudong snaked out a hand to stop her as she stuttered, "Young miss, it's dangerous outside. Stay inside the carriage and this servant will go out in your stead to see what's going on." Yu Xiaoxiao cast her a somewhat surprised look. When did this maidservant finally see the light? The originally selfish and arrogant maidservant, who had been so scared that she was about to wet herself, had actually gathered the courage to volunteer to go out. It looked like she couldn't keep judging a person by their past actions. "It's no big deal. These two wolves have been raised by me since they were young and they won't harm me." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled slightly at her and then patted gently at the hand that had a death grip on her clothing. The tone of her voice also became much warmer. Yingchun, who had a bit more courage, opened her eyes wide and asked, "What? One can also raise wolves. Won't they bite people? Animals have a sixth sense. As long as you care for them sincerely, they will also treat you well back." Yu Xiaoxiao gazed at Wudong again and then lightly laughed. She jumped off the carriage, leaving Yingchun, who had stars in her eyes, and Wudong, who had a pensive look on her face. Little Black and Little White had already grown into Big Black and Big White. The two wolves were currently on the outside of the defensive perimeter. Since Xiaoxiao had fed them mystic stone water from when they were young until now, they were about larger than the average wolf by a third. At their shoulders, they were about as tall as a half-grown calf. When you added on their thick winter coats, they looked quite large and intimidating. As they got closer to the carriage train, the horses stamped their feet uneasily and the bodyguards on the horses tensed up in preparation and tried to calm their steeds. Royal Prince Yong had also dismounted from his horse when Xiaoxiao left the carriage. He was like a knight who was protecting his princess from every side. When Xiaoxiao got to the front of the carriage train, she saw Little White with its head lowered and teeth showing. The white wolf's appearance had thoroughly scared a nervous young bodyguard. Little Black was next to him, peering around as if it was trying to find something. When it saw Yu Xiaoxiao's figure, Little Black's eyes lit up and it leapt up with a whoosh sound. Its sturdy and large figure immediately disappeared from the sights of the bodyguards. One of the bodyguards looked around carefully and saw a black figure dashing out of the corner of his eye. When he turned around to look, the black wolf had already entered the group of people and was rushing toward the feudal princess. "Be careful." The sound of the bodyguard's voice was choked in his throat suddenly. He rubbed his eyes. The heavens! What did he see? He couldn't believe his eyes. Perhaps they had all seen wrongly and these two animals were merely large dogs that looked like wolves instead of being vicious wolves. That black creature, he wasn't sure whether it was a dog or wolf, was currently circling around the feudal princess in a flattering manner. It looked like it really wanted to jump on her to wash her face with its tongue, but it didn't dare to. Even dogs had become more aware in this age. The young bodyguard thought that he had actually seen joy, fawning, and a desire to toady in the animal's eyes. "Little Black, if you dare to lick this prince's future wife, this prince will skin you from head to toe and feed your flesh to the dogs. Do you believe me or not?" Zhu Junyang's voice sounded icy cold like a sharp sword and seemed to penetrate Little Black's thick fur. Little Black shrunk its neck back in a cowardly manner and its ears drooped down as it ran to its master to hide behind her. Unfortunately, its master was too small and delicate. No matter how hard it tried, it was unable to hide its large and bulky figure completely behind her. Little Black surreptitiously raised its eyes and looked to glance at the human it considered to be an apex predator. In its heart, it knew that it couldn't offend this human in the future. As for Little White, it glared at its pathetic brother and raised its head high to arrogantly walk through the circle of bodyguards to get to Yu Xiaoxiao. It endured the pressure of Zhu Junyang's stare and shoved its shaggy and furry giant head towards Xiaoxiao. It was acting like it did when it was young, proudly begging for pets. Xiaoxiao hugged its neck and stroked its head a few times. Little White pretended to look displeased, but its eyes betrayed its pleasure. The master smelled incredibly good and it really wanted to jump on her. However, its master was truly too small and weak. If it leapt on her, she would probably break in two. What to do? Such a dilemma. Little White effortlessly placed its giant chin on his master's shoulders and then rubbed its furry wolf face against its master's delicate little face. It enjoyed the feeling of his master caressing it. Furthermore, it even sent a provoking glance at Royal Prince Yong, who had a glowering expression on his face. "Little human, if you want to fight with this wolf king for a human, you're still a bit too naive for this." It had been a long time since Yu Xiaoxiao last saw Little Black and Little White. She hugged their two necks and enjoyed being with them for a bit. The bodyguards all watched their new master with their hearts in their throats. She was quite careless in front of these two wolves that were even taller than her. She'd pet one head and then pull on the other's ears. She even jumped onto the back of the black wolf and had the creature move forward a few steps. All of the bodyguards were quite astonished by this. Were these animals actually wolves? They clearly looked like wolves, but why were they even more docile than most dogs? That wasn't right. Although these two animals were quite gentle around the Yu family, they had clearly been baring their fangs at them, the bodyguards, earlier. However, from the looks of things, these two creatures should be the pets of their new master because their attitude to the new master was even more intimate and loving than they were towards the other Yu family members. This truly a sign that the person their old master had his eye on was a special one. She was such a small and young girl, yet she was able to train vicious and cruel wolves to a point where they were more docile and gentle than lambs. No wonder she was also able to tame the ruthless beast that was Royal Prince Yong. All of these bodyguards had been personally handpicked by Royal Prince Yong from his own ranks of bodyguards. He had sent them over to guard the Yu family's new residence. The vast majority of them had grown up with their old master, and some of them were even trained by Royal Prince Yong and had endured his crazy training sessions. They had all experienced what their old master was like whenever he lost control of himself. Furthermore, they were responsible for risking their lives when he was insane to subdue him. Naturally, they weren't his match. They were often injured during these fights and had to recuperate for a while after their old master calmed down. However, ever since their old master became acquainted with the new master, it seemed like his personality had undergone a vast change and he hadn't exploded since. They never had to risk themselves to stop him and no longer got injured heavily. Although the ones who were sent to the Yu residence were a bit reluctant in their hearts, their fellow colleagues, who had been left behind, were quite envious of them. By following their new master, their lives not only became much more secure, but their new master was also very generous. Every time she gave the maidservants something new to eat, they would also get a portion. Their days had passed by in quite a leisurely and comfortable manner. It hadn't been too long, but they all had to loosen their belts and punch a new hole in them. However, it wasn't as if they didn't have a conscience. They didn't forget their old master after gaining a new one. Furthermore, the royal prince had said that once they had trained some new guards for the Yu residence, then they could follow their new master as a part of her dowry when she married over. At that time, the royal prince was planning on having his own separate household and they would go with him, as the new household would also need bodyguards to protect them. Something didn't seem quite right. How come they suddenly felt like they, who were unrivaled martial experts except compared to the prince, were now like those two wolves romping around their new master? Little Black, Little White, are you two planning on heading to the capital with us? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the wolves with a bit of astonishment. Didn't these two value their freedom, which was why they didn't like to be cooped up in the residence? Why did they suddenly want to come with her to the capital? Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit uncomfortable when she saw the two pairs of eyes staring at her with clear persistence. In Dongshan village, she was still able to fool the villagers by saying that they had a mix of wolf and dog blood. Furthermore, these two had grown up in the village and were quite gentle. No accidents had occurred. However, in the capital, it was a different story. Anyone they bumped into on the streets could be the relative of the imperial family or some member of a high and noble family. If they weren't careful and harmed someone, then she wasn't sure she could bear the consequences. That being said, although these two were quite gentle usually, it really depended on who they interacted with. If they were around someone strange and they were provoked, she couldn't guarantee they wouldn't bite. Even if they didn't bite down, it was likely they would scare the offender until he peed his pants. Yu Xiaoxiao smacked her lips and couldn't make up her mind. These two had grown up with her and had been fed mystic stone water their whole lives. When they saw that their master was hesitating, they acted as if they were abandoned puppies and drooped down in dismay. Little Black thought, "Wah wah. Master, this one doesn't want to be abandoned in the mountains. This one wants to go with you and celebrate the New Year's. This one wants to look around the capital and see what it's like. Wah wah, don't abandon Little Black. Little Black will be obedient." The normally arrogant and proud Little White, on the other hand, had a tinge of sadness in its thoughts. Did the master get a new pet in the capital, so our status in her heart has decreased? That's not okay. We absolutely cannot let someone new take over our places in the master's heart. Even if the master doesn't bring us, we still need to follow her sneakily from behind. We need to find out who dared to take our places. We're willing to fight to the death to maintain our places. Zhu Junyang frowned as he eyed the little white wolf, and he didn't miss the dejection in the wolf's eyes. Although he had the ability to read minds, it didn't extend to reading the thoughts of animals. However, he could clearly tell that his little lass was conflicted over this. If you can't bear to not bring them, then bring them along. Later on, just say that they are new animals that this prince brought over from the Western Hemisphere. Wouldn't that work? What are you working yourself up for? He squeezed through the two animals and lightly patted the little lass's head as he helped her make the decision. Little black eyes glittered with joy as it looked at the prince. You're so good. Brother, Little Black will invite you to eat wild pheasant. Little White stared at the hand that Zhu Junyang was using to stroke its master's head for a long time with its deep green eyes, as it thought, this person has ulterior motives for the master. Should I bite off his hand? Or should I bite it off? I should bite it off. Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow at the wolf. Do you want to try? Will you be able to bite my hand off, or will this prince pull all of your teeth out first? Little White weighed the ability of the man in front of him and then felt a bit depressed. A wise person needed to submit to the circumstances. Right now it couldn't win in a fight against this human, so it was better to lie low for now. Thus, the carriage train to the capital had added on 2 large dog-like animals. Little White was pretty good as it was steady and escorted Xiaoxiao's carriage from either the left or right side. Yingchun was quite interested in Little White and asked, "Young miss, is Little White really a wolf? Are there truly white wolves? It looks so pretty, and this servant wants to be like you, young miss, and pet it. However, it looks really arrogant and proud. If this servant tries to touch him, will it bite me? If you try, won't you find out?" Wadung had relaxed a bit when she found out these 2 vicious-looking animals had been raised since young by the young miss and that they wouldn't harm people. However, she still couldn't bear to like them. Yingchun was the one with more courage than sense. Other people did their best to avoid such fierce beasts, yet this girl was trying to get closer. If one accidentally provoked them, then getting bitten on the hand or foot would be considered a light consequence. Yingchun slightly raised the window curtain and looked at the Little White, who had an expression that clearly said, "Strangers are not allowed." She then looked at Little Black, who was trotting in the front next to one of the bodyguards, and swallowed before she said, "Forget it. This servant will first try getting close with Little Black first." With these 2 around, the rations of the carriage train had improved perceptibly. On the way there, they had crossed over many wild fields or small forests. Although these areas didn't have any large animals, there was still quite a bit of small game to be had. Sometimes, during lunch, these 2 would disappear into the wild thickets and not be seen. Before long, the bodyguards were supplied with a decent amount of wild pheasants, wild hares, and other small game. Sometimes, the 2 wolves would even bring back a wild goat or roe deer back. Yu Xiaoxiao had taken out some spices for roasting for the group, so everyone from the Yu family to the bodyguards and maidservants were able to eat handsomely. Thus, they all agreed that having the 2 wolves along was good. Like this, Little Black and Little White became familiar with the bodyguards. The horses in the group also no longer spooked at the sight of these 2 wolves and now saw them as large dogs. By the time they got to the capital, the bodyguards were good buddies with Little Black. Little Black had an easygoing personality and got along well with people. Thus, everyone would be able to pet its head from time to time. On the whole journey, the 2 of them continued to hunt every day. The game that they couldn't finish were all thrown onto a separate cart to store. It was the middle of winter, so the meat wouldn't spoil when kept outside. By the time they reached the gates of the capital, they had a whole cart full of game. When their carriage train was about to go through the city gates, they were, as expected, stopped by the city guards. There was nothing they could do. After all, it was very hard to miss these 2 large wolves. The officials in charge of guarding the capital had recognized Yu Xiaoxiao and Royal Prince Yong when they saw them. One of them eyed the 2 of them in embarrassment, who were well regarded by the emperor, and stammered, "Royal Prince, feudal princess, fierce beasts are not allowed in the capital. If they harmed anyone there, this one can't take the responsibility." Yingchun had a bold personality and walked forward with the little roe deer in her arms as she scolded, "What kind of eyes do you have to see fierce beasts following us to the capital?" The guard official looked towards Little Black and Little White, which made it obvious what he was referring to. Yingchun snorted and stated, "Are your eyes half blind? These are clearly a new type of dog that were brought over from the Western Hemisphere. How are they now vicious beasts?" Little Black, who was currently in the middle of acting cute and playing with the people around, heard someone call its name. It scampered over and used its damp and large eyes to regard the guard official, who had a nervous expression on his face, with curiosity. Then it looked towards Yingchun as if it was asking, "Master's maidservant, what did you call me over for?" Little Black, he claims that you are a fierce and vicious animal who will harm people. Tell him, will you bite people off? Yingchun was on the younger side, so when she spoke she had a bit of a childish air. Little Black, are you blind? From which eye did you see this wolf bite someone? As long as you don't harm this wolf's master, I'm very reserved. This wolf isn't interested even if you stretch your neck over. Little Black, sit down. Yingchun didn't dare to give orders to Little White, but in order to prove that the two were a new breed of dog that appeared fierce on the surface but had a gentle temper, she decided to issue orders to the one that was easier to control. Little Black was stunned for a moment. It turned its head to look at its master, and then decided to give its master's maidservant some face. It sat down hesitantly and sulkily rolled its eyes at the city guards. Little Black, hand. Seeing that it had given her face, Yingchun excitedly stretched out her own hands and waited for Little Black to give her the honor of shaking its hands. Idiot! Little Black gave her a major eye roll. However, for the sake of entering the city to stay with its master and drink the tasty water, it reluctantly stretched out one of its paws and placed it on Yingchun's fair hand. Little Black, turn around. Yingchun, who was in high spirits, continued to command Little Black. Little Black turned around in a circle impatiently, and then turned to find Xiaoxiao to pacify it, leaving Yingchun with a proud back view. Master, your maidservant is such an idiot. Xiaoxiao patted its proud head and smiled mischievously. She waved the bone in her hands, and then threw it past the crowd. She threw it. The crowd only saw a black figure flash by them like a wind. Some of them thought that they heard the sound of the wind above their heads, but they didn't see anything when they looked up. Before they had even lowered her heads, they saw a black belly whizzed past the top of their heads. When they looked into the middle of the crowd again, the big black dog had already retrieved the bone that its owner threw and returned to its owner's side. Good. Cheers came from the crowd. With the bone in its mouth, Little Black gracefully paced around the crowd before returning to its master's side. It put it back into its master's hands with an expression that seemed to be asking for comfort and praise. Little White, who was on the side, maintained a haughty and reserved appearance. As if it was looking at an idiot, it enjoyed its brother's performance. This wolf doesn't know that wolf. It's such a disgrace to the wolf clan. With Royal Prince Yong, who had a dark face the entire time, in the group, the city guards didn't dare to make things difficult for them. The city guards sent a silly low-ranked soldier to provoke Little Black and Little White to see if they would attack people. However, the two only looked at the soldier like he was an idiot and even revealed a disgusted expression when he put his hand in front of their mouths. Heh, boss, these two aren't wolves. They're just big dogs that look like wolves. I grew up in the mountains, and I've never even seen a wolf king this big. Perhaps they're really a new breed that Royal Prince Yong brought back from overseas. The foolish soldier rubbed Little Black's head and hugged its neck like they were close friends. It was fortunate that the one he touched was Little Black. Had it been Little White, would he still be able to say the same thing? Little White, this wolf isn't going to let that stupid human touch me like that dummy Little Black. Seeing this, the city guard bowed to apologize to Royal Prince Yong. Royal Prince Yong snorted coldly and didn't even look at him. After being ignored, he tried to explain his own difficulties to Xiaoxiao. This is your duty, so official Wang is a responsible city guard. Xiaoxiao gave him face by giving him a high evaluation. After a long hold-up, the group was finally allowed to enter the gates. After entering the capital, the two acted incredibly obedient as they guarded closely beside Xiaoxiao's horse carriage. However, they were too eye-catching. From time to time, there would be screaming or disorder. Little Black and Little White had innocent expressions on their faces. What does them being cowards have to do with us? However, it was inevitable that such powerful and majestic, big dogs would attract covetous eyes. Just like now, the prodigal son of Duke Ronguo had blocked the path of the carriage. Duke Ronguo had gotten his son, Ning Dongwan, at an old age. Duke Rongu's wife was in her 40s when she gave birth to him, so she naturally doted on him excessively. An overly benevolent mother would result in a good-for-nothing son. Using his family background and measly martial arts skills, Ning Dongwan led a group of prodigal sons of wealthy families in the capital to stir up trouble everywhere. But, with Duke Ronguo around, he didn't commit sinister crimes like harassment and murder. In addition to causing trouble in the capital, Ning Dongwan also had another hobby, which was hunting. He had average riding and hunting skills, so he was always searching for good hounds. In the rear garden of the Duke Ronguo estate, a large area had been used to specially raise his hounds. The hounds in Duke Ronguo estate were very famous in the capital. In order to make things more fun, many children of noble families liked to borrow hounds from the Ning family when they went hunting. Ning Dongwan had an open-minded and uninhibited character, so he never refused anyone who came to borrow things from him. Therefore, although he was profligate, he was quite popular among the children of noble families in the capital. Today, Ning Dongwan went to the suburb of the capital to hunt with his group of friends. The pedestrians all avoided them when they saw the fierce appearance of the dozen or so hounds in his hands. He had good results today, especially the stag that weighed over 100 catties. Tomorrow, he should have a plum blossom appreciation and roasted venison banquet and invite his close friends to have some fun. He was bringing the game home in high spirits, but all of a sudden, his normally ferocious hounds became timid and wailed sadly for some unknown reason. Some leashes went limp in their legs and couldn't walk properly. The servants, who were holding their leashes, had to drag them forward, leaving a trail of defecation. Ning Dongwan felt very embarrassed and his heart was full of confusion. When he looked up, he saw two huge dogs on both sides of a carriage. They were about half the height of the horses that were pulling the carriage. Their dignified and striking appearance made it hard for him to look away. Weren't they the prime example of the almighty canine in his heart? Ahem. Please stop for a moment. Ning Dongwan blocked the horse carriage. As if they were super glued, his eyes were glued onto Little Black and Little White. He completely ignored the frowning and cold-faced royal Prince Yong, who was next to the carriage. Even if he saw him, he may not be able to make the connection between the handsome Zhu Junyang with the legendary black-faced death god. Royal Prince Yong wasn't in the same social circle as him, so they never had much interaction. Thus, it was understandable that Ning Dongwan didn't recognize him. Yu Xiaosao poked her head out from the carriage and looked at the unfamiliar Ning Dongwan with a frown, asking, "What's the matter?" However, Ning Dongwan knew who Yu Xiaosao was. Due to the miserable situation of the Ministry of Appointments' Right Assistant Minister household, many of the noble families in the capital had strictly warned their children to never offend the new agricultural official, Yu Xiaosao. Otherwise, their entire family would only be able to eat dirt. After Ning Dongwan recognized Yu Xiaosao, he had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to achieve his wishes today. But, when he looked at the pair of black and white canines, he felt as if there were dozens of cats scratching on his heart. Thus, he decided to give it a try. "So it's your grace the feudal princess. Please accept my, Ning Dongwan's, greeting." It was never wrong to be polite. Even if the other party was unwilling to sell the dogs in the end, he wouldn't leave a bad impression, right? Zhu Junyang's brows were tightly creased together. What does this brat want? What's with his flattering expression? Is he trying to seduce his little lass? This won't do. I must see what he wants. Oh, it's a false alarm, so he was after the two stupid wolves. His brows slowly relaxed and he looked as if he was waiting for a good show. Who's Ning Dongwan? Am I familiar with you? However, one shouldn't hit someone who was smiling. Yu Xiaosao revealed a kind smile and asked, "Young Master Ning is too polite. May I ask why young Master Ning stopped this maiden's carriage? May I know if these two dogs belong to the feudal princess's family?" Ning Dongwan's gaze had never left the two big wolves. He didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. "That's right. They're usually raised in the mountains, so they have quite a wild temper. It's their first time in the capital, so they probably didn't offend young Master Ning, right?" When Yu Xiaoxiao reached out her hands, Little Black automatically moved his head closer for its master to touch. Seeing that the black canine was so intelligent, Ning Dongwan's desire to obtain it grew even stronger. Feudal princess, would you be willing to give me one of your 2 dogs? I'm willing to pay a lot of money to buy it. He often wandered around the capital, and the good thing about this was he knew a little about everything in the city. He didn't understand why this little girl with the surname Yu bought Assistant Minister Li's old estate when the emperor had just awarded her with a property that made people envious. However, this new feudal princess, who was born in a peasant family, had just arrived in the capital for only half a year. Even though the sales of the greenhouse vegetables were amazing, she probably didn't have much money on hand after purchasing the estate, right? So, she would probably be interested if he offered a lot of money, right? Ning Dongwan decided that, as long as the price was within 10,000 taels, he would swiftly agree to buy the dog. You mean them? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the 2 giant wolves sitting beside the carriage, like guardians. She thought, even if I sell them to you, would you be able to control them? Ning Dongwan looked at her brightly with full of expectant eyes, waiting for her reply. Yu Xiaoxiao showed a troubled expression and said, these 2 are a new breed that Royal Prince Yang brought back from overseas. They have been with me since they were little palm-sized puppies, so they are like family to me. Young Master Ning, if I ask you to sell your family for money, would you? Ning Dongwan really wanted to say that he was willing to give away his younger step-siblings for free, as long as she was willing to give the 2 dogs to him. However, he couldn't say this out loud. He could only try asking again, don't you have 2? You can just give me 1. The price is negotiable. The price isn't the problem. Seeing that he wasn't easy to deal with, Yu Xiaoxiao let someone else handle the trouble. They were given to me by Royal Prince Yang, so how can I just sell them away? If you can get the consent of Royal Prince Yang, then I'll give you 1 for free. After she said that, she looked at Zhu Junyang, who was just watching the show, with a warning gaze that said, see what happens if you dare to give away my little black and little white. Although Zhu Junyang really wanted to send the 2 little eyesores away, he immediately spoke up when he received the look of help from his future wife. This prince gave them to you, so take good care of them. If you're short on money, just let me know. No matter how bad your financial situation is, you can't become someone who needs to sell dogs for a living. Ning Dongwan had finally realized that the imposing and dazzlingly handsome man beside him was the second person who his father warned him not to offend. Why was Yu Xiaoxiao ranked first and the fierce-looking royal Prince Yang in second place? Of course, it was because of Duke Rongguo's self-interest. If his son offended royal Prince Yang, he would at most receive a severe beating. It wouldn't affect Duke Rongguo's household in any way. Ning Dongwan, are you my real father? Did you pick me up from the streets? But, if they offended Yu Xiaoxiao, the former right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments was a prime example of the consequences. Duke Rongguo didn't want to lose the opportunity of eating delicious fresh greens and sweet fruits because of his unscrupulous son. Furthermore, they might not be able to buy the medicinal pills and syrups when they fell sick. They would have to take those bitter medicines, which wasn't very effective. The first and second on the list were both in front of him, but Ning Dongwan still didn't want to give up. He couldn't move his eyes away from the 2 dogs. Since these 2 dogs are so big, you probably have to waste a lot of food to raise them, right? So why don't you give me 1? Stop wasting our time. Even if there were 20 or 200 dogs, this prince is still capable of raising them, let alone 2. Hurry up and get out of the way. We're all tired from the long journey, so this prince needs to escort the feudal princess back to rest. Royal Prince Yang couldn't stand these prodigal sons of wealthy families, and had an impatient look on his face. But Ning Dongwan still didn't give up. Suddenly, a gentle voice, like a top-grade mutton fat jade, that could warm up one's heart in the cold wind could be heard. Xiaohuan, what trouble did you cause now? This voice stirred the strings of a chin like a spring breeze. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. What a pure and refined gentleman. He wore a long white robe and had a warm smile that could warm people's hearts on his gorgeous face. At that moment, his face appeared serene and pure like blooming spring flowers. Speaking of beautiful men, Zhu Junyang, who was beside her, was worthy of that description. However, the person in front of them had a completely different type of beauty compared with him. His carefreeness and elegance weren't inferior to that of Royal Prince Yang's devilish charms. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mutter, a beauty comparable to that of a jade and a peerless gentleman. The still water ran deep. The sound of the sheng could be heard as one danced on the surface of the sea, making beautiful flower-like ripples. Just because you looked back once, I kept thinking about it day and night. After you turned around, a wisp of fragrance came from afar. The passing snow was shallow. The scent of spring was strong. And the smile was deep. The emergence of a leaf led to a pursuit. The blossoming of a flower opened up a new world. Yearning for one person for a lifetime. It seemed like the jade-like person was the only one left on the bustling street. Even the last trace of warm sunlight became inferior in front of him. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was used to the so-called beautiful men and handsome youth in her previous life, was deeply impressed by the appearance and demeanor of the person in front of her. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was immersed in the temptation of the beauty, suddenly held her head and screamed. She angrily shouted at Zhu Junyang, "Why did you hit me?" Zhu Junyang felt upset in his heart. He was very upset. No, he was extremely upset. His little lass was actually looking at another man. In a daze, her eyes were practically sucked in and unable to pull away. He acknowledged that the second son of Duke Rongguo, as the rumor said, had a unique aura and was incomparably handsome. However, he felt that he was also quite good-looking. With him, this gorgeous man, by her side, she still had the time to appreciate the beauty of others. This was the biggest insult to him. Is this prince better looking, or is he better looking? Zhu Junyang asked childishly, although he thought that, as a man, he shouldn't be considered about his own appearance. His little lass seemed to be a lecherous person. Based on how she would occasionally look dazedly at his handsome face, it was obvious that she had no resistance to good-looking faces. Zhu Junyang felt quite happy that the little lass liked his appearance, but he had never thought that there would be a day that the lass would reveal a stunned expression upon seeing another man. Royal Prince Yang expressed, "This prince is jealous. You're both good-looking." Yu Xiaoxiao looked back and forth between the two for a long time and made the conclusion after a careful comparison. One was devilishly charming, while the other refined and indifferent. They were both very pleasing to the eyes. Zhu Junyang turned the little lass's face back to him and looked directly into her eyes. With a serious expression, he said, "You can only choose one." Choose what? It's not like I'm the emperor picking out whichever consort I like in front of me. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that he was being somewhat unreasonable. Didn't she just take a look at a beautiful man? Was this necessary? Moreover, this maiden was just looking at him from the perspective of pure appreciation, like how one would appreciate flowers and sceneries. There wasn't any lecherous meaning. Okay. Zhu Junyang felt aggrieved. This prince is being unreasonable. Your eyes are practically glued to another person right in front of this prince, yet you won't even allow me to express my jealousy. Ning Donglin naturally couldn't ignore the fervent gaze that was on him. He looked towards the gaze and couldn't resist laughing. He was just wondering how a woman could be so unreserved and unabashed when she looked at him with a covetous gaze. It turned out that she was just an innocent child who could distinguish the beauty and ugliness of men. This child had a pair of good eyes that were full of intelligence. Second brother. If there was one living thing that he could make him terrified from the bottom of his heart, then it would be his second older brother. His second brother appeared harmless, but, in fact, his heart was like a glutinous dumpling filled with sesame paste. He was a complete black belly. Since he was young, Ning Dongwan had been disciplined by his second brother. However, he never succeeded whenever he tried to tattletale on him. For someone like his second brother, he must avoid him like the plague. Did you take a liking to someone else's pet? Ning Donglin nonchalantly glanced at the black and white. They were wolves, right? If he didn't see incorrectly, then they should be. But, with his third brother's character, that fool must have thought that the two wolves were a fine breed of dogs and wanted to take them home, right? When Ning Donglin thought of the lofty kennel in the middle of the back garden and the barking of the dogs, his hands itched with the urge to beat a certain someone. Second brother. Ning Dongwan watched him carefully and seemed to have noticed the change in his mood. He quickly stepped back and tried to explain himself. I didn't have any intention to forcibly take them. We're currently discussing whether I can use a large sum of money to buy them. Large sum of money, Ning Donglin murmured and snorted. If I remember correctly, you have already gotten your monthly allowances up to the end of next year in advance. You can't even take out 100 taels, so where are you going to get the large sum of money? Yu Xiaosao pricked up her ears to listen to the brothers' conversation. Upon hearing that, she stared at Ning Dongwan with her eyes wide open. It seemed like this guy was just trying to fool others with his words earlier. Despite not having any money, he still acted in such a confident manner. In terms of being thick-skinned, this older sister really had to acknowledge Yu Ah. Seeing that she was staring at him, Ning Dongwan touched his nose and whispered to his second brother, I don't, but don't you have some, second brother? If you want to, just one scroll of your calligraphy could be sold for tens of thousands of taels. Did you steal the paper that I practiced calligraphy on again and sell it? Ning Donglin's voice was filled with the sense of danger. No, I'm being falsely accused. Second brother. You have been traveling for more than half a year, so even if I want to steal it, I wouldn't be able to. Ning Dongwan quickly made the gesture of swearing with a very solemn expression on his face. Ning Donglin, who had just returned from traveling, glanced at him warningly. When he turned towards Yu Xiaosao and Royal Prince Yang, there was only a light-hearted and carefree attitude. My younger brother has troubled the two of you. Zai-Hong will apologize in his stead. Zai-Hong was Ning Donglin's courtesy name. It's okay. Yu Xiaosao wanted to have a conversation with the polite and handsome man, but she was cut off by Zhu Junyang. He is him, and you are you. He's already an adult, yet he still needs his older brother to help him clean up after him. If so, why is he still running around outside? He should just hide in Duchess Rongguo's embrace and be a little baby. Zhu Junyang's poisonous tongue was only aimed at people he didn't like. At this time, he was extremely dissatisfied with this handsome face in front of him. Ning Donglin withdrew the faint smile on his face. He stood ramrod straight and looked directly at Royal Prince Yang, who was looking down at them while sitting on his horse. There seemed to be a flash of lightning and storm between them. Young Master Ning, don't mind him. This is just how Royal Prince Yang usually acts. Yu Xiaosao also thought that Zhu Junyang had gone overboard with his words. The other party's third brother didn't do anything unforgivable. Didn't he just have the impossible desire to buy my family's little black? He didn't try to forcibly take it from them. However, that was probably thanks to her identity as the feudal princess. Had it been someone else, would he really not rob them? How does this prince usually act? Zhu Junyang's voice was filled with a sense of danger. The temperature around him seemed to have dropped several degrees and it felt like a snowstorm was coming. The bodyguards around him were all on alert for fear that their master would get angry at any moment. Xiaosao's two little maid servants had never seen this side of Royal Prince Yang. They were so scared that their faces had turned pale. They hugged each other tightly as their teeth chattered, making a clear, chattering sound. Yu Xiaosao quickly pacified him. You have a great temperament, but your mouth never spares anyone. Humph. At least she was tactful. Zhu Junyang withdrew his imposing force, but he still felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. This prince naturally wouldn't give face to those that I don't like. Feudal princess, on another day, Zai-Hong will take my younger brother to personally visit and apologize to you. We won't delay the feudal princess from going home any longer. Ning Donglin was surprised at Royal Prince Yang's tolerance towards Yu Xiaosao. Of course, he wouldn't have a conflict with the royal prince on the streets, but he still had to say some courteous words. No need. This prince and feudal princess Jinan won't take this trivial matter to heart. This shameless brat actually wanted to use this excuse to look for his little lass. No way. He must put an end to any possibility of interaction between the two. Zhu Junyang had already taken Ning Donglin as a lifelong enemy and was prepared to be alert at all times. Seeing that the dangerous situation had been resolved, Ning Dongwan, who was hiding behind his second brother, stuck his head out and weakly said, Feudal princess, please consider it again. The price is negotiable. There's no need for reconsideration. I have already said that they are the same as family to me. If I asked you to sell your second brother to me, would you be willing? The expression on the other three people's faces all changed due to the example that Yu Xiaosao used. Zhu Junyang, HMPH, Yu Xiaosao, you're being so unfaithful. Not to mention that you're staring at the other party and coveting his beauty, but you also want to buy him and keep him at home. Do you think that this prince is dead? Ning Donglin, this child speaks so recklessly. Had it not been for her young age, I would have thought that she was flirting with me. Ning Dongwan, feudal princess, if you like him, please take him away. I won't take a single coin. God knows how much I want to get away from my wicked second brother. Why don't I exchange my second brother for one of your dogs? Yu Xiaosao realized that she had said the wrong thing, so she laughed hollowly and said, although my analogy isn't very appropriate, my meaning is apparent. I won't sell them. Then, both young Master Ning, let's bid our farewells here and never meet again. When the carriage moved, Ning Dongwan almost rushed up to pull on the reins. Seeing his rather forceful movement, Little Black, who was originally looking at the new surroundings with a foolish expression, suddenly showed a fierce gaze and revealed its sharp teeth, which appeared very gleaming and frightening. Ning Dongwan's beloved dogs cried in sorrow and couldn't even stand up due to their weakened legs. The onlookers cried out in fear and fled away for fear that the big fierce dog would bite anyone it caught. When Xiaosao, who had gone back into the carriage, saw the situation, she softly called, Little Black. With that, the previously ferocious, big dog, instantly returned to a fawning attitude. It went back next to the carriage and tried to stick its head into the window. However, its head was too big and ended up being stuck. Yu Xiaosao pushed hard to get its mouth out. Seeing Little Black's sad expression, she patted its big head and pacified it. It's getting late, so let's go home. Miss Yu, since you're reluctant to give away these two, when they have pups, can you give me one? Ning Dongwan still didn't want to give up. It wasn't easy to encounter a world-renowned canine, moreover, two of them at the same time. Just one of them was more powerful than all of his hounds together. Thus, he really didn't want to lose this chance. Let's talk about it again when they have pups. Yu Xiaosao shrugged her shoulders without giving a definite answer. Her Little Black and Little White were both male, and there was no way that she could control when they had pups. It's a promise then. There was no way that Ning Dongwan, who was obsessed with dogs, couldn't identify the gender of the two wolfhounds. Tomorrow, I'll send over several dogs that are going through the dogs that are in the heat. Hee, what do you think? Send dogs over, so that they can be extra meals for Little Black and Little White. Oh right, she had never seen Little Black and Little White bite other people's dogs when they were in the village. On one hand, it might be because the dogs in the village always ran away in fright when they saw the two of them. On the other hand, the two were very confident about their identity, so they were unwilling to bully the weak. She was curious whether the two would bite dogs if they were hungry. Let's go. No matter how much you look at them, you still won't be able to obtain them. After the horse carriage had gone far away, Ning Donglin kicked his third brothers, who was still looking eagerly at them, but Ning Dongwan's eyes darted around, and then he suddenly looked at his handsome second brother with bright eyes, like a big dog begging for food. Ning Donglin pinched the area between his eyebrows, sighed, and asked, "What do you want?" "Just say it and don't make that disgusting face." "Heh." Ning Dongwan laughed hollowly. He moved closer to his second brother and fawned, "Second brother, you're the top among the capital's 4 gentlemen. You're the best in terms of appearance and talent. You should have also seen the stunned look in the feudal princess's eyes earlier, so use human speech." Ning Donglin glared at him with contempt. He and his older brother were both intelligent and steady, but his third brother was completely different. He had turned into such a ridiculous person. He seriously didn't want to admit that he was his real younger brother. "I'll guarantee with my own reputation that the feudal princess definitely likes you. Iya, second brother, why did you hit me again?" Before Ning Dongwan could finish speaking, his second brother had interrupted him with a smack. Ning Donglin gave him a sidelong glance and snorted, "Reputation? Do you even have any? Please think before speaking, okay? Didn't father already say that we can offend anyone except Miss Yu? You're damaging her reputation in public. If she hears about this, you can just gnaw on cabbages and radishes in the future." Although Ning Dongwan was a meat lover, he wasn't someone who only consumed meat. He had a rather balanced diet. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the lack of good food on the table in the future. Second brother, aren't we just having a chat between ourselves? There's no way that it would reach other people's ears. As your younger brother, I must state the facts. If the feudal princess is really interested in you, you should just sacrifice yourself a bit. If Miss Yu became his second sister-in-law, wouldn't those two wolfhounds belong to the Ning family? As her younger brother-in-law, she probably wouldn't mind lending them to him for a few days, right? Moreover, after Miss Yu married over, they could have greenhouses in their family's farmstead, and they could plant all the vegetables and fruits that they want to eat. In that way, they wouldn't have to send people to line up in front of the fruits and vegetables shop every morning. A suspicious liquid substance was flowing out of Ning Dongwan's mouth. If they weren't in the middle of the street, Ning Donglin would have kicked this fool far away. This brat seriously didn't have a filter. Not to mention the fact that there was only a moment of astonishment and no romantic interest in her gaze at all, but the possessive attitude of Royal Prince Yang, who was beside her, alone was enough to show that Miss Yu was already taken. To offend the powerful and unapproachable Royal Prince Yang for the sake of a girl, who hadn't even grown up, was something that anyone with a brain wouldn't do. Moreover, how old was Miss Yu? 12, 13. He was already 25 years old. If he was born a few years earlier, he would be old enough to be her father. How could he take an interest in such a young child? When Ning Dongwan got home, he received a beating from his second brother. He complained to Duchess Rongguo, "Mother, second brother is bullying me again. Be honest, don't you think that my words are right?" In regard to her second son, who was talented but not very close to her, Duchess Rongguo always spoke in a slightly careful manner. Although she felt bad for her youngest son, she didn't dare to agree with him. Your second brother is right to be concerned. For marriage, the mutual affections between the two sides is very important. Otherwise, it's not a marriage but a feud. Although this Miss Yu was quite capable, she was still young, and it's still hard to determine her temperament. Your second brother appears to be indifferent to everyone and everything, but in fact, when someone with such temperament falls in love, the feelings will last a lifetime. So, I don't really want him to have anything to do with Miss Yu. But, mother, those two dogs are extremely rare fine breeds. Ning Dongwan hoped that his second brother, who was 7 to 8 years older than him, would be able to have a good life partner, but he also couldn't let go of Little Black and Little White. Duchess Rongguo poked his head helplessly and said, "It's no wonder that your second brother needs to discipline you. You want to sell your second brother for the sake of two dogs." Ning Dongwan's head drooped like a defeated rooster, and he could only say, "Tomorrow, I'll send over several good-looking female dogs. I don't believe that there are only cats that don't eat fishes. Little Black, this wolf isn't a cat, and I'm not interested in female dogs. Even when the little female wolves in the mountains tried to flirt with me, this wolf can still resist the temptation. You want to know what this wolf yearns for? Of course, it's the tasty water in my master's hands. This wolf will take as much as I can get." It was almost dusk by the time they returned to the Yu estate. The two families lived not too far from each other, so Lady Fang had calculated the time that the Yu family would arrive at the capital and came to the Yu estate in the early morning to help tidy the house. The kitchen was also stocked up with fresh fruits and vegetables. Needless to say, things like grains, seasoning, and so on had been prepared a long time ago. A small portion of the servants of the Yu estate were transferred from the general's estate to help out, while the rest were bought from the official intermediaries. There were servants who had been dismissed by families in dire situations and servants from families that had committed a crime. There were also some servants who were strictly trained to serve the families of officials. Now that there was a feudal princess in the Yu family, they were no longer considered unimportant low-ranked officials. Thus, the head of the official intermediaries were especially attentive. "They're here, they're here." The ones waiting at the entrance were the doorkeeper, the steward of the outer court, and Tanchun. Upon seeing the carriage turning onto the street in front of the house, the young girl exclaimed with a crisp voice that was full of excitement. "Open the door! Quickly open the door to welcome the masters to the capital." The steward in charge of the outer court was selected from the official intermediaries. Allegedly, he used to be a steward of a certain official who had committed a crime. He was capable, but his loyalty needed further observation. When the horse carriage stopped in front of the main entrance, the doorkeeper tactfully placed a small stool beside the carriage as a footrest. Zhu Junyang got off his horse, went forward, and stretched out his hand to help Xiaoxiao off the carriage. The servants in front of the Yu estate and imperial bodyguards, who followed him to Dongshan village, were astounded upon seeing this. To be able to have Royal Prince Yang support her off the carriage, they must re-evaluate the importance of their masters in their heart. Some other servants swiftly put a footrest beside the carriage in the back. Yu Hai jumped out of the carriage first. He had originally wanted to ride a horse, but it was more comfortable to sit in the carriage in the cold winter. Thus, he was persuaded to ride in the carriage with his wife by his children. Madame Lu got off the carriage with the help of her husband. When she saw that the grand entrance and high walls weren't much different than that of their house in Dongshan village, the fear in her heart gradually disappeared. So what if this was the capital? The officials in the capital didn't live more luxuriously than them all. However, she felt somewhat uncomfortable with these pretty maid servants, who eagerly came to support her. They were all delicate young girls who had hands that were more fair and tender than her, yet they served her cautiously for fear that they would make mistakes. The clever Tanchun noticed the slight awkwardness of the madam, so she quickly said to Arya, who was standing on the side foolishly, "Your older sister Arya, right? It's quite cold outside, so you should quickly help the madam inside." Upon hearing her words, Arya, who didn't know what to do in front of this group of pretty maid servants, finally found her place. She smiled gratefully at Tanchun, and then walked up to Madame Lu. In a silly manner, she said, "Madam, Arya will support you. Be careful when walking up the steps." With someone familiar around, Madame Lu gradually relaxed. She looked back at her children, who were surrounded by the servants, and her youngest daughter, who had carefully made all the arrangements. After that, she nodded and quietly entered the main entrance. As soon as they entered the main entrance, they saw a screen wall against a decorative mountain. On top, the edge of the eaves were painted blue and there were patterns of pines and wintersweet on both sides. The circular decor in the middle was a landscape pattern. It appeared elegant and dignified. With the support of Arya and Tanchun, Madame Lu walked to the door that connected the outer and inner courts. After walking a short distance, they had arrived at the festooned gate of the second gate courtyard. With the help of the maid servants, Madame Lu walked up a few steps and walked through the festooned gate. As soon as she entered, a spacious and tidy courtyard appeared in front of her. When she looked to the left and right, there were corridors that connected the side buildings and main building. In the middle, there was an intersecting corridor paved with bluestone. The left and right sides were separated by a festooned gate. There was a moon-shaped gate next to the wing rooms on both sides, which led to the east and west courtyards. On the east side, there was an exquisite garden with pavilions, a small bridge above a stream, and decorative stone mountains. It looked quite elegant. The courtyard on the west side used to be a school building, but now it had turned into the living quarters and study of the youngest son in the family, little Shido. They followed the bluestone paved passage and quickly reached the main building, which had 3 rooms. There were also 3 side rooms on both sides of the building. The back of the building was surrounded by a terrace, which was spacious and tidy. "You guys are finally here." Lady Fang received the news that they would arrive today, so she had come to the Yu estate to help. Out early in the morning, she had personally checked every single room, for fear that her adopted relatives weren't being taken care of properly. Before, when she was in Dongshan village, the Yu family had often taken care of her. Now that they were in the capital, she must pay special attention and help her goddaughter with the arrangements. Upon seeing Lady Fang, Madame Lu's slightly anxious feelings were finally completely relaxed. She went up with a smile, pulled on Lady Fang's hands, and said, "Iya, I felt like I was dreaming the whole way here. My heart is finally at ease now that I see older sister Shaw. This is such a beautiful house. Is it really ours? Of course, it's really hard to find good houses in the capital. I had my husband wander around the capital for 2 or 3 months, yet we still couldn't find a suitable place. There were many people eyeing this estate when it became vacant. Fortunately, we acted fast. You guys are also blessed. We were able to find a suitable house right after you guys made the decision to temporarily stay in the capital." The Fang family's residence was similar to this estate. It was also a 3-sectioned estate with side courtyards. But, after all, it was the home of a military official, so it wasn't decorated in such a comfortable and elegant manner, like the Yu estate. Madame Lu thanked her with a smile. Many thanks to older brother Fang and older sister Xia. If Xiao Sao didn't say that she bought a house in the capital and it wasn't good to leave it empty in the first year, we wouldn't have wasted so much energy to come all the way here. Lady Fang smiled and said, "Younger sister Lu, you're thanking the wrong person. It was Royal Prince Yang who handled all the matters regarding the purchase of the estate. He put in quite a lot of effort. It was because he personally handled the matters that we were able to buy the estate at such an affordable price." "Oh, look at the time. You must be tired after traveling for so many days, right? First, go wash up and eat something. Rest earlier tonight. Tomorrow, my husband and I will treat you guys to a meal at Junshou restaurant to welcome your arrival." Lady Fang, who originally had straightforward temperament, spoke to Madame Lu like she had lived in Dongshan village for a long time. She was very amiable and there were no barriers at all. Ling Long and the maid servants in the estate took the Yu family's belongings to their own rooms. Some of the important items were locked in the storage room. Yu Hang settled in the east wing, which didn't have grand furnishing but was very comfortable. Xiao Sao and her sister lived in the west wing, which had 3 rooms. Originally, the Yu couple had wanted old Yu to live in the main building. However, he refused resolutely. With no other choice, Yu Hai and his wife had his father settle down in one of the 3 rooms in the east wing and become neighbors with Yu Hang. After the Yu family rested for a bit, a young maidservant came to tell them that dinner was ready. The dinner was prepared by the female cooks in the kitchen. In order to show their skills to the new masters, they made great efforts. There were a good variety of ingredients available. Not only did they have a variety of meat, but they also had all kinds of fruits and vegetables. The family had a lively and delicious dinner. After dinner, Lady Fang noticed the tired appearance of the Yu family members, so she got up and bid her farewells. Royal Prince Yang stayed for a little longer before leaving. The members of the Yu family washed up with the help of the servants and went to rest. Xiaolian originally lived in a separate room, but she couldn't sleep well upon arriving in a new environment. Thus, she took her pillow and went to sleep on the same Kong bed as Xiao Sao. The winter in the capital was cold and dry. When fixing up the house, Xiao Sao had specially ordered to leave a room in both the east and west wings vacant to put in a Kong bed. As long as they were comfortable with their living environment, it didn't matter what others thought. The floor in the main building was heated, so the room was as warm as spring. Thus, they didn't need to add anything to it. "Younger sister, is this house really ours?" Xiaolian was no longer that ignorant little girl in the countryside from 5 years ago. When doing business at the docks, she had met merchants from all over the world. Hence, she naturally knew the astonishing price of the houses in the capital and how hard it was to find a house. Along the way, she had quietly observed the surroundings from the window. The people living nearby were all wealthy and respectable families, and their neighbors were all families of officials. The houses in this kind of location weren't easily obtainable. Although this house wasn't as big as their house in the countryside, it was still a 3-sectioned official's estate with side courtyards. It must have been very difficult to buy this house. Lying on the warm Kong bed, Yu Xiaosao turned over to face Xiaolian and said with a smile, "If it's not ours, then whose house is it? Shall I show you the house deed? Do you want to check if our father's name is written on it?" "Ha ha, sometimes, I'm really afraid that these good days are all a dream. When I wake up, we are still living in the house with our grandmother. Our family is still cramped together in the rundown room beside the pigpen. Every day, there are endless chores and we also have to listen to our grandmother's shrill scolding. We also can't fill our stomachs. I can tolerate all of these, but I'm most afraid that when you fall ill, our grandmother will tell us to throw you into the mass grave in the southern side of the mountains." Xiaolian slightly choked up as she spoke. Xiao Sao also teared up. She patted Xiaolian's shoulders and comforted in a soft voice, "Rest assured that it's all in the past. There are still good days ahead of us. We must look ahead. You just have to wait to be a young miss of an official's household. When the time comes, I'll have my godmother find a good marriage for you and prepare a lavish wedding for you." "Humph, you only know how to tease me. How old am I that you're already talking about my marriage?" Xiaolian blushed slightly as she thought of that tall, handsome, and tanned youth from a fisherman's family. It must be because the Kong bed was too hot. Yes, that must be it. You're not that young anymore. You'll be 13 next year. In the previous dynasty, wasn't it common for people to get engaged at 13 and married at 15? Yu Xiaoxiao teased. Xiaolian glared at her and said, "Don't just talk about me. We're born on the same day, so aren't you also going to be 13? Shouldn't you also start thinking about your marriage? Do I still need to worry about my marriage? Isn't there Royal Prince Yang around? He has the status, the looks, and the ability. How many sons of officials in the capital can compare with him?" Yu Xiaoxiao showed off shamelessly. Xiaolian widened her eyes and asked with a look of disbelief, "Are you really settled on Royal Prince Yang? He gives off the impression of being very cold and bad-tempered. His family background is also much higher than our family's. Last time, younger brother taught me a phrase, incompatible due to one's superiority. Are you two really suitable? Only the feet will know if the shoes fit properly, only one's heart will know if they're suitable for each other. At present, he cares about me and I don't dislike him. So let's just leave it at that for now. There's still several years until I become an adult. At that time, if he doesn't change his heart and treats me wholeheartedly, then why not marry him?" Yu Xiaoxiao smiled gently. Xiaolian stared at her for a long time, and then said, "Younger sister, sometimes you give off the impression that you're a wise elder, but there are also times when you seem like a childish kid. There are a lot of contradictions on you. Just like the matter of choosing a husband. Others would be bashful when talking about it, but it seems so natural when you're the one talking about it." "What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm unabashed and shameless?" Yu Xiaoxiao reached into her blanket and attacked her armpits. Xiaolian screamed and laughed as she begged for mercy. "No, I wasn't trying to belittle you. I don't know how to express it. Sometimes, I feel like you shouldn't be born in the great Ming dynasty because you're too reckless. You shouldn't be shackled down by common customs. Wow, you're starting to talk in a scholarly manner after studying with younger brother for a few days. Not bad. It's such a surprise to hear such high-level terms from you." Yu Xiaoxiao stopped attacking her and evaded the subject under discussion. As the sisters were chatting, the sudden scream from a maidservant outside and Yingxin's scolding could be heard. "What are you shouting about? I won't spare you guys if you disturb the master's rest. Don't make a fuss. These two are pets raised by the masters. They appear frightening, but they aren't scary at all. Yingchun, what's the matter?" Yu Xiaoxiao poked her head out from the quilt. Yingchun carried Tiny in from outside and said with a smile, "Young miss, it's nothing. A little maidservant got scared by Little Black and Little White. They are both lying in front of the door of the West Wing, so we should do something about it. Where would be a suitable place for them to stay?" Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, "Aren't there 3 rooms in the West Wing? Xiaolian and I each have a room. There's still one that's vacant, so why don't we just let them live there for now?" Yingchun's eyes darted around. With her head lowered, she stroked the head of the obedient and cute Tiny in her arms and said, "Then let's have Tiny stay with this servant. If the person you're sharing the room with doesn't mind the smell, then it's up to you." In actuality, Tiny was very obedient and would never relieve itself everywhere. At night, as long as the door was left slightly opened, it would find a place to relieve itself. "Tiny doesn't smell at all," Yingchun said with a grin. She shared a room with Tanchun. Tanchun also seemed to really like the little roe deer, so she wouldn't disagree. There weren't any 13 or 14-year-old girls who didn't like cute pets. After she said that, Wadong came in. Seeing the little roe deer in Yingchun's hands and her excited expression, she said sullenly, "Today, I'm on duty with Chinger. You should quickly bring the little roe deer back and rest. If you can't get up tomorrow, the deduction of your monthly wage will be doubled." Chinger was the maidservant assigned to serve Xiaolian. She had 2 personal maidservants and 2 lower-ranked maidservants. They were all named after colors. Her 2 personal maidservants, Chinger and Bayer, were around the same age as Wadong. Honger and Chunger, who were younger, were 12 or 13 years old and also very quick-witted. Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian hadn't seen each other in a long time, so they had endless things to talk about. However, it was mostly Xiaolian talking while Xiaoxiao quietly listened with a smile. They weren't used to being served by others at all times, so they told Wadong and Chinger to go rest in the side room. Chinger was all right, but Wadong, who had gone along to Dongshan village, was so exhausted from the trip that she immediately fell asleep upon touching the pillow. There were 2 people sleeping in the side room, so the sisters didn't continue to chat. After speaking for a while, they also went to sleep. The weather was also very good the next day. They were living in their own home, so there was no harm in sleeping in. Yu Xiaosao, who was lying on the warm Kong bed, huddled inside the quilt, unwilling to get up. The Yu family members were used to working and waking up early, so they had gotten up early in the morning. Madame Lu still wasn't accustomed to having others help her change and wash up. It made her feel very awkward and restrained. If they were at Dongshan village, she would have already rolled up her sleeves and went to work in the greenhouse in the backyard. Now, she was just sitting in the parlor room with a cup of honey water in her hands and didn't know what to do. Madam, Miss He from the Grand Princess Royal Estate and Miss Yuan from the Prime Minister Estate came for a visit to congratulate second young Miss for moving to a new house. A maidservant, who appeared very likable, came in to report with a smile on her face. Madame Lu looked at her. What was her name again? There was too much going on yesterday. The maids all wore the same clothes and they were all around the same age. Thus, she couldn't immediately tell them apart. Wait, hold on, what did she just say? The young Miss of the Grand Princess Royal Estate. The young Miss of the Prime Minister Estate. Kaur had only been in the capital for a short period of time, yet she had already become acquainted with so many noble young misses. Seeing that the young maidservant was quietly waiting for her orders with her head bowed, Madame Lu pondered for a moment and asked, "Is second young miss awake?" In reply to Madame, "She's not. Perhaps she was too tired yesterday," Xiaohuan replied in a soft voice. Madame Lu frowned slightly and was somewhat at a loss. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Wake up the second young miss first and ask her what to do." Pippa, who Xiaosao assigned to temporarily serve Madame Lu, softly reminded, "Madam, do you think we should invite the 2 young misses inside first and serve them some tea and pastries, so as to not neglect the guests?" "Pippa is right, let's do as she suggested." Madame Lu quietly nodded, but her heart wasn't as calm as she appeared. The 2 girls were either a relative of the emperor or the daughter of a high-ranking official. She really didn't know how she should interact with them. Fortunately, when Yu Xiaosao heard that the 2 older sisters had come for a visit, she swiftly washed up as if she was at war. She casually combed her hair into 2 braids and arrived just before He Wanning and Yuan Shuiyan reached the parlor room. "Younger sister Xiaosao, this isn't right. You didn't even tell us that you're moving. If you did, we could do a housewarming for you all." He Wanning hadn't even appeared, but her voice could already be heard. Yu Xiaosao went up to them with a smile. Seeing that their hands were empty, she joked, "Didn't you guys come for a housewarming? Why aren't there any presents? Humph, you didn't even send us invitations, so why should we bring gifts?" He Wanning pinched her smooth and tender face and gently pulled it. Yu Xiaosao rubbed her face and glared at her. Then she said to Yuan Shuiyan, "Older sister Yuan, look at her. She's bullying the young and weak." Yuan Shuiyan smiled faintly and said, "Wanning, don't forget that you came to ask for a favor. If you offend her now, you might end up crying later." As they spoke, they arrived in the parlor room. Madame Lu stood up and gave them a slightly awkward smile. Fortunately, He Wanning had a straightforward personality. She quickly said, "Madame Yu, you're our elder, so please quickly sit down. Please forgive us for coming uninvited, Madame Yu. It's okay, Kaur, entertain the distinguished guests well. I'll go check on the stewards in the estate. Young misses, don't be courteous. Just treat this as your own home. I'll take my leave now." Madame Lu felt that the other parties wouldn't be comfortable with her around, so she got up to return to her room. "Madame Yu, please do." He Wanning watched Madame Lu leave, and then whispered to Xiaosao, "You take after your mother. You have fair skin, big eyes, and a delicate appearance. You and your mother both have such smooth, fair, and soft skin. Is it because the environment in Tangu produces a lot of beauties?" Yu Xiaosao thought of the villagers, who had dark skin due to being constantly blown by the sea breeze. She giggled and said, "We're born beautiful, and it has nothing to do with the environment. As for the reason why our skin is so good, it's probably due to the handmade soap that we use in the flower tea that we frequently drink." He Wanning touched her face, which had become much smoother, and said with a smile, I must say, since I started using the handmade soap that you gave me, my skin isn't dry anymore and it has also become much smoother. My grandmother also said my skin looks fairer recently. I'm almost done with that piece of soap. When is your shop going to open? Older sister Yuan said that you're doing some sort of membership system for that club of yours. What exactly is it? Quickly tell me. Yu Xiaoxiao signaled Yingchun with her eyes and pointed at the fragrant flower tea on the table as she said, this is the jasmine tea that I personally made. It tastes quite good. Try it. There's also honey cakes, which are new pastries that I told the kitchen to specially make. After drinking a sip of jasmine tea, which had a strong scent of flowers, He Wanning exclaimed, though you came from the countryside, you're much more knowledgeable than us so-called noble young ladies. Let's use today's tea and pastries as an example. It tastes much better than all the tea houses and pastries shops in the capital. Tell me, what's the benefit of this jasmine tea? Jasmine tea has the effects of clearing the liver, improving eyesight, and producing saliva to slake thirst. It can also relieve one's mood and delay aging. It's good for one's mind and body. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of honey cake and ate it in small bites. She got dragged out of bed early in the morning, and thus she hadn't eaten anything at all. When He Wanning heard that it had so many benefits, she quickly drank the entire cup in one breath. Then she said to Wudong, who was waiting on the side, give me another cup. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, does your mother often drink jasmine tea? She looks very young and doesn't seem like someone with such a grown daughter. Upon seeing her embarrassing appearance, the elegant and indifferent Yuan Shuiyan quietly glared at her. She seriously didn't want to admit that this shameless girl was her close friend. However, the jasmine tea had so many benefits that she also couldn't help but lower her head to take a sip. The fragrant scent dispersed in her mouth. Disregarding the effects of the tea, the taste alone was enough for it to be popular among people. My mother is 31 years old and has only started looking younger in these past few years. In the past, she had to do hard labor, and thus looked very haggard. Since Yu Xiaoxiao often saw Madame Lu, she never really noticed her gradual change. After hearing He Wanning's words, she realized that her mother did look younger than when she first transmigrated over. It was mainly because her complexion had gotten much better. Then it must be because of these flower teas that you made. I don't care. With our friendship, you must let me be a member when your shop opens. You must also save me a portion of those limited flower teas and products. Although He Wanning didn't understand what a membership was, she reckoned that it wasn't someone bad. Thus, she decided to occupy a place first. Isn't that a given? After she said that, Yu Xiaoxiao explained the membership system to her. The membership system will have 4 levels. The lowest level is bronze members, which is only eligible to those who have spent over 2,000 taels. They can get a 5% discount on all goods and services. Silver members, which is the next level, are people who have spent over 10,000 taels. They can enjoy a 10% discount. Those who consume over 50,000 taels are eligible to be gold members. In addition to getting a 20% discount all on goods and services, they won't be restricted on a quota for the limited items. The highest level is diamond members, which is only for those who have spent more than 200,000 taels. Diamond members can enjoy a lifetime discount of 50% and the privilege of trying new products and services first. They will be provided with unlimited quantities of the limited items. All membership cards can only be used by the applicants themselves. If you lend it out, then your membership will be directly cancelled. This was Yu Xiaoxiao's initial idea for the membership system. It was also Yuan Shuiyan's first time hearing her explain the details. She inwardly admired her for her boldness and means of doing things. Needless to say, He Wanning couldn't help but exclaim, oh my! Diamond members need to spend 200,000 taels of silver. That's a whole lot of money. But there's no lack of wealthy people in the capital. As long as the products are good, there will be people willingly delivering money to you guys. I'm not that greedy, so I don't need a diamond membership card. I'll be contented with a gold membership card. Yu Xiaoxiao exchanged eye contact with Yuan Shuiyan, and then said with a smile, older sister He, aren't you looking down on us? As the close friend of the 2 biggest shareholders of the Beauty and Health Club, we definitely have to give you diamond membership off. But, of course, if you really don't want it, then let's forget. Who said I don't want it? I'll be more than happy. He Wanning looked at her with an expression that said, I didn't misjudge you. When things are rare, it becomes precious. For now, I only prepared 10 diamond membership cards. The 3 of us will each have 1. I'll send 2 to the Empress so that she can give it out as a reward. There's also my godmother. The remaining 5 are for those rich consumers. Yu Xiaoxiao had originally wanted to save 1 for Madame Lu, but with her personality, she definitely wouldn't go by herself. Anyway, those with the diamond card had the qualification to bring 1 extra person along. At that time, she could just bring her to enjoy the various services. As for the other goods, that was even more simple. She could just buy them back for her whole family to use. The membership cards had already been made a while ago. Royal Prince Yang contacted a famous blacksmith to make the cards. According to Xiaoxiao's request and repeated testing, a type of alloy steel was made by chance. However, due to low quantity, it was only used to make the diamond membership cards. The other membership cards, on the other hand, were made of thin iron sheets plated with bronze, silver and gold. The decorations on the cards were also different, with the bronze card featuring auspicious clouds, the silver card featuring the Qilin, and the gold card featuring the vermilion bird spreading its wings. Yu Xiaoxiao gave He Wanning and Yuan Shuiyan each a membership card that gleamed bright and silvery. It was carved in the form of a relief, with a large, shining diamond in it. Yuan Shuiyan had read a lot of books, but she had never seen a description of this material in any book before. The diamond card was hard and had low malleability. She repeatedly scrutinized the membership card with a look of seriousness on her face and muttered, "This material, if it is used to craft weapons." Yu Xiaoxiao laughed heartlessly. "Older sister Yuan, you thought of the same thing as Royal Prince Yang. This alloy was obtained by chance during smelting and it's not available in large quantities. There's not much that we can do with it except to make membership cards. However, Royal Prince Yang has already invited that blacksmith to the smelting workshop under the Ministry of Works, and he's been working day and night with those artisans under the Ministry of Works in hopes that the smelting method can be determined soon so that they can produce better weapons." Yuan Shuiyan's eyes sparkled. People always said that Royal Prince Yang doesn't do anything and won't become a successful person, but it seems that he still has an eye for politics. The Emperor wasn't wrong in his choice. Royal Prince Yang might become a dark horse that will appear in the upper-class circle in the future, an able subject under the Emperor. He Wanning fiddled around with her membership card in fascination. Then, suddenly, she solemnly said, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, I've actually come to ask for a favor. Older sister, he is too polite. As long as I'm able to help, I definitely won't stand by." Seeing her seriousness, Yu Xiaoxiao also treated the matter with utmost seriousness. "The truth is, it's somewhat unbecoming of me, a girl of marriageable age, to be asking you this, but I know you're not the kind of person who holds to worldly ideals, so I've dared to come ask for your help." He Wanning paused, then, lowering her voice, she asked, "I heard that Lady Fang only conceived her beloved son after taking your prescriptions." In her heart, Yu Xiaoxiao understood her reason. She had been in the capital for half a year, and she hadn't exactly been cooped up in her house, so naturally, she would have heard of some rumors and gossip before. Ever since the Grand Princess Royal married her husband, she had never had much luck with children. She only gave birth to He Wanning's father and an aunt of He Wanning's, who had died at a young age. He Wanning's father also only had her and her older brother. When it came down to He Wanning's brother, they had not seen any legitimate children conceived, although he had been married for 3 years. He Wanning's brother and sister-in-law were quite close, and could even be considered childhood sweethearts, but for the sake of the continuity of the bloodline, He Wanning's sister-in-law heartachingly made one of her maid servants into her husband's bed servant. That bed servant put in quite the effort and conceived a child not long after. After 10 months of pregnancy, she gave birth to the eldest concubine-born daughter. However, ever since she was born, neither the legitimate wife nor the bed servant had any stirrings in their wombs. He Wanning's sister-in-law was quite virtuous. She took in a few more concubines for her husband, but it had been more than a year and none of them had shown any signs of a pregnancy. The Grand Royal Princess's household had yet to produce their 3rd-generation heir, and this matter had become the matter of concern of the entire residence. When Lan Fang had given birth to Liner in her advanced age, the Grand Princess Royal had let her daughter-in-law visit to ask for her secret recipe to conceiving a child, but Lady Fang did not have any secret recipes, and only said that it was because her goddaughter had helped her to condition her body. At that time, Yu Xiaoxiao was still far away in Dongshan village, and though the Grand Princess Royal had the intention to pay her a visit to ask for her secret, she was still prudent and did not visit them unexpectedly. When the Grand Princess Royal heard her granddaughter mention that she was quite good friends with the goddaughter of General Fang, she was once again tempted to visit them and ask for the secret recipe. He Wanning's brother was older than her by 8 years, so she had grown up being pampered by him. This was one of the reasons why she was so arrogant and difficult. However, she only acted like that around people that she disliked, so usually, she was still quite well liked by others. Once she heard that her grandmother intended to ask for the secret to conceiving a child for her older brother and sister-in-law, He Wanning was naturally obligated to take on the grave task of testing the waters. Yu Xiaoxiao was aware that she asked this on behalf of her older brother and sister-in-law, so she said, "I've read from an old book that the reason a person is infertile differs from person to person. For example, it's only because my godfather was suffering from an old injury from war that my godparents had difficulty conceiving. The problem naturally faded away once I managed to nurse him back to health." If she had agreed straight away, then He Wanning might not be so convinced, but she felt that Yu Xiaoxiao's reasoning made sense and thus she breathed a sigh of relief. Younger sister Xiaoxiao might have heard some rumors of my family's situation. My older brother is already 25 years old this year and he's been married for nearly 8 years, but he still has not had a son. A fortune teller once said our He family would have difficulty conceiving heirs, and that we really can't rush it, but I don't believe him. I heard that you had been conditioning Lady Fang's body the whole time before she gave birth to your little brother in her advanced age of 40, which is why I've come to ask for your favor. Yu Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then, she said, I'll be frank with you, half of my medicinal skills were self-taught, so naturally I can't compare with those imperial physicians or skilled physicians among the common folk. The most I can do is give you some simple, local prescriptions. If older sister he doesn't mind, could I make a visit to your residence on another day to have a look at your older brother and sister-in-law? I don't mind. How could I? I'd love to have you over. It had to be known that, back then, in order to show his favor to General Fang, not only did the emperor expend the whole imperial hospital to help with his treatment, he even spread the news to call for renowned physicians from all over the empire, but none of them had succeeded in their treatment. When everyone had given up all hope, they received news that Lady Fang had actually managed to conceive a child after staying in Dongshan village for a few months, and even gave birth to a healthy and lively Liner not long after. According to the pair of husband and wife, this could all be credited to the work of their goddaughter. He Wanning had successfully completed the task entrusted to her by her grandmother, and she also obtained a diamond membership card that enabled her to 50% discounts, so she was in good spirits. After having a few pieces of honey cakes, she noticed that the Yu household were all busily settling into their new home and felt a little embarrassed. You've only arrived at the capital yesterday. We shouldn't have visited you and created trouble for you. Older sister Yuan and I won't disturb you anymore. We'll definitely visit for your housewarming on another day. We're sisters, so there's no need for these courtesies. Yu Xiaoxiao also had the intention to forge a good relationship with the Grand Princess Royal's household, and smiled. I'll have to check on the growth of the crops and greenhouses at the imperial plantation tomorrow. What about the day after tomorrow? I'll make a visit to greet the Grand Princess Royal the day after tomorrow. He Wanning gratefully held Xiaoxiao's hand, saying, all right, we'll definitely be waiting to welcome your arrival the day after tomorrow. Yuan Shuiyan, who had been pulled along to accompany He Wanning, had completely become her extra. At this time, she also got up and said, the servant who makes the face powder has almost mastered the skill. Are you going to open this shop before or after the New Year's? I'm afraid time will be a little tight if it's before the New Year's. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, it's only about a dozen days before the New Year, not to mention the former Grand Tutor's residence is still undergoing renovation. I don't think I'll be able to open the business before the New Year's. However, our skin care business doesn't need to be carried by the New Year's hype. As long as our products are effective, there's no need to worry about business. I already have a preliminary idea in my mind for the vanishing cream that you mentioned, and I've also experimented a few times. I estimate that I'll be able to come out with finished product after the New Year's. How's the progress of your cleanser and toner? Yuan Shuiyan looked cold, but once she had her focus on something, she would go all out. My maid Hecken is quite skilled. She has already produced the cleanser and toner and they are in the process of being tried out. The response has been good. Do you want to take some back to try? Yu Xiaoxiao had not expected that Hecken would be able to successfully produce the cleanser and toner that she had suggested in just her trip to Anfro Dongshan village. She washed her face with the cleanser today, and her skin felt quite clean, but it could be even better if the smell of the product was more refreshing. Once the maidservant heard her suggestion, she once again dove into the rear room to work on it. When they were buying maidservants this time, they were lucky enough to meet a manager of a bankrupt rouge and powder shop and a woman who also worked there. Hecken had made the decision herself to buy both of them back, so now she had a total of 6 helpers underneath her and already began to look like a small manager herself. In order to have the opportunity to show their faces to their new mistress, those female workers gave their all to help Hecken with her plans and ideas. Their hard work was undeniably one of the reasons why the cleanser and toner were able to be produced so quickly. Yu Xiaoxiao was very satisfied with these people. She decided that once the cleanser and toner were tested to be effective, each of them would be rewarded with a silver ingot, and she would also give them more rewards during the New Year's. He Wanning took the ceramic vial the size of a baby's fist into her hands and opened it. It was filled with a pale yellow paste-like substance. She sniffed it lightly and exclaimed, "It smells milky. Could it be that these cleansers are also separated into a few different types?" "Yes, we've already determined the initial 4 types: whitening, moisturizing, acne removal, and anti-wrinkle. The same goes for the toners. Older sister Yuan, when your vanishing cream is successfully developed, we can also make them in the same series. Then, the overall effect will be better." Yu Xiaoxiao pointed to the small vial in He Wanning's hand and continued, "Older sister He, the one in your hand has whitening and moisturizing effects. The one older sister Yuan has is a part of the moisturizing and cleansing line." He Wanning smacked her lips and said a little embarrassedly, "The both of you work so hard for the beauty salon and only I didn't do anything, yet I still got a diamond membership card. How about you change my membership card into a gold card? Who says you can't help us? Your task now is to use our products, and make your skin white and tender. When the time comes, you'll be our living advertisement. At the beginning of spring, you only need to initiate a few more gatherings so the ladies of the capital can see how much you've changed. This will be your contribution." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her delicate little face, thinking, there's still 3 to 4 months before spring. Once older sister He takes care of her wheat-colored little face and turns it white and tender, she'll definitely become our living signboard. I knew it, this was your aim all along. How else would you be so kind as to let me use these products? He Wanning pouted, pretending to be upset. If you don't like it, you could return it to me. I remember that the second miss of the Grand Preceptor's household has slightly yellowish skin. Perhaps she would be willing to give it a shot and enhance her skin. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately stretched out her hand to retrieve the small vial. He Wanning hurriedly hid the vial behind her back, crinkling her nose at Yu Xiaoxiao. "Do people do things like you? How can you take back things that you've already given away? If you can guarantee that my skin won't become this dark even when I'm constantly going out, then whatever, I'll be your living signboard." It was already near noon by the time she sent the 2 of them away. Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed her shriveled abdomen. She originally intended to sleep in, and, as she had not expected to be aroused so early, she only had a cup of jasmine tea and 2 pieces of honey cakes. She was so hungry. "What's wrong? Do you have an upset stomach?" Zhu Junyang disregarded common practice and took long strides into the inner courtyard. He was even faster than the little maidservant who came to report his arrival. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao clutching her stomach, he worriedly went to support her. "I'm hungry tilde." Yu Xiaoxiao mewed, and the sound tickled Zhu Junyang's ears and heart. Seeing the little lass's unenergetic form, Zhu Junyang's heart ached and he scolded, "Are all these servants dead? Why aren't you hurrying to the kitchen to prepare a meal? Do you not see how starved your mistress is? Don't yell at the servants. I told them not to prepare my meal, since godmother said we'd have lunch at Junsho restaurant. If I ate now, I wouldn't be able to eat later." Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that his expression began to darken, whereas her maidservants started to tremble while their faces turned pale. She was afraid that this black-faced devil would scare away her maidservants. "Second young miss, the madam is asking if you're prepared to leave. If you are, we can head out to Junsho restaurant now." Arya was indeed a very dense person. She excitedly rushed over, smiling sweetly at Xiaoxiao while she prattled on. She even shot the other maidservants a curious look when she saw them looking a little odd. The maidservants all thought, "Sister Arya is so great. She is unfazed by Royal Prince Yang's oppressive aura." Inwardly, they were a little less contemptuous of this undisciplined little girl who came from the countryside. Meanwhile, Arya thought, "Royal Prince Yang is angry. Ayaya, is this for real? Why didn't anyone remind me? I wouldn't be thrown out, would I? The other maidservants, why didn't you wear a cloak before you came out? If these maidservants can't do things right, just send them away, I'll give you some disciplined ones." Zhu Junyang was displeased when he noticed that Xiaoxiao was only clad in a thin layer of clothes. These wretched maidservants, did they feel contemptuous of his little lass? Was that why they were so careless in serving her? This cannot do. He must request his lady mother to send a few of her maidservants over, lest his little lass suffer any grievances. The maidservants present dropped to the ground on their knees, pale-faced and begging for mercy. Only Arya was dazedly standing beside the second young miss, thinking, why did everyone kneel all of a sudden? Can anyone explain? What should I do? Should I continue to stand, or should I kneel like the others? You're so impressive, Royal Prince Yang. You have an even greater authority here than I, the mistress of this residence. Don't you think your actions have crossed the line? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, gesturing for her maidservants to get up. The maidservants discreetly glanced at Royal Prince Yang, unsure of whether to rise or not. Arya rushed them. "Second young miss told you to rise, so why aren't you guys listening to her? No wonder Royal Prince Yang is mad. Hurry and rise, or are you waiting for your mistress to come and help you up?" There were a few clever ones among the maidservants who quickly understood. They were the servants of the Yu residence, so even if Royal Prince Yang had a high status, it was still a taboo for them to disregard their master's good intentions for an outsider. These clever little maidservants quickly got up, and though they were still pale-faced and fear was still present in their hearts, they still stood respectfully beside their mistress. A second-rank maidservant who had been assigned to Yu Xiaoxiao asked for her permission before running towards the west wing. Royal Prince Yang was angered because the young miss was too thinly clad. She must quickly bring the young miss her cloak. "All right, stop frowning, you're scaring the little maidservants. It's not good even if you only scare the flowers and grass. Arya, go and tell godmother that I'm prepared to leave at any time." Yu Xiaoxiao said to Arya after comforting the little maidservants while she put on her Arctic fox fur cloak. Once Arya received the order, she immediately ran towards the inner courtyard. Zhu Junyang witnessed this and his eyebrows creased. What was this? There's no sense of propriety at all. Soon, the Yu household had donned their best clothes that were mostly commissioned by Xiaoxiao when she was in the capital. They were the authentic crafts from exquisite garments. Although they were not made by Modiste Zhang herself, they still came from the skilled hands of the seamstresses of exquisite garments. "You prepared such a bright set of clothes for me, and your sister, Xiaolian, even coaxed me into wearing it. I think it's better if I change it." The Yu family was already used to Royal Prince Yang's appearances. Madame Lu only politely nodded at him before she complained to her youngest daughter. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that her mother was wearing a dark red chi-style attire that paired with an azure blue, pleated skirt. A lotus pattern was embroidered on the collar, cuffs and hemline of the skirt. The outfit made her mother look younger by several years. Not to mention, Madame Lu's skin was fair and her waist was slim. No matter how one looked at it, she didn't seem like a woman who already had a child over the age of 10. "Mother, you look very spirited and young when you wear this, almost as if you're only in your early 20s. If we stood together, others would definitely only think that we're sisters, not mother and daughter." Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't stop complimenting her mother as she clutched onto her arm. Yu Xiaolian wore a light blue chi-style attire underneath a light yellow jacket. Fox fur had been sewn at the hem of her collar and sleeves, making her seem youthful and cute. Hearing Xiaoxiao's compliments, she also chipped in, "You see, mother. Don't you trust youngest sister's beauty standards?" Yu Xiaoxiao saw her gleeful father at one side and smiled, "Mother. You really look good wearing this. If you don't believe me, ask father." Yu Hai's eyes lingered on his wife for a long time and, upon hearing this, grinned, "Beautiful, you look really beautiful. You're as beautiful as when I first met you." Madame Lu's face flushed with color when she heard his words. She glanced at her daughters who were smilingly watching them and embarrassedly glared at her husband. "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you not afraid that the kids will laugh? Let's leave now. Best not to let our adopted family wait for too long." Madame Lu and her two daughters got into a horse carriage, while Yu Hai and Yu Heng each rode on a horse a small distance behind Royal Prince Yang. The three of them would occasionally softly exchange a few words. Junshou Restaurant had opened branches in both the east and west side of the capital. The east was where the wealthy people lived, whereas esteemed families would live in the west of the city. During the development of the capital in the previous dynasty, the officials would choose to live in the western side of the capital to make it easier for the emperor to summon them. The residence that Xiaoxiao bought could also be considered as the residence of an official of the previous dynasty. It was bought by Assistant Minister Li after he moved to the capital for his duties. As such, it was only a few minutes away from the Junshou Restaurant at the west side of the city. Third young Master Zhou Zixu, was currently discussing certain matters with the manager of Junshou Restaurant. He had arrived early and waited at the restaurant's entrance as he heard that General Fang was holding a welcoming feast for the Yu family today. From afar, he saw Royal Prince Yang atop his horse and beside him were both the father and son of the Yu family. Then, his gaze moved to the horse carriage that followed behind them and smiled as he went up to greet them. "I've been waiting for you, Royal Prince Yang." Royal Prince Yang had already somewhat sensed third young Master Zhou's feelings towards Xiaoxiao, so he only coldly grunted before he led the company into the restaurant. Zhou Zixu knew that the well-known Royal Prince Yang had always been cold and aloof, so he did not take his response to heart. Instead, he turned to Yu Hai and ardently said, "Uncle Yu, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't think that I would meet fellow villagers in the capital. This is also a kind of fate. Let me show my filial piety by treating you to this meal. Zhou family's little brat, didn't I say this meal is my treat? What are you doing, cutting in? Brother Dahai and his family will be staying in the capital until after New Year. Will you be unable to find a chance to treat them to a meal?" Fang Zizhen angrily scolded third young Master Zhou when he came down from a private room upstairs and overheard his words. Zhou Zixu hurriedly rectified, "It's my lack of thorough consideration. How about this, on the 16th of the last month of the year, I'll treat both Uncle Yu and General Fang's families to a meal. Please be sure to honor me. The 16th of the last month of the year. That'd be 3 days from now. This little brat is quite considerate. The Yu household would have had enough time to settle into their new home and rest in 3 days." Fang Zizhen boldly patted his shoulders. "All right. I agree on behalf of Brother Dahai. Now hurry, bring out the good wine and dishes, don't let our esteemed guests wait." "How could I? Uncle Yu is like my elder." Zhou Zixu trailed off when he caught sight of a small, familiar figure stepping down from the horse carriage, and his face immediately lit up. Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian were helped down first. The accompanying Wudong and Qinger, learning from the morning's lesson, rushed to help their mistresses don their cloaks. The two extremely similar girls then reached out to a beautiful woman in her 30s and helped her down the horse carriage. The scene was quite pleasing to the eye. "Oh, Your Imperial Majesty, isn't that the newly titled feudal princess, Miss Yu, down there?" Sitting by the window, Su Ran still had the heart to appreciate the view even on such a cold day. His eyes shone with surprise as he commented to the emperor who had come out in plain clothes to have a change of palette. Zhu Junfen stood up and walked over. He hesitated for a moment when he saw two girls that looked almost the same, and said with uncertainty, "That Yu Xiaoxiao is the one wearing the rose-colored jacket, right?" Although the two little misses looked extremely similar and even their height and postures were about the same, Su Ran was still able to recognize Yu Xiaoxiao at one glance. Her clear gaze and animated expressions gave her away. "Your Imperial Majesty is wise. Yu Xiaoxiao actually has a twin sister. We heard that many among the common folk would send away one twin when they were born for fear that they wouldn't be able to raise the both of them together. Either that, or they would drown one of them. Is that the truth? Zhu Junfan's eyebrows creased together. This was all because of poverty. Su Ran thought about it and said, there are some that send away or drown their child, but because the conditions of most families aren't good, oftentimes, the milk of the mother isn't enough to sustain 2 children, so they can only choose one to feed, while the other's survival would depend solely on divine will, as its own body would be weak and frail. Giving birth to twins was such a joyous occasion in the future, but our people, when can we truly become a strong country with prosperous people? Zhu Junfan mumbled to himself, upset about these circumstances. However, Yu Xiaoxiao and her sister are quite fortunate. Seeing that the entire Yu family had already entered the restaurant, Zhu Junfan returned to his seat and continued to tuck into Junshou restaurant's delicacies. Su Ran shook his head. When Miss Yu was born, she was very weak and frail. There were several times when she almost died. Her grandmother was very miserly, unwilling to spend money for treatment when the children were sick, so they all had to endure through it. That time, if it weren't for her father, who went to borrow some money from their relatives for her to see a physician, I really can't tell if she would be able to live until today. The Emperor's hidden guards had already done a thorough check on her background when he first decided to place her in an important position. Which meant that in front of the Emperor, any privacy of hers could no longer be considered as a privacy anymore. Zhu Junfan was aware that the thing that changed Yu Xiaoxiao's fate was that small, plain stone. He would be lying if he said he was not tempted, but everything had their own fate. Even if he stole the multicolored stone from her, he would not necessarily be able to use it to its full potential. It was not his style to ruin the present situation for an unknown result. Why not temporarily let the little lass keep it, since, technically, he was still able to use it? No. Beloved official Yu and her family had just arrived in the capital yesterday. As the Emperor, should I do something? As such, under Su Ran's clear gaze, Zhu Junfan stood up and leisurely knocked on the door to the private room that General Fang had booked. The person who opened the door was Royal Prince Yang's personal bodyguard. Seeing a dignified, handsome face that was somewhat similar to his master's, Dong Dali's face twitched, his voice sounding like someone was strangling him. Master, his. Royal Prince Yang's response was, speak properly. I don't keep stutterers around. What this? Your Imperial Majesty, how are you here? And you only brought along Su Ran. Aren't you a little too bold? We only found out today that our little cousin actually speaks so much. We didn't come here for you, we came here for beloved official Yu's welcoming feast. What about it? You don't welcome us. The Emperor stepped into the room with Su Ran following behind him, closing the door. It was fortunate that there were only private rooms on the 2nd floor. All of the other customers were behind closed doors and did not notice what had occurred. Everyone in the room stood up immediately after they heard Royal Prince Yang call out, Your Imperial Majesty. Fang Zizhen was about to lead the rest to bow to him when he saw him clearly, but Zhu Junfan stopped him. We've come out in plain clothes today, there's no need for such courtesies. Please, sit, you must be joking, who would dare sit down before you did? Fang Zizhen hurriedly offered the main seat and personally invited the Emperor to take his seat. Zhu Junfan looked at the entire table of untouched dishes and smiled. It's still Mingzi's who is more reputable and able to order all of the limited quantity, signature dishes of Junshou restaurant. We were just next door, but we didn't get the same treatment. Your Imperial Majesty, this official, who would dare claim to be even more important than the Emperor? Cold sweat formed on Fang Zizhen's back when he heard this, as he stood stiffly, not knowing how to respond to the Emperor's words. Why are all of you standing? Hurry, sit down and eat, the dishes are getting cold. The culprit acted as if nothing had happened and picked up his chopsticks, digging into the boiled meat slices that he liked very much. When he tried to order this dish earlier, the waiter had informed him that they were all booked out. HMPH. If he wasn't afraid of revealing his identity, then he really wanted to use his authority to oppress them. This was the second time the Yu household, aside from Yu Hai and Xiaoxiao, met the Emperor. However, he had not revealed his true identity the first time and only pretended that he was the heir of Prince Jing, so they were taken by surprise by his sudden arrival. For a moment, They were unsure of what they should do and whether they should dig in. Why aren't you all eating? Is it because the dishes aren't to your tastes? Third young Master Joe asked, puzzled, when he personally brought in a plate of spicy chicken pieces to the room but saw that no one was eating. Spicy chicken pieces. This one is good. In his previous life, Zhu Junfan originated from Sichuan, and loved to eat any and all that was spicy. He had not had a taste of his hometown's dishes for more than 20 years, so naturally, he was full of compliments when he saw that there were quite a few Sichuan dishes on the table. And this is, even though third young Master Zhou was the future head of the Zhou family, he still did not qualify to meet the emperor. As such, he was unable to identify the person in front of him and only felt that he looked familiar. Fearing trouble, Zhu Junfan shot everyone else a warning glance. I'm Zhu Junyang's paternal cousin. I happened upon them here earlier and it was like the saying, a chance encounter is better than an invitation, so I shamelessly followed to take part in official Yu's welcoming feast. Royal Prince Yang's paternal cousin. That meant he was also part of the nobility. When he saw Chief Steward Su Ran who stood behind the emperor, third young Master Zhou's heart trembled. The one person who could have the head steward court eunuch personally attend to him, and was also simultaneously Royal Prince Yang's paternal cousin, it could only be that person. Should he kneel and greet the emperor? Third young Master Zhou was extremely undecided. Su Ran, what are you foolishly standing about for? Find a spot and sit down. There's so many good dishes you usually might not even be able to taste. Third young Master Zhou squeezed out a smile as he said, this is the top membership card of this commoner's restaurant. If you desire to come and have a meal here in the future, you need only show this card and you may order whatever dish you like. We'll even give you a 50% discount. He actually took the idea for membership cards from Yu Xiaosao, and made only 10 of these top membership cards. It was really this restaurant's and the Zhou family's honor if the emperor would accept this card. You're much more dexterous than your eldest uncle, little brat. The Zhou family has a capable successor. Zhu Junfan did not care whether he got the 50% discount or not, since his private treasury was currently full, but the temptation of being able to order whatever he wanted, including the limited quantity dishes, was very strong. Your dishes are very authentic. Very good, very good. Zhu Junyang praised generously while he dug in. Third young Master Zhou was exuberant, thank you for your compliments. What else would you like to eat? Please, order as you like. There's no need to be courteous, just take it as a gift from this small restaurant. Sichuan poached fish in chili sauce, mala tofu, steamed chicken with chili sauce, duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup, sliced beef and offal in chili sauce. Zhu Junfan was not courteous at all. In a single breath, he had ordered multiple delicious Sichuan-style dishes. It wasn't often that he was able to leave the imperial palace, so he must eat until he was satisfied. Third young Master Zhou felt troubled when he heard the orders, and looked pleadingly at Yu Xiaosao, stuttering, Our small restaurant serves Sichuan poached fish in chili sauce and mala tofu, but this commoner has never heard of steamed chicken with chili sauce, duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup, sliced beef and offal in chili sauce. Zhu Junfan glared at him, harumphing, you're so inflexible. Even if you've never heard of it, the person who taught you Sichuan poached fish in chili sauce and boiled meat slices would definitely have heard of it before. How is Sichuan cuisine complete without mala duck's blood and sliced beef and offal in chili sauce? Xiaosao. You see, third young Master Zhou was forced to seek help from Yu Xiaosao. However, he had plans to introduce a few new dishes for New Year's, and he was already discussing this matter with the manager. It would be great if he could take advantage of this opportunity and get a few precious recipes from Xiaosao. Zhu Junfan knocked his chopsticks on his plate in order to get his attention and said, really, if you want someone to help you earn money, who'd do it if you didn't give them any benefits? Zhou Zixu was also quite bold. He grit his teeth and said, Xiaosao, if you provide Junshou restaurant with a few new recipes every year, I'll give you 1 share of this Junshou restaurant. Only this restaurant, or all of the Junshou restaurant branches. Zhu Junyang was aware that the Zhou family had opened Junshou restaurant branches in other prosperous cities in Jiangnan. As Junshou restaurant was most likely going to become the Zhou family's main business in the future and open branches all over the country, he thought to gain some benefits from them for his little acquisitive lass. Third young master Joe threw caution to the wind and said, I'll give you 10% of all the Junshou restaurant's profits. It was good to have a strong backing. Even if Yu Xiaoxiao ran out of recipes in the future, just based on her relationship with Royal Prince Yong and the fact that she had the emperor's favor, she was already the backing that Junshou restaurant and the Zhou family could only hope for. It should be known that although the Zhou family were imperial merchants, they still faced difficulty in establishing their name in the capital these past 2 years without a proper backing. If it weren't because Junshou restaurant's dishes were too good, then it probably would have already been taken over by other well-established restaurants with a strong backing. Even if Yu Xiaoxiao was not lacking money, her eyes still lit up when she heard him promise 10% of the profits of all Junshou restaurants. Moreover, his request was not very demanding, only a few recipes a year, not to mention, if Junshou restaurant earned more money, her share in the profits would also increase. She was already feeling extremely blissful in her heart, yet Yu Xiaoxiao showed only a face full of resignation as she stood up. She looked at the emperor who was stuffing himself with the dishes on the table and sighed, indeed, I know how to make steamed chicken with chili sauce, duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup, sliced beef and offal in chili sauce. Since there's no time like the present, I'll provide you with the recipes for these 3 dishes today. Third young master Zhou had expected as much. Yu Xiaoxiao was definitely his lucky star. It was too bad that Royal Prince Yong, who was always by her side, always kept a watchful eye. If he could marry her and make her the wife of the head of Zhou family, it would definitely be a blessing to the entire Zhou family. But it was too late now. Third young master Zhou felt somewhat regretful as he led Yu Xiaoxiao to the kitchen. When they heard that the proprietor had brought in a teenage girl to teach them a few dishes, the cooks in the kitchen felt a little displeased, but the proprietor was still watching from the side, so they could only pause their work and gather around. However, their view of her immediately changed when they had a taste of the plate of steamed chicken with chili sauce that she made. The cooks present were all experienced people, so after watching her make the dish once, they already understood most of the steps to creating the same dish. Moreover, Xiaoxiao had the intention to teach them, and even patiently repeated several key points to the recipe. The 10 main cooks of the capital's Western Junshou restaurant branch were quick to grasp the main points and created steamed chicken with chili sauce that did not lose to Yu Xiaoxiao's at all. Give out free steamed chicken with chili sauce dishes to every customer dining in private rooms on the 2nd floor today. From tomorrow onward, steamed chicken with chili sauce will officially become one of Junshou restaurant's limited quantity dishes. The limited quantity will be 20 sets per day. Third young master Zhou personally served the one that Yu Xiaoxiao made to General Fang's private room on the 2nd floor. Were you kidding? He absolutely must serve the man at the highest point of the great Ming dynasty with the best. The 10 main cooks of the kitchen did not feel contemptuous anymore, and instead looked at Xiaoxiao with a burning passion, waiting for her to teach them the recipe of the second dish. Sliced beef and offal in chili sauce and duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup both required fresh duck's blood and offal, but Junshou restaurant imported their braised meat and offal from the Yu family's braised food store, and as such, their kitchen did not have the required ingredients. However, Junshou restaurant was able to achieve its current success because it had its resources, and all the ingredients that Yu Xiaoxiao required were brought to her very quickly. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled up her sleeves and was about to start cooking when suddenly, she heard a familiar voice shout, "Wait! Wait a second." They paused only to see a plump figure nimbly squeeze through the crowd of cooks and appear at Xiaoxiao's side. He used his chubby palm to wipe the sweat on his face as he panted, "Miss Xiaoxiao, you've already finished teaching them the recipe to a dish. That's not fair. Why didn't you wait for me, Fatty Wong?" Pitiful him. When he received news of this, he immediately took a horse carriage and rushed over from the eastern branch of Junshou restaurant. He was in such a hurry that he still sweat a lot despite it being a cold, winter day. During the entire journey, he kept rushing the driver, but even so, he still missed a dish. Head chef Wang's expression looked like he wanted to burst into tears. The other chefs that he had pushed to the side could only suppress their annoyance, as head chef Wang ranked elder in Junshou restaurant. His culinary skills were extraordinary, and he was the exemplary chef among all the chefs. Many of the chefs present had been mentored by him before, so they could only swallow their discontent as he took up the best spot. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled. looking at this familiar person who had grown plumper, and said, "Head Chef Wong, it's currently lunchtime, is it really good for you to just ditch the whole kitchen and come here? It's better if I come here alone. It's much better than if a whole group of people ditched the customers completely. The chefs in the Eastern Branch are more than capable, so it doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. Now, which step are you at? Don't stop. Old Wong, I'm still waiting to learn so I can go back and show my skills to the customers." Head Chef Wong was still so carefree. Yu Xiaosao pointed towards the chopped ingredients on the cutting board. "This dish is called duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup. The soup is bright red, fragrant, spicy and thick. It's suited to be served during the start of the year." Head Chef Wong turned his gaze to the cutting board, and whoa, that was a lot of ingredients. He counted duck's blood, swamp eel, tripe, streaky bacon, ham, squid, sea cucumber. Wait a second, what were these ingredients? Why had he never seen them before? Yu Xiaosao glanced at the ingredients Head Chef Wong was curiously looking at and smiled. "This is called yellow throat. It's a main blood vessel at the heart of livestock like pigs and cows. It's very nutritious and the texture is crisp." This time, Yu Xiaosao was making top-quality duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup, so she was very demanding when it came to the quality of the ingredients. However, for such a big restaurant like Junshou Restaurant, they still had a lot of stores in their kitchen. She poured chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorn, ginger, garlic, and the Zhou family's factory's chili bean sauce into the warmed peanut oil and stir-fried the ingredients on low heat until it was fragrant. Then, when the soup was ready, she fished out the whole spices and added seasonings like MSG, sugar and vinegar into it. After that, she sliced, diced and blanched the main auxiliary ingredients and added them to the boiling red soup. Once the soup was done, she poured it into a vessel and sprinkled spring onions on top. Then, she heated more oil, added the Sichuan peppercorn and chili peppers and fried them until they were fragrant, and quickly poured the oil onto the soup that was ready. The process seemed simple, but the actual creation of the dish was not so simple. It was a good thing that all the chefs had more than 10 years of experience in the culinary arts, so they quickly mastered the techniques and successfully made a pot of duck's blood and tripe in spicy soup. Yu Xiaosao tried the result of their cooking, and indeed, the older ginger was spicier. Head Chef Wong made the most authentic dish. The other chefs' dishes were also quite good. After third young master Zhou served the steamed chicken with chili sauce which received the emperor's compliments, he hurried downstairs and waited in the kitchen. Once he saw another completed dish, he immediately said, "Let the waiters go to the private rooms and promote today's new dish. Duck's blood and tripe in spicy soup, priced at 88 taels and only limited to 10 sets per day." Except for the one that he had taken away, there were exactly 10 sets of mala duck's blood that the chefs in the kitchen had made as practice. Xiaosao disdainfully looked at him. "Cunning businessman, if he isn't cunning, he isn't a businessman." The ingredients required for the sliced beef and beef offal in chili sauce were a little more troublesome. It was made by braising cow's head skin, heart, tongue, stomach and meat as its main ingredients, but in this era, cattle were the main laborers in paddy fields. So if the plantation owner was able to rear a cow, it was equivalent to owning a tractor in the future. Who would kill their cows to eat? The beef sold commercially were all from old or wounded cows that were decommissioned from labor. They could only be found but never sought. Fortunately, Junshou Restaurant was quite efficient in sourcing ingredients and actually met with one of these occurrences. As it was a braising process, it would naturally take a longer time to make sliced beef and beef offal in chili sauce. Yu Xiaosao had third young master Zhou inform the emperor that he would not be able to have the dish for lunch, and would need to return at night in order to enjoy the dish. The chefs did not care how much work it took, as only when they had mastered the dish could it be theirs. They had already heard from head chef Wang that this young girl in front of them was extraordinary, and many of Junshou Restaurant's signature dishes came from recipes that she had provided. Indeed, cooking still required talent. Just look at her. Even if one started learning in his mother's womb, he might still not have the years of skill and experience that they had when he reached her age, but every single dish that passed through her hands came out extraordinarily delicious. The chefs perked up and watched as Xiaosao cut the beef into pieces and washed them clean along with the cow parts, cow's tongue, heart, head, skin, stomach. She then used seasonings like spices, salt and Sichuan peppercorn to braise them. First, she used a large, blazing fire to bring it to a boil before switching to a small fire, braising the meat until it was tender and soft yet still held together. Then, she lifted the meat out and allowed it to dry before slicing it into large, thin slices for later use. She used auxiliary ingredients such as chili oil, Sichuan peppercorn powder, roasted sesame seeds and roasted peanuts to make red oil that she then poured onto the meat. The finished dish looked bright and appetizing, emitting a strong and spicy aroma while the meat was tender and fresh. It was already halfway through the afternoon when all of the chefs had mastered these 3 dishes. All of Junsho restaurant's customers had already left, and although the emperor had not been able to taste the beef slices and beef offal in chili sauce that he had longed for, he was still very pleased with the other 2 dishes. He, too, left, leaving behind the nervously trembling Yu family who had not dared to touch their chopsticks and the host, Fang Zizhen. The dishes on the table had already gone cold, so third young Master Zhou had arranged for the kitchen to cook them a new set of dishes, and only then were they able to eat their fill. The most pitiful of them all was Yu Xiaoxiao. She hadn't eaten much in the morning, then personally gave the chefs a culinary lesson at noon, so in the afternoon she was so starved she nearly collapsed. Head chef Wang pitied her, so he made her a bowl of golden string noodles in chicken soup and she was finally able to fill her stomach eating that paired with the freshly made beef slices and beef offal in chili sauce. When she returned to the private room on the 2nd floor, everyone was drinking tea and having dessert as they waited for her. Zhu Junyang saw her enter and asked, "You must be tired. Have you eaten? Will the kitchen be short of food? But once I get busy, I really forget anything. I've only had a bowl of noodles." Yu Xiaoxiao unceremoniously dropped into a chair, it was too tiring. What is this? Fang Zizhen pitied his daughter, but he did not dare to complain about the emperor out loud and could only sigh. All of us had not been able to enjoy ourselves this afternoon, let's continue this evening and thoroughly enjoy ourselves. Yu Hai also felt uncomfortable seeing that his daughter had been busy for the entire afternoon and shook his head, saying, "Maybe another day. We've journeyed for days and haven't had enough rest yesterday. Kaur has also been busy for nearly half a day, so we'll gather together some other day." Brother Dahai is right, I've been careless in my consideration. Oh right, I heard that Junsho restaurant has a booked reunion dinner event. How about we have our New Year's Eve reunion dinner together, the 2 of our families? It'd be merry, Fang Zizhen suggested. Sure. Yu Hai was unwilling to let his daughter celebrate New Year's with the Fang family, since they had only 3 people, but if he kept her with his family, the Fang household would definitely feel cold and empty. Why not have the 2 families celebrate together, so that it would be bustling and everyone was happy? Once they were home, Yu Xiaoxiao slept like a log, and could only force herself to stay awake when she woke up the next day and went to do her rounds at the imperial plantation with Zhu Junyang accompanying her. The winter wheat grew very well, and the greenhouse was also well taken care of. The new batch of green, leafy vegetables was already being sold, while the others would follow some time before New Year's. Only now was Yu Xiaoxiao's worries put to rest. She followed Zhu Junyang to the neighboring farmstead and pointed to the hill at the back of the plantation, saying, "Have you found the seeds I asked you to? Additionally, you have to find more experienced flower farmers. I plan to grow many varieties of flora on this few hundred mu of wide-sloping land." Zhu Junyang silently held her cold and soft hands and blew a breath of hot air on them as he replied, "Don't worry, I guarantee that I'll do a satisfactory job. But since you're in a hurry for these rose flower seeds, the quantity might not be a lot, and at most will be about 3 to 4 mu. 3 to 4 mu will be fine, at least it's better than nothing." "What about the forget-me-not flower seeds? I heard that they have them in the Persian Empire. Your voyage fleet should pass by there." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with her eyes filled with trust. When she was looking at him with such an expectant gaze, Zhu Junyang naturally wouldn't bear to see her disappointed. "I've already sent a messenger dove to them. When they return at the beginning of spring, they will probably be able to bring back a lot." "You rarely go out, how do you know these things?" He was well aware that Xiaoxiao had secrets, but he had never intended to prod and only asked casually. However, Yu Xiaoxiao panicked, inwardly berating herself for not being careful. She laughed dryly, "I saw it in a book of peculiar things that I had procured by chance." I can't be sure if it's real, but why not try? Since your fleet is also passing by. Zhu Junyang watched the little lass's panicked expression and laughed. Don't say it like that. The fleet belongs to the court, I'm only helping them manage it. However, the Westerners have many types of machinery that I think are quite interesting. When this fleet returns, I'll bring you there to pick those that you're interested in. There's a kind of clock that stands on the floor, and when the time reaches exactly the hour, a small bird will come out and tell the time. I think you'll like it. At that time, I'll give one to you. Who gives others clocks as a gift? Seeing that he did not linger on the previous topic, Yu Xiaoxiao recovered her animated expressions and rolled her eyes at him. Zhu Junyang raised his brows and asked, puzzled, why can't I gift clocks? Is there a saying about it? Giving a clock, giving a person his end. Isn't that inauspicious? Yu Xiaoxiao's expression was saying, you're such a simpleton, and it gave Zhu Junyang the urge to pinch her tender little face. All right, I won't say, give. Everything I own is yours, so you can go and take it yourself. Does that work? No one knew where he was learning this from, but Zhu Junyang was getting increasingly better at talking. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head. Suddenly, slyness flashed in her eyes as she secretly giggled. Have you heard of 3 injunctions and 4 virtuous things to do? 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Of course, but I'm not so demanding of my wife. You're fine just the way you are. Zhu Junyang's lips spoke as though they were coated with honey today. Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a look that clearly said, you're missing the entire point here, and then explained, the so-called 3 injunctions and 4 virtuous things to do I'm talking about are the new standards that men are judged by. These are not the antiquated and old-fashioned 3 injunctions and 4 virtues that you're thinking of. Zhu Junyang showed that he was willing to listen with all ears open. Yu Xiaoxiao held back a laugh and said, listen well. The so-called 3 injunctions are: 1. You must follow your wife wherever she goes. 2. You must obey all of your wife's commands. 3. You must obey your wife even if she's wrong. The 4 virtuous things to do are: 1. You must wait when your wife is getting ready. 2. You must remember your wife's birthday. 3. You must endure your wife's scoldings. 4. You must be okay with your wife spending money. Zhu Junyang pretended to be flabbergasted when he saw the little lass sniggering endlessly. He contemplated her words for a bit and then said, this prince has thought over what you said and I believe I can adhere to this new version of the 3 injunctions and 4 virtuous things to do. Is there anything else you're dissatisfied with? Yu Xiaoxiao revealed an astonished expression. Was Royal Prince Yang truly not a transmigrator? If any other man in this era heard such disgraceful and rebellious speech, she would have likely been scolded to death or be given an indignant and furious glower. Why did this fellow never react in the usual way? Once again, she started to reflect on the relationship between the two of them. If the man in front of her had been switched out for any other man in this era, who firmly believed in the superiority of men over women, would she be able to endure it? Royal Prince Yang, on the other hand, was able to embrace every part of her. Even when she espoused extremely shocking views or did something completely out of the ordinary, he still supported her wholeheartedly. Such a man would be hard to find even in the modern era. What was she still hesitating for then? Zhu Junyang suddenly sensed from the relieved smile on her face that something had changed. The rock in his heart fell down. The little lass had finally decided to open her heart and accept him. It looked like she believed in his sincerity. Excitement surged within him and he abruptly stepped forward and swept Yu Xiaoxiao into her arms and lifted her high up. He exclaimed in elation, I'm so happy. All of a sudden I feel like 100 flowers are blooming and 100 birds are singing in joy. This prince is too elated today. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a scream out of shock when she was suddenly held and lifted up high. She cried out and forcefully hit Zhu Junyang's arm as she sputtered in displeasure and amusement, what is wrong with you? Quickly put me down. My head's dizzy and I'm afraid of heights. Zhu Junyang revealed a grin that was somewhat childish and foolish as he said, Xiaoxiao, today is a special day. This prince will never forget it. Don't worry, this prince will be able to follow the 3 injunctions and 4 virtuous things to do, to a T. Even if my hair turns completely white and I'm covered with wrinkles, I will go out with you whenever you go out. Any money you spend, I will give to you and I won't ever let you get bullied or pushed around. Head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong Dali ran over to see what was going on when they heard Yu Xiaosao cry out. Due to their hurry, they accidentally overheard their master's sweet and corny confession. It was so corny that they almost didn't know what to do with themselves. Dong Dali had an odd expression on his face as he thought, "Oh my goodness, apparently you were this kind of master." Head steward Lu had long gotten used to his master's weird antics and was afraid that this uncouth youngster might ruin his master's good situation. He forcefully dragged Dong Dali away. "Master, this old servant can only help you this much." Yu Xiaosao, who had just been placed on the ground again, wasn't even able to stand up straight before she was pulled into a warm and sweet-smelling chest. Her face turned bright red as she lightly sniffed. Everyone said that ancient men didn't like to bathe, which caused them to have a weird and off-putting odor on their bodies. Her man, on the other hand, didn't seem to have this problem. He didn't have any body odor to speak of and his clothes even seemed to have a natural appealing scent coming off of them. This was the type of aroma she liked. Suddenly, her chin was grasped by a large, warm and gentle hand. Her face, which had been buried in her man's chest, was softly turned up. She looked up and fell into those seductive phoenix eyes. His eyes seemed to be as deep as the vast ocean and as boundless as the night sky. Within them seemed to be stars flashing with brilliant light, and it was enough to steal a person's soul away from them. That bewitchingly handsome face of his was getting closer and closer to her. Yu Xiaosao, who had never eaten pork before and only saw pigs running away, started to panic within her heart. Was her first kiss in her 2 lifetimes about to be taken away like that? So embarrassing, so nerve-wracking. What should she do? Wudong and Yingchun, who had followed over in the carriage, had originally been standing far away. When they heard their master cry out in alarm, they ran over. Unexpectedly, they came across the master being tightly hugged by a man. Heavens above, the young miss was being insulted. Yingchun pushed her sleeves up in preparation to run forward but was stopped by Wudong pulling on her sleeve. "That's Royal Prince Yang. If we go over now, we'll be killed instantly." "That still doesn't mean we should just watch while the young miss is getting bullied off. Young miss hasn't even turned 13. If Royal Prince Yang takes her innocence now, then even if she marries into Imperial Prince Jing's family in the future, no one will respect her. Older sister Wudong, you're still too selfish, which is why the young miss has been ignoring you." Yingchun spoke before she thought and couldn't care less about Wudong's feelings. She needed to throw off the other girl to save her young miss. Wudong's expression changed, but she still refused to let go of Yingchun's sleeve. She explained her reasoning. "I'm not abandoning the young miss to save my own skin. Use your brain a little, okay? If we rush up like this, what if Royal Prince Yang blows up out of rage and does something out of the ordinary and ends up harming our young miss? Please, use that brain of yours. If you act impetuously without thinking, you won't even be able to help the young miss and may actually end up harming her. Then what do you think we should do?" Yingchun felt like her head was about to explode and was so worried that tears almost streamed down her face. "I have an idea. Isn't Shichun on the farmstead helping to manage the greenhouse pavilions? Go find her and have her claim that there's something that she needs the young miss to look over." In a moment of desperation, Wudong came up with a plan that wasn't too shabby. Yingchun nodded her head and gave Wudong an apologetic look. She didn't have the time to properly apologize as she sped off to complete her mission. She was praying that she would be fast enough to bring older sister Shichun over to save the day before that Dengtu Royal Prince Yang, did something that was unthinkable. The 2 maid-servants thought that they were being quite discreet, but they would have never thought that every word and action they said and did had already been heard by Zhu Junyang through his special ability. He glanced at the little lass's bright red little face, bashful expression, and watery doe-like eyes. He felt a bit regretful. Why did those 2 meddlesome maid-servants have to be so loyal? They ruined his opportunity. However, he also felt gratified and happy that Xiaosao had such loyal maid-servants by her side. The little red mouth in front of him seemed to be crying out, "Kiss me ah, kiss me ah." He really wished he could go up and take a nibble, but the sounds of hurried footsteps from the farmstead were getting closer and closer. He needed to think of his image in the little lass's maids. For his future, he resisted the tempting urge and bypassed this chance. If he had kissed her in front of the maids, Then, in the future, it was likely it wouldn't be easy for him to see Xiao Xiao. Right now, he was able to come and go as he pleased from the Fang and Yu residences. One reason was because they were giving way for his royal prince title, but the other reason was that he had never overstepped the bounds of propriety before. He couldn't break the trust of other people and become the stumbling block in their relationship now. Those beautiful-looking lips were just about to meet her own when they stopped and then slowly backed away. This made Xiao Xiao simultaneously feel relieved and a bit at loss. Zhu Junyang lightly chuckled and said, "You're still too young. I have enough patience to wait for you to grow up. On the day that you become my fiancé, I will make sure to satisfy your desires. Your loyal and anxious maid-servants have come over. If I don't let you go now, then I'm afraid they'll view me as their enemy. The future is long, so no need to be in a rush." Just who was in a rush? Yu Xiaoxiao's face turned an even brighter shade of red and she leveled a fierce glare at him before she forcefully pushed him away. What a loathsome fellow. Not only did he try to take advantage of her, but he also had to say such provoking words. One couldn't lose one's guard against men. It was too easy to be taken advantage of by them. "Young miss, you are okay, right?" Yingchun dragged Shichun along as she pelted down the road. She huffed and puffed as she stood in front of her young miss. She first inspected her young miss from head to toe and then puffed up her cheeks to eye Zhu Junyang warily as she inquired after her mistress. Wadung hurried forward to pull the other girl back as she smiled. "Young miss, Shichun came across a bit of difficulty when going over the accounts, so she wanted you to help look at them." There's something off about the accounts. Xiao Xiao had personally taught Shichun how to record and balance the account books. In fact, she had taught the maid how to use Arabic numerals and other accounting methods from the modern world, so most people in this era had no idea how to use it. Xiao Xiao swallowed the maids, white lie easily and looked at Shichun. "Where are the account books? Ah. Didn't you want me to take a look at them?" Shichun was previously busy going over the account books at the year's end and had been dragged over by Yingchun without even knowing what was going on. She currently had a stupefied look on her face. Was someone going to tell her what was going on? What was she supposed to say now? Wadung hurriedly gave her a look and smiled to smooth things over. "Young miss, it's cold out and the ground is frozen. You've already spent so much time outside. How about you go into the building on the farmstead, warm up next to a brazier, and drink some piping hot tea to thaw yourself. It won't be too late to look at the account books then." Earlier, she had been in Zhu Junyang's arms and was against his nice, warm chest that felt like a furnace, so she didn't feel cold at all. Now, after hearing Wadung mention it, she finally noticed the winter wind, whooshing around her. Although her outer cloak was thick, it wasn't able to block all of the wind from her. Wadung's proposal made perfect sense to her. She didn't even look at Zhu Junyang as she headed towards the building on the farmstead. Zhu Junyang followed closely behind. The paths between the fields were wide enough to allow two people to walk side by side without touching each other. Thus, the two of them had left the other three maid-servants inadvertently behind them. He lowered his head to look at the little lass who still looked a bit sulky to quietly say, "Your three maid-servants are all pretty good." HMPH, HMPH. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't willing to pay any attention to him, but she couldn't help but proudly remark, "Of course, you need to see who their mistress is. Yes, yes, yes. You have the best eye for people and you are the greatest. No one else can surpass you, is that right?" Zhu Junyang humored the little lass good-naturedly. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't the type of person to stay arrogant and ignore another person. Furthermore, despite his royal status, the prince never tried to make her feel below him. In fact, he always endured her little tantrums, so the anger in her heart subsided considerably. She rolled her eyes at him and used an arrogant tone to say, "As long as you know. In the future, don't provoke me so much, otherwise, HMPH HMPH. The three maid-servants behind them were currently quietly discussing the previous situation. After Shichun heard the other two maids' explanations, she finally understood what was going on. Anyone who had eyes could see the regard and desire Royal Prince Yang had for their young miss. At first, General Fang and his wife didn't think Royal Prince Yang was the best match for their daughter. However, Royal Prince Yang soon showed that his behavior had changed and always treated their daughter well. Now, they were willing to let nature take its course. As for the Yu family, they seemed to approve of Royal Prince Yang more and more as time went on. However, Shichun still approved of what her two fellow maid servants did today. Prior to Xiaoxiao getting engaged, they absolutely needed to guard their young Mrs. Innocence. They could not allow Royal Prince Yang get a single advantage off of her. After she entered the building on the farmstead, Yu Xiaoxiao answered a few questions that, in her mind, were all things she had taught Shichun long ago. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she didn't inquire further. Everything on the farmstead was going as usual. Even if she didn't come over for a dozen days to check on things, it would still be smooth sailing. Winter had begun and it had already snowed twice. This meant that the winter wheat next year would definitely have a good harvest. The greenhouse pavilions were warmed perfectly by the heated walls, so the vegetables growing inside weren't the least bit influenced by the dropping temperatures outside. It absolutely wouldn't be a problem for them to supply more than half of the capital's needs for the New Year's Eve family dinner. On the day after she got back from the farmstead, Xiaoxiao had been invited to go to the Grand Princess Royal's residence. He Wanning had long been waiting by the second gate for her. With her was the somewhat shy wife of the heir, who was also there to receive the guest. The two of them politely exchanged a few greetings before He Wanning linked arms with Xiaoxiao. She looked at Wudong, who was behind Xiaoxiao holding a familiar gift box, and the smile on her face became more brilliant. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, we made you work hard again. Only someone like you would be willing to bring cherry tomatoes as a greeting gift. They are valuable without being too ostentatious. The term, little or small tomatoes didn't seem very elegant, so they were given a more pleasing name now and were considered cherry tomatoes. He Wanning wasn't wrong. People who sent cherry tomatoes as gifts to others only did so to the people they had relatively good relationships with. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a smile. Yesterday I went to the farmstead and picked a few while I was there. I know you like to eat fruits, so I not only brought some cherry tomatoes over but also picked a few watermelons and cantaloupes as well. You personally picked these. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, you told me a while ago that you would bring me and older sister Yuan to the farmstead to pick tomatoes. However, ever since winter started, you haven't said a word. You don't keep your promises. Tell me, how should I punish you? He Wanning had long wanted to personally experience picking her own melons and tomatoes in the greenhouse pavilions at the farmstead. However, Xiaoxiao had been busy since winter started, and she wasn't shameless enough to bother the other person. Yu Xiaoxiao pondered this question and then replied, punish me by making me help you grow some cherry tomatoes and strawberries in your family's greenhouse then. By the start of spring, they should be ready to eat. What do you think of that? Okay. I like this type of punishment. If her own family had their own cherry tomato and strawberry plants, that naturally meant that she could pick them whenever she wanted to eat some. He Wanning applauded this idea with both hands. He Wanning's eldest sister-in-law quietly watched these two young maidens talk to each other. She was quite gratified that the two of them had a good relationship. If her younger sister-in-law had a good relationship with godly Dr. Yu, then that naturally meant that Miss Yu would do her best to diagnose and treat her. Wouldn't that mean that, before long, she would also be able to have a cute and precocious son or daughter? Yu Xiaoxiao first stopped by the main courtyard to greet the Grand Princess Royal. The Grand Princess Royal looked a bit similar to the Emperor Emeritus but appeared somewhat younger. She was the youngest sister of the Emperor Emeritus and the two of them had an age gap of around 8 to 9 years. The Grand Princess Royal treated Yu Xiaoxiao in a kindly manner that also seemed to have a hint of intimacy entwined in. It was as if she was interacting with one of her own direct descendants. This made Yu Xiaoxiao relax quite a bit. He Wanning's mother, Marchioness Anning, on the other hand, was a bit more speculative as she inspected Xiaoxiao. After spending some time conversing idly with the two elders, Yu Xiaoxiao was then invited to the wife of the heir's courtyard. The lady warmly welcomed Xiaoxiao. After exchanging courteous pleasantries, the lady finally couldn't beat around the bush anymore and she stated in a somewhat embarrassed manner, my issue. Wanning has already told you, right? Yu Xiaoxiao slowly nodded her head and said, please relieve your worries, milady. With my relationship with older sister I will do my best. I also mentioned that, in terms of infertility, there are many possible reasons. Some are caused from birth while others are from other reasons. The other issues tend to be easier to fix. With our current medical knowledge, the issues from birth are probably very hard to treat. When the wife of the heir heard this, her eyes dimmed a bit and she sighed, I already know all of this. So many years had passed and I had already decided to accept fate. However, when I heard what had happened with Lady Fang, a sliver of hope appeared in me again. Miss Yu, don't worry. If you are able to fix this problem, then the He household will all be grateful towards you. If you can't, then that is just fate. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to look at her dispirited expression that had a hint of despair in it. She suggested that she feel the woman's pulse. The lady easily handed her wrist over and before Xiaoxiao had even started, the multicolored stone on her wrist subtly flickered and the little divine stone's voice appeared in her head, there's no need to check. Her body is perfectly fine. No illness. Yu Xiaoxiao's hand paused for a second but she continued to take the woman's pulse. It was just as the little divine stone said. The wife of the heir had a body that was more healthy than the vast majority of people, so she actually shouldn't be having problems with infertility. Then, did that mean that there was an issue with heir Anning instead? How is it? The lady had a worried look in her eyes. It was clear that she desperately wanted to know but was also afraid of Xiaoxiao's answer, which all showed on her face. Your body has no problems, milady. There's nothing stopping you from having children. Yu Xiaoxiao stated the truth. The wife of the heir revealed a disappointed expression and lightly shook her head. All of those other doctors, famous ones and imperial physicians, said the same. Thing is Miss Yu. However, so many years have passed but there's been no quickening in my belly. Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment and then softly asked, you must know that infertility may not always be caused by an issue in the woman. The wife of the heir smiled bitterly and said, I understand what you're trying to get at. It's been so many years and there's been no news from my abdomen. I've seen many doctors and they all told me I have no problems. Someone also once mentioned that perhaps my lord husband had an issue instead. For the sake of his future heirs, my lord husband restrained his displeasure and also had the imperial physicians take his pulse. Everything was normal. Not surprising, after all, as my lord husband has a concubine-born daughter now. How could he have an issue with his body? Sometimes I can't help but think, did I commit too many sins in my past life so in this life I'm getting retribution and can't have children? Eldest sister-in-law, you absolutely cannot think along those lines. Xiaoxiao also said that having children depends on fate and timing. Perhaps, you and my little nephew haven't reached the right timing yet. Look at Lady Fang, she's older than you by a dozen years but didn't she manage to birth Linner without any issues at her age? He Wanning had a good relationship with this gentle and sweet eldest sister-in-law of hers, so she couldn't help but try to comfort the other woman. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, she had fallen into deep thought. Both husband and wife had no problems with their bodies yet they didn't have any children together. In her past life, she also knew of a couple who were like the heir and his wife. They had been married for a dozen years but had no children. They had gone to see doctors all over the place but everyone told them the same thing. Their bodies had no problems. Despite that, they still weren't able to have children. Later on, the couple was unable to endure the pressure and ended up divorcing. They both got remarried and had children from those second marriages. It was as if there was something wrong when the two of them were together, as if they were unable to have children together for some reason. Perhaps, the heir and his wife were also like that other couple. That couldn't be right either. After all, the heir had taken in 5 to 6 concubines after his wife was unable to become pregnant but he still was lacking in heirs. Why did he only have one concubine-born daughter despite all these concubines? Forget it, younger sister. There's no need for you to comfort me. Fate and destiny rules over all and we can't change it no matter how hard we try. Right now, all my hopes are on the concubines in this residence. If one of them is able to bear a son for my lord husband, I will be happy. At that time, I can take the child under my name and then the family will have a legitimate heir too. The wife of the heir had a resigned look on her face yet her eyes still flickered with sadness and grief. The heir and his wife were childhood sweethearts and they naturally had deep-rooted feelings for each other. In his youth, the heir had once promised to have only her in his life. However, because she was unable to become pregnant, she personally destroyed that beautiful dream. She sent one of her personal maidservants to her lord husband's bed to become his concubine. At that time, her husband's eyes had a complicated look in them: disappointment, pity, and helplessness. Following that, concubines entered the residence one after another, and she had slowly become numb to all of this. She could never return to the bliss and sweetness she had before with her husband. Perhaps even the deepest love could be slowly worn away by the realities of life and time. "Milady, concubine Wen, asks to be seen." The clear and crisp sound of a young maidservant's voice could be heard outside of the door. She lightly frowned and asked, "Why is she coming over now? Is Fu not feeling well again?" "Ding Xiang, I currently have guests over and it's not convenient to see her. Please ask her specifically what she needs." "Yes." The little maidservant had a voice full of respect. Before long, the curtain to the door was lifted up again and the maidservant politely came in and stated, "Concubine Wen said that eldest young Mrs. Cough has gotten worse again. The cough syrup in the residence has been all used up and she wanted to ask if you had any left. It's very hard to get a bottle of Tongren Medicine Hall's cough syrup. That bottle was the last one the residence had. Tell the outer servants to go to Tongren Medicine Hall to try their luck and see if the shop has any in stock." The wife of the heir was quite careful when it came to her lord husband's only descendant. After she sent the young maidservant away, the wife of the heir looked at Yu Xiaosao and smiled weakly. "I let you see a farce. Fu has been weak since she was born and especially sickly during the winter. She gets sick almost every 2 to 3 days and often has a cough. Poor thing. At such a young age she takes more medicine every day than she eats food. Luckily, Tongren Medicine Hall's cough syrup is quite effective for her. Unfortunately, the cough syrup and pills from the shop are all extremely hard to get even when you have money, so we have to try our luck." There were very few people in the capital who knew that Xiaosao was the one behind Tongren Medicine Hall's new cough syrup and pills. She also didn't want more people to find out, as it would be hard to fend against other people's jealousy. She smiled and said, "The medications from Tongren Medicine Hall are very popular, especially during the winter. Every time new stock gets in, it barely hits the shelves before they're all sold out. I'm pretty sure the servants will come back empty-handed. My family bought a few bottles of the cough syrup and still has some left. Yingchun, go back to the residence and bring the remaining bottles of cough syrup here." How could you possibly bear to? The wife of the heir also knew how hard it was to find some cough syrup. How could she shamelessly take someone else's? It's important to take care of children immediately, milady, so there's no need to be so polite. Yu Xiaosao had a ready supply of the medications that other people found difficult to find. The cough syrup at home as well as the other pills were all personally made by her. Naturally, their effects were better than the ones sold at Tongren Medicine Hall. Yu Xiaosao thought that she was likely unable to help with their infertility issues. However, it wouldn't be an issue for her to help them heal and strengthen their only descendant in the residence. Wait, earlier the wife of the heir had mentioned that the heir's only concubine-born daughter had been weak and sickly since she was born. An idea flashed through her head. She had probably found out the reason why the two of them were unable to have children. Forgive me for my presumptuous question, but what does your lord husband normally like to eat and drink? Yu Xiaosao thought for a bit and then cautiously inquired. He Wanning knew that Yu Xiaosao wouldn't ask this question without a reason and asked with slight curiosity, "Younger sister Xiaosao, why are you asking this question? Are you possibly suspicious of someone in the residence tampering with my older brother's food and drink? That can't be true, right? The staff here all have simple backgrounds and I can guarantee there isn't someone who is trying to harm my eldest brother due to his position as the heir. Could it be father's political enemies?" The young maiden's thoughts flew a bit too far. Yu Xiaosao shot a look at the other girl and didn't heed her. Instead, she continued to solemnly look at the wife to the heir in anticipation of her answer. When the wife of the heir saw that she was quite serious, she couldn't help but think carefully before she replied, "My husband usually likes to drink mung bean milk the most, so he has a cup almost every morning. He also loves any dish that contains tofu, so the residence's chefs and kitchen maids will always make different types of tofu dishes every day. As for other foods that he likes, I remember. I like to eat celery and my husband will usually eat some with me. My older brother also especially likes to eat barbecued and deep-fried foods, especially once winter starts. He often hangs out with his friends to roast venison and mutton and he does that quite frequently. He Wanning chirped in to help explain and revealed several other foods that her older brother liked to eat. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Sure enough, everything that they told her had met her expectations. She finally found out the reason as to why the heir and his wife had problems with infertility. Although He Wanning usually looked cheerful and carefree, she had a conscientious heart that caught on to details. When she saw that the expression on Xiaoxiao's face had changed subtly, she hurriedly asked, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, are you implying the reason why my older brother and older sister-in-law haven't been able to have children are related to the foods my older brother likes to eat?" The wife of the heir's previously dead heart once again was ignited with a flame of hope. "Miss Yu, is it really as Wanning says?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the older woman and forcefully nodded her head. "I was able to come across a book of recipes once by chance. Inside, it not only described many ways to cook delicious foods but it also talked about the effects of eating certain types of food. Among them, it recorded that if a man constantly ate bean products, celery, and foods that were barbecued and deep-fried, he would have problems siring heirs. Is that true? Miss Yu, are you stating the truth? Then, the reason why my husband and I have been unable to have children is due to the foods he likes to eat and not because of an issue with my body." The older woman's lips trembled and the mist of tears gradually appeared in her eyes. Apparently, the truth was just that simple. They had spent so many years striving in a different direction and had bypassed the actual reason. The heavens knew how she had lived these past 9 years. Their inability to have children had become a giant mountain pressing down on her heart so hard that she couldn't move. Its weight was so heavy that she felt like she couldn't breathe at times. Many a night, her tears wet her pillow completely. Many a night, she spent sleepless until dawn. She didn't know how many times she loathed herself and she also didn't know how many times the thought of suicide rose up in her mind. Now, she was finally able to break free of the fetters on her heart and her spirit could soar free again without the weight of that suffocating pressure. She finally could raise her head and look her husband in the eye without the shadow of guilt and let him know, "The problem is not with me. Lord husband." Through the veil of her tears, the wife of the heir saw the tall and imposing figure that was engraved in her soul slowly walking towards her, getting closer and closer. A large, warm palm wrapped around her 2 hands and a familiar voice sounded in her ears, "Junner, you've had a hard time these past years." The wife of the heir no longer cared that there were other people around and buried her head into that familiar and warm chest. She sobbed as if she was a heartbroken child who had just been wronged. The heir, He Junpeng, embraced his wife tightly within his arms and gently patted her back as he comforted her silently. In all these years, he had seen the efforts his wife had gone through to get pregnant and engraved it deeply within his heart. Although all the doctors told her that her body was very healthy, she still downed those bowls of extremely bitter nourishing tonics and tried every folk remedy that was available. She even tried the local treatments that people in rural areas had and pinched her nose to swallow a concoction made of plant ash and water. Although she loved him with all her heart, she was the one who personally broke his promise of only having her in his lifetime, and allowed concubine after concubine to come in. On the day that his concubine-born daughter was born, she cried for an entire night but still sincerely felt gratified that he had a daughter now. He wanted to tell her, "Being able to have such a wife like you is the result of 3 lifetimes of fortune. Even if the heavens have decided that we would never have children, I have no regrets marrying you." The wife of the heir very quickly calmed herself back down and looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with red eyes and nose. She stated somewhat bashfully, "Miss Yu, I let you see a farce." Human nature. Yu Xiaoxiao had a perfect smile on her face and her eyes shone with sincere emotion towards the heir and his wife. In actuality, when the inner courtyard had guests, as a man, He Junpeng shouldn't be around as it was considered extremely impolite to the female guests. However, the circumstances today were different and he was very concerned. When he heard that they had invited over the godly doctor who had helped General Feng and his wife treat their bodies, he couldn't restrain himself. This was the first time he did something outside the societal norms but he had to come back to hear the news. However, he didn't expect that, as soon as he entered the inner courtyard, he found out that the reason why they weren't able to have children was related to the foods he commonly liked to eat. Regret immediately bloomed within him. If he had known earlier that the food he consumed was the cause of their infertility, he wouldn't have eaten one bite no matter how much he liked them. He Junpeng looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and noticed that she didn't seem upset or angry, so he felt his heart settle a bit. However, he still seriously apologized to her. "Miss Yu, I was rude today, please forgive me." Yu Xiaoxiao calmly smiled as she shook her head. "My lord is being polite. Older sister, he and I are like sisters and you are her older brother, so there's no need to consider each other as outsiders, right? Miss Yu is very generous and kind. Do you know if, with my current situation, I still have a chance to father children?" He Junpeng jumped straight into the awkward conversation without any qualms and asked with a bit of urgency in his voice. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and suggestions flowed out of her mouth. "Since we know the root cause, it is easier to proceed from here. First, Milord and Milady need to change your eating habits. Try to cut down or completely eliminate bean products and celery. Eating too many barbecued or deep-fried foods is also not good for the body, so do your best to not have any. Try to eat more garlic chives, Chinese yam, onions and other vegetables. You should soak wolfberries in water or brew them into a tisane to drink. Try eating more nuts like cashews and walnuts. I advise you to roast black sesame seeds and walnuts together before grinding them into a powder that you can mix with water. You should have a bowl of that every day. You can also eat more abalone, loaches, and other seafood. You can also buy some dried mussels from the dried food stores and use them to make congee or stir-fried dishes. Miss Yu. Can you speak a little slower, please? I'm afraid I'm a bit slow and I can't remember everything. May I go get a brush, ink and paper so I can write this all down?" The wife of the heir appeared as if she had a new lease on life and her entire body was filled with liveliness and energy. He Junpeng noticed this and felt like his wife had reverted back to how she was 9 years ago, when she first married him. She was so charming and lively then. The lady looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and clearly wanted to say something. After hesitating for a while, she finally asked in an uneasy manner, "I heard that Miss Yu is quite talented at creating medicinal cuisine. I heard that Princess Consort Jing's body recovered because you made her food. Would you perhaps know any good medicinal cuisine recipes that are helpful for promoting fertility?" Since the heir had been eating foods for a long time that suppressed his fertility, it made it hard for him to get his wife or his concubines pregnant. Even when his women did get pregnant, the children from that union would end up sickly and weak, just like that concubine-born daughter he had. She did know of a few foods and recipes that could increase his yang energy. If she just gave them the recipes, it was likely the effect would not be as good as the dishes she made. After all, she could add mystic stone water when she made the food, increasing the efficacy. Since He Wanning was a good friend of hers, she decided to take on the task. Furthermore, the Grand Princess Royal was the grand aunt of Zhu Junyang. She was willing to do all she could to help the Grand Princess Royal have a descendant. "It's all set then. I'm going to go back to my residence to first prepare some useful medicinal cuisine for you. Once I'm done, I'll have the servants bring it over. I will also give you the recipes to make these foods once I'm done writing them down." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't seem the least bit upset by the request, which allowed the heir and his wife let out a sigh of relief. As soon as the lady opened her mouth to ask, she knew that her request was a bit presumptuous. After all, the recipes were the private property of Yu Xiaoxiao and she may not want to give them out. Although her younger sister-in-law had a decent relationship with Miss Yu, they couldn't capitalize on this too much. If they ended up ruining the relationship between the two, she would feel incredibly guilty. Fortunately, Miss Yu wasn't a stingy or petty person. She not only didn't take offense but also personally offered to make some medicinal cuisine for them. Marquis Anning's estate would remember this goodwill from her. In the future, if the Yu family or Fang family came across any troubles, they would definitely do their utmost out of friendship and duty to help them. The Grand Princess Royal invited Xiaoxiao over to have lunch with them. Marchioness Anning, He Wanning, the heir and his wife were also there. The couple finally had an answer for their troubles and hope for the future. Thus, they were naturally very solicitous and warm towards Xiaoxiao throughout the meal. From the way the two of them treated the guest, both the Grand Princess Royal and Marchioness Anning could tell something was different and accordingly viewed Xiaoxiao with a higher evaluation. The Grand Princess Royal soon found out from her grandson what had happened earlier. That evening, when Xiaoxiao was about to leave, the Grand Princess Royal pulled on her hand to say something, this old woman is being presumptuous, but I must call you Xiao Sao. Right now, Xiao Sao. This old woman will always remember the kindness you have shown Marquis Anning's estate. In the future, our residence in the Grand Princess Royal's estate will always be open to you. You're always welcome to come over as a guest. Grand Princess Royal, you are being too polite. As a doctor, I have a benevolent heart. As long as I can help someone, I will do my best to help them. Yu Xiaosao thoughtfully replied in a courteous manner. After the Grand Princess Royal said her farewells to Xiaosao, she turned to her son and daughter-in-law to state, everyone always mentions that Yu Xiaosao was born and bred in the wild countryside, but she has a generous and kind heart. In my eyes, that makes her much better than the vast majority of noble maidens in the capital. Although Wanning has a more hasty personality, she has a good eye when making friends. The Yuan family's lass and this Xiaosao are both quite outstanding and worthy of friendship. When Yu Xiaosao got back, she pondered thoughtfully for a long time before she finally decided to make Yukama lower body strengthening soup, northern ground cone kidney strengthening soup, and morinda root and pork tripe soup. All of these would help the heir increase his fertility. For his daily tea, she planned on replacing it with wolfberry tea instead. Furthermore, she wrote down exactly what he should and should not eat on a daily basis. All in all, it turned out to be several pages worth of information. After looking at her dismal brush handwriting, she felt that it wasn't too presentable. Zhu Junyang quips, what do you mean by, not too presentable? Even 3-year-olds who have just started to learn how to write have better handwriting than you. The only person in her family who had good handwriting, her younger brother, wasn't on his vacation yet, so she dragged Royal Prince Yong into this mess and made him rewrite everything she wrote. When the bags filled with specially prepared medicine and the medicinal cuisine recipes arrived at the Grand Princess Royal's estate, the Grand Princess Royal noticed the familiar calligraphy on the notes. She shook her head in amusement. Everyone said that her grandnephew had his eye on that pretty new Xiaosao and was willing to do almost anything for her. Originally she thought that the rumors had exaggerated things. Now, however, she knew that the rumors weren't necessarily false. She sent the sacks full of medicines to an imperial physician and a few other famous doctors who were in the residence. It wasn't that the Grand Princess Royal didn't trust Yu Xiaosao, but, in regards to the heir of the Marquis Anning's estate, she needed to be cautious. The imperial physician and the other famous doctors looked at the prescribed medications and also carefully examined the medicinal cuisine recipes. They couldn't help but slap the table in astonishment. All of the materials here were for gently replenishing the yang energy in the spleen and kidneys, and they were novel and valuable. These old fellows had never thought of using medications and food in this manner before. The Grand Princess Royal watched as the old men discussed animatedly between themselves and remarked in a displeased tone, have you all seen enough? How will this medicinal cuisine impact my grandson's situation? If they can be used, then quickly have a maidservant go make some. The earlier he takes it, the faster he'll get better. The imperial physician and the other famous doctors nodded their heads one after another and said, they're fine. All of these are astoundingly effective recipes. Would you happen to know which genius prescribed these recipes? Would you be able to introduce us to this person? The Grand Princess Royal gently shook her head and said, that godly doctor doesn't want to be known in this world, so. Many of the godly doctors in the world were solitary and very rarely left their abodes. They also tended to have eccentric personalities and didn't like interacting with other people. When the Grand Princess Royal explained it in that way, the other doctors expressed their understanding. When the other doctors finally left, Imperial Physician Lu, who had come from the palace, was silent for a bit before he finally asked, Your Imperial Highness, if this old man didn't guess wrongly, these recipes were all made by feudal Princess Jinan, right? Who can say for sure? The Grand Princess Royal quirked up an eyebrow and picked up the teacup by her hand before lowering her head to take a small sip. She replied without a hint of emotion. Imperial Physician Lu smiled. Your Imperial Highness must remember that the eldest Imperial Prince was once deathly ill and the Imperial physicians found themselves helpless. Only feudal Princess Jinan was able to cure him with her folk remedies. Unfortunately, this old man was not in the palace that day. Otherwise, I would have asked the feudal princess for some tips and pointers. Every doctor has their own habits when prescribing medicine. This old man has once researched feudal Princess Jinan's methods and it seems quite similar to the recipes seen today. The Grand Princess Royal raised her eyes to glance blandly at the old doctor. This old man clearly was the most shrewd and innovative imperial physician in the palace. He hadn't gotten his reputation for coming up with treatments for obscure and unknown diseases for nothing. Originally, when she invited him over to treat her grandson and his wife, she also held on to the hope that this man would be able to create a miracle and fix their infertility. Unfortunately, luckily, her granddaughter had a reliable friend. It looked like Marquis Anning's future was saved. While Heir Anning was energetically consuming his medicinal cuisine and downing medicinal tea, the preparations for the New Year's were in full swing at the Yu residence. Everyone in the estate was busy. Although their New Year's Eve dinner had already been booked at Junsho restaurant, they still needed to prepare an adequate amount of vegetables and meat. After all, the Yu family was planning on spending the entire first month of the year in the capital. The Yu and Fang residences were not far from each other. Lady Fang was afraid that the Yu family might find things difficult as it was their first time in the capital celebrating the New Year's. Thus, she came over from time to help out with the management. Her personal maidservant, Linglong, also came along and she was a hard-working and diligent girl. She was sent to Madame Lu to help her train a few new maidservants. Every year, the whole family worked together to make delicious foods to celebrate the New Year's. This was the first time Madame Lu had to manage it on such a large scale. Every day, the stewards and senior servants asked her for instructions or reported on matters that were going on in the residence as they were in charge of managing the lower-ranked maids and servants. Luckily, the stewards and senior servants were quite capable. In addition, Xiao Cao and Lady Fang came over from time to help arrange things. Thus, Madame Lu started out quite frazzled, but, over time, she slowly got a handle on things and it became second nature to her. On the 28th of the last month, little Shido braved the snows and wind to travel to the capital with Headmaster Yuan. As soon as Headmaster Yuan entered the capital, he didn't even bother going back to his own family and instead went directly to the Yu residence. His reasoning was simple: he was escorting his little disciple home. When Headmaster Yuan arrived at the Yu residence, every word he said hinted at one thing: he missed last Yu's food. Yu Xiaocao was grateful for his treatment of her younger brother, so she naturally wouldn't refuse his request. She personally went into the kitchen to craft a table full of delicious dishes. She also invited the Emperor Emeritus over to partake in the meal. "You're being too biased, lass Yu. You've already been in the capital for more than half a year but you never invited Fifth Lord over for a meal before. However, as soon as this fellow surnamed Yuan appears, you easily make a table full of food to greet him. The difference in treatment is too obvious, right? That's not okay. I need to order a few dishes to soothe my broken heart." The Emperor Emeritus was currently stuffing his face with red braised pork as he complained. Yu Xiaocao had long gotten used to the Emperor Emeritus's old urchin antics and suppressed a smile as she said, "Feel free to order whatever your heart desires. As long as I can make it, I'll make sure that you won't be disappointed. I want kung pao chicken, chopped bell peppers with fish head, sweet and sour pork chops, sweet and sour crispy pork." The Emperor Emeritus remembered the delicious foods he had eaten in his past life and his saliva almost dripped down his face. It wasn't easy for him to encounter a transmigrator who knew how to cook, so he needed to sat his cravings now. Headmaster Yuan was unhappy by this turn of events. "Your Imperial Majesty, can you finish all of the food you just ordered? This food is so good, so it'd be a pity to waste any of it. If you want to eat more, then you can come back another time with me." "Old Yuan, you made a mistake. I already said that today I'm the Fifth Lord and not the Emperor Emeritus. I need to punish you. In a moment, you're not allowed to touch a single dish that I ordered." HMPH. The Emperor Emeritus was already displeased that he had to fight for food with this old glutton. He grinned evilly as he craftily stated his requests. Headmaster Yuan wasn't going to go down without a fight, so he hurriedly said, "Fifth Lord, are you really able to finish that many dishes? How about this? I concur that I spoke wrongly. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups of wine, how's that?" The Emperor Emeritus immediately snatched the wine jug off the table and growled, "You certainly know how to get every advantage possible. This jug of grape wine was brewed by Xiaosao personally. It has a smooth and mellow taste, and it's obviously a top-notch product. There's not much wine left in the jug, yet you punish yourself with having to drink 3 cups. Is this a punishment or a reward? Ah, you're so sly that you even thought of this, huh? That's not okay. I need to punish you to drink 3 fewer cups of wine. This table only had little Shido and Royal Prince Yong attending the 2 old urchins. When they saw the 2 old men, who had a combined age of around 150, fighting like 2 kids over a jug of wine, the 2 youngsters exchanged helpless glances and pretended that they couldn't see anything as they continued to eat the delicious food in front of them. Yu Xiaosao came in with a platter of sweet and sour crispy pork and saw Headmaster Yuan and the Emperor Emeritus on the verge of starting a fist fight over a jug of wine. She hastily went forward to stop them. Today is for eating and sampling delicious food, so you absolutely cannot drink too much alcohol. If you 2 become drunk, wouldn't that be an offense to this table of scrumptious food? If the 2 of you like this wine, then when you leave, both of you will get a jug each. When they found out that they both could get a jug to take home, the 2 old fellows decided not to fight anymore. They pushed their wine cups away and started to eat with gusto. In the blink of an eye, New Year's Eve arrived. The Yu and Fang families were currently sitting in a privately reserved room at Junshou Restaurant, resting after they finished their New Year's Eve dinner. That evening, fireworks and firecrackers went off non-stop throughout the capital. Yu Xiaosao sat in front of the window in the private room and watched as brilliant blossoms of light erupted in the sky. She somehow started reminiscing about her family in her previous life. Were her younger brother and sister doing well there? She had an unexpected accident on what was supposed to be a happy day, so she wasn't sure if her younger brother would feel guilty about this. As time passed, the pain from hurtful situations should dim. She hoped that her younger brother and sister would be able to get together in happiness and remember the good times. Hey, what are you thinking about? This prince has been waving at you for almost half a day but you haven't reacted one bit. Zhu Junyang was dressed entirely in black and was wearing a black overcoat that was threaded with red embroidery at the edges. He was seated high on a large horse and had his head raised to look at her. Under the radiant light of the fireworks, he looked incredibly enchanting with the snowy ground as his background. Why are you here? Did you eat your New Year's Eve dinner? Yu Xiaosao lay on the windowsill with half her body outside. She had a somewhat misty smile on her face. Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow and an alluring and bewitching smile appeared on his face. Lass, did you drink wine? This prince knows a good place to view fireworks. Do you want to come? Go. Why wouldn't I go? Yu Xiaosao propped herself up with 2 hands on the windowsill. With the alarmed cries from the Yu and Fang families surrounding her, she leapt out of the window. Her silvery laugh seemed to fuse with the snowy landscape as she exclaimed, I'm coming, make sure to catch me. The Yu and Fang families had reserved a private room on the 3rd floor of Junshou Restaurant for their New Year's Eve dinner. Once again, they were on the 3rd floor. The room was dead silent for 2 seconds before cacophony exploded. Xiaolian, who had also been admiring the fireworks at the window with Xiaosao, was currently frozen in a position with her arms stretched out. Her younger sister had jumped down from the 3rd floor and resembled a large and brilliant butterfly as she fell down with her clothes trailing behind her in the snowy winds. She only had the time to brush against her younger sister's clothes but wasn't able to grab onto her. Below them, Zhu Junyang was stunned for 0.1 seconds before he stepped forward like lightning to where the little lass was following. He stretched out his 2 muscular arms in preparation to catch the little lass's light body. He, so provoking and addicting. Yu Xiaosao grinned like a fool when she fell into Royal Prince Yang's arm. She grabbed onto his clothing and her large eyes seemed to be clouded over with mist, as if she was in a fog. Thwap, thwap, thwap. Her small butt had suddenly been slapped by a large hand 3 times. The smile on her face immediately disappeared as she glowered angrily at Zhu Junyang. She forcefully bit down at his chest and snarled, "Bad man, you even dare to hit me." Unfortunately, Zhu Junyang's chest muscles were too hard and he had also had the padding of his winter clothing. She was only able to bite onto a scrap of silk fabric. Zhu Junyang very rarely saw the little lass act in such a childish manner and an enchanting smile curled onto his lips as he said, "Lass, you got guts. Don't you know that it was so dangerous earlier? If this prince wasn't able to catch you time, what do you think would have happened? What could have happened? My head getting splattered on the ground, right? Cracked open, spilling blood. Hey, you hit me again. You're such a bad person, bad person. I'm going to bite you to death. Yu Xiaoxiao grabbed the hand that had hit her again and forcefully bit down. End of chapter 490. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.